Recently, the presence of shamans in the country has become more and more common, and one program even invited a grandmaster shaman to speak about the explosion of spiritualist beliefs. Viewers were completely baffled as to how someone like that could be called first-rate. Cheon Ki Chang was certain they were nothing more than third-rate. According to the classification system, shamans who only read individual fortunes deserved that rank. That's because they don't care about whether their predictions are right or wrong. They just pass judgment on other people's fates. They offer cliché advice straight out of self-help books. Even family members, from students to adults, go to have their fortunes read. It's only when the customer leaves that the shaman's true thoughts appear, like a subtitle saying, "You picked the cheapest package and you're still asking so many questions?" Even in the office, someone's cash box was glowing, protected by a talisman wrapped in red thread. There were also shamans who worked as consultants for corporations, and all these forms of spiritual guidance provided a decent, steady income for them. However, if a corporation they consulted for collapsed, the fortune teller's own fate went down with it. Even people in high-ranking government positions now had to beg not to be pushed around. Ranked at 1.5 were the shamans who specialized in dealing with the political world. If the politician a shaman was backing gained power, they would receive not only money but also social prestige, but a single scandal could land them in prison. So, what did it take to be first-rate? The helicopter was heading toward the financial capital of South Korea, a place where correctly predicting just one stock's rise or fall could earn you hundreds of billions of won. Some people cheered in celebration, while others groaned in defeat. More directly, all it took was a single supernatural move to increase the probability by a mere 0.1%. They used every method possible, including hiring shamans to perform rituals. Here, there were companies willing to shell out billions of won in rewards for these shamans. This happened so naturally that the shamans were quite satisfied with the money. The capital was the fighting ring for the top shamans, or as some called it, the Olympic Stadium of the spiritual world. But you'd have to see it to believe it. Cheon Ki Chang quickly arrived at his destination. He calmly stepped out of the helicopter. Below, two people were already waiting. After confirming that everything was ready, the three of them stopped in front of a room. Immediately, someone scattered salt on the floor, and the door to the room slowly opened. He entered a fully equipped shrine, bustling with servants. NBO had just risen by 8%. And Cheon Ki Chang's job was to snuff out its growth and reverse it. If it dropped by just 1%, the director was ready to send him 1 billion won. He observed the ritual items before him and asked a few brief questions about his opponent. According to his research, the other side had hired a shaman who had served a mountain god for over 50 years to put pressure on them. With his knowledge, he was certain that the farther an earth god was from its domain, the more its power would decrease exponentially. A slight smirk played on Cheon Ki Chang's lips. Sarcastically, he thought that they should have hired a shaman from a nearby mountain for better results. Cheon Ki Chang was sure he could crush that guy. As the drums began to beat, the ritual commenced. The smell of blood from the sacrificial offering filled the air, making everyone in the room shudder. When the ceremony was over, a flood of notifications came from outside. The stock named Aran Bio had plummeted by more than 10%. Everyone's faces turned pale. Among them, one person trembled, realizing their shaman had lost. Cheon Ki Chang was a shaman who sowed disaster, the one who cast curses on other companies, and what follows is the story of what he went through to become the top of his field. 7 years ago. Back then, I lived with my grandmother in a small, rickety shrine nestled in a poor neighborhood on a hillside. The old flag drooped beside the shrine's sign on a summer afternoon. It was sweltering, and dozens of ads were plastered on the concrete walls. A young man was getting ready for school. He didn't look very enthusiastic. Cheon Ki Chang, 18 years old. He grunted as he pulled the heavy door open. He walked down a hallway lined with family photos. Cheon Ki Chang couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. He heard that in her youth, his grandmother was the most famous shaman in the region. She was showered with praise and lived a prosperous life. He looked at the newest photo on the wall. But now, she was just a pitiful old woman whose children had stolen all her assets, and, on top of that, she had to take on an unwanted grandchild. Me. He gently pushed the door open. Ki-eun was already waiting. A moment later, she had finished her meal, but before Ki-eun could even wipe her mouth, she was crying out that she was hungry again. She burped, and then demanded, "Give me food." He could only sigh in resignation. Ever since I started middle school, she had begun to show signs of dementia and was rarely lucid. Cheon Ki Chang cleared the table, reminding her in a practiced tone, "What do you mean, more food? I just fed you before I helped you change. Eating too much will give you indigestion." But the confused Ki-eun just kept pleading, "Give me food." He was already used to this. I'll prepare something for you later this afternoon. Just watch some TV for now. Cheon Ki Chang took the opportunity to close the door and make his escape. Only after he finished cleaning up did he leave for school. Cheon Ki Chang was strolling leisurely down the street when he glanced worriedly at the time. 7:38. I'm gonna be late. He broke into a sprint. The scene changes to an ordinary high school. You think my misery back then ended there? He headed to his classroom like everyone else. Cheon Ki Chang made it just as the bell rang. Without looking up, he scanned the classroom with a cold expression. There was still another cruel fate waiting for him. Cheon Ki Chang's eyes widened in shock. No money, no parents. Living in a shaman's house, once you're slapped with those labels, you usually get an extra dose of bad luck to go with them. Some filthy concoction was sitting on his desk. He was an outcast, and a group of thugs was waiting to enjoy the show. Jae-hun was the first to spot him. Look, it's Ghost Eyes, he sneered, laughing like a total scumbag. Today's the winter solstice, right? I brought you some red bean porridge so you can stop seeing ghosts. Kim Chi-hyun's friends waited for the fun to start, having dumped the mess all over the desk, and now they were talking down to him. You psycho. The other students remained silent. Cheon Ki Chang picked up the plastic bowl from the floor and calmly began to clean up the mess on his desk. Jae-hun slammed Cheon Ki Chang's face straight down into the mess. He was furious, his voice cracking with rage. Who said you could clean that up? Jae-hun glared at him, demanding an answer. I obviously bought this for you. Are you trying to disrespect your friend's kindness? Huh, Ghost Eyes? He gritted his teeth, trying to endure it. The bully was pleased to see Cheon Ki Chang trembling slightly. Come on, at least let me see you cry a little. I bought you red bean porridge just to see you shed a tear of gratitude. He slowly lifted his face from the sticky mess. His eyes were bloodshot and terrifying to look at. Jae-hun was startled and took a step back. He tried to stop him, but failed. The entire group of bullies was stunned. He angrily slammed the door on his way out. One of them looked a little worried. He's gone. You don't think Ghost Eyes is going to snitch to the homeroom teacher, do you? Byung-shik just shrugged nonchalantly. We were just being nice. We can just say we spilled it by accident. He tried to make a joke of it. You should have seen his face, though. It was so intense. For a second, I thought he was going to put a curse on Kim Chi-hyun, like in the movies. Kim Chi-hyun scoffed disdainfully. He issued a casual challenge. Whatever, let him try. My dad's a pastor. Byung-shik laughed in amusement. That's hilarious. Kim Chi-hyun, a pastor's son, acting like the biggest gangster in school. Ki Chang was a complete outcast in this school life. Normally, when a story opens with a scene of school bullying, the main character either clenches his fists and starts crying, denies what's happening, or just waits for some hero to come and save him. They just walk away looking miserable. But I wasn't like that back then. He washed off all the red bean porridge, his expression so grim it frightened a female student. He had resolved to act. I had my own final resort. This time, you've all gone too far. Cheon Ki Chang skipped class and went shopping. He prepared his plan very quickly. He went straight to the city library and used a computer to look up information. Cheon Ki Chang searched the student directory. He found his class, 2-1. Cheon Ki Chang clicked on Kim Chi-hyun's profile picture. He selected the option to print out information about the guy. There. He had prepared all the necessary tools. He decided to go back home. The old house was covered in talismans. Ki-eun was still watching TV, just as she was when he left. As soon as she saw him, she asked, "Are you here to give me food?" He patiently replied, "It's not time to eat yet, Grandma." Ki-eun looked displeased. "If you're not feeding me, then what are you doing barging into someone else's room?" How blunt. Cheon Ki Chang immediately understood what she meant. Were the others from the new redevelopment committee? She wasn't lucid anymore. She didn't remember clearly. They kept saying something about a shaman or a spirit medium. He opened a cabinet and started searching. Do they still think a shaman is practicing here? Cheon Ki Chang found the key he was looking for. He promised Ki-eun, "I'll finish what I'm doing and bring you your meal right away." Cheon Ki Chang gave a knowing smirk. Today's menu is blood soup and guts. He stood before a locked door. The lock was old and rusty. Cheon Ki Chang inserted the key. Inside, the room was filled with mysterious tools. He looked around nostalgically. Grandma used to do this, so I watched and learned a little. Cheon Ki Chang took out Kim Chi-hyun's photo. To cast a killing curse, you need a target. He opened his bag and prepared the blood sacrifice. Cheon Ki Chang then found a CD player for the ritual music, along with 2 more magical artifacts to finish the job. He took a deep breath. Cheon Ki Chang got into position. I'll say it again. His eyes glowed with a crazed, red light. You brought this upon yourself. Cheon Ki Chang started ringing a bell, his ritual sword swinging gracefully. Eerie music echoed throughout the room. He slashed at the guy's photo. Next was the plate of blood sausage. The commotion he was making was quite loud. Mi-do, sitting in her car, also noticed the disturbance. The sound was vaguely familiar to her, even with some other noises mixed in. It sounds like an exorcism ritual, doesn't it? Cheon Woo-gon nodded in confirmation. Mi-do was a bit skeptical. That's strange. That old woman has almost completely lost her mind. There's no way she's lucid enough to perform a ritual. Besides, this rhythm, it's clearly a killing curse ritual. She considered other possibilities. When you went in earlier, did you see any trace of anyone else? He had noticed someone else's presence. There was a room that probably belongs to her grandson. Mi-do smirked with amusement. Interesting. She immediately gave an order. Cheon Woo-gon, investigate him thoroughly for me by tonight. Mi-do had now set her sights on him. Is the person performing that ritual right now really the old woman's grandson? The ritual was still ongoing. She wanted to test Cheon Ki Chang's abilities and see what would happen to the person who was cursed. What's the status now? Cheon confirmed his orders. Yes, ma'am. All right. For now, let's just invite him to the company. The sleek black car rolled away. Not long after, he served Ki-eun her meal. The previous sacrificial offering had been repurposed by Ki-eun for lunch. At the same time, Kim Chi-hyun was having a meal at school. The guy stretched, enjoying life. Man, life feels so carefree after a good meal. Suddenly, a piece of cigarette ash fell on Kim Chi-hyun. Startled, he lost his balance. Damn it. Just then, Kim Chi-hyun fell backward, his face pale with fear. The ledge where he was sitting was very high up. A heavy thud echoed, and everyone who saw it was horrified. What the hell was that? Someone fell from up there. Hurry, call the teachers. This is bad. Why the hell would he choose to smoke in a place like that? That evening, in a parking lot, Mi-do was reviewing documents in her car when Cheon returned with the information. He reported his findings. The person living in the shaman's house is indeed her grandson. He's 18 years old. His name is Cheon Ki Chang. Cheon had worked quickly. He was abandoned by his parents at a young age and was sent to be raised by the shaman, his grandmother. He's been living in that house for over 8 years. She was curious about the results. Who did he cast the killing curse on? Her subordinate showed her the photo Cheon Ki Chang had used for the ritual. A classmate. To be precise, the leader of the group of bullies who used to torment Cheon Ki Chang. Mi-do looked on with a bit of anticipation. Most importantly, what's the condition of the one who was cursed? A look of fear was clear in Cheon Woo-gon's eyes. He reported the situation. This afternoon, he fell from the rooftop and both of his legs are broken. She let out a delighted laugh. How interesting. A crazed look appeared in Mi-do's eyes. Let's go. Before that talent is wasted any further, I should pick him up myself. The heavy door to Ki-eun's house swung open. She went to find him immediately. Cheon Ki Chang was recruited by Mi-do. My encounter with that money-obsessed woman that day was the starting point that led me down this path. Mi-do continued the conversation while smoking. Do I know Cheon Ki Chang? She acknowledged his talent. Among all the shamans in Luan I've ever recruited, he's the best. The other person asked curiously, what was your first impression of him? Mi-do answered with a flowery comparison. Like the last flower bud on a withered branch. A bud about to bloom. Flashing back to their first meeting, Cheon Ki Chang was completely unprepared. He didn't understand what was happening. Why are they knocking on the door at this hour and just staring at me like they're observing me? Cheon Ki Chang spoke awkwardly. Hey, if you're here for a fortune-telling, my grandmother isn't well, so she can't do it anymore. Mi-do casually shifted her attention to him. Actually, we came here to see you. Cheon Ki Chang's eyes widened in surprise. Me? Why would you want to see me? Her eyes were filled with calculation. Mi-do suddenly asked Cheon Woo-gon, what's the current minimum hourly wage? He replied immediately, 10,031. She grumbled as she pulled out her wallet. 10,001 is 10,001. 11,001 is 11,001. Why add an extra 31? It's all large bills in here. I don't have any small change. Cheon Ki Chang had no idea what game Mi-do was playing. She asked, hey Cheon, do you have a 50,001 bill? He also started searching his pockets. Cheon told her honestly, ma'am, I don't have enough small bills to break 1,000,001 for you. Mi-do casually decided. Then we'll just deduct the rest from your salary. Cheon. He stood with his hands on his hips, watching them exchange money. Are these two trying to show off their money in front of a poor person? What is it? Cheon Ki Chang was about to retreat back into his house. Hey, if there's nothing else, I'm going inside. But he was stopped. Cheon Ki Chang cautiously kept his distance. She fanned out 4 large bills and made an offer. I'll pay you 20 times the minimum wage to buy 1 hour of your time. He accepted immediately. The amount of money was too large to refuse. They went to the Hyangong convenience store together. The two of them sat on a deserted curb, and Mi-do frowned, grumbling. What the hell is with this neighborhood? There isn't even a single cafe or convenience store. Cheon Ki Chang thought to himself. Sorry for living in a dump like this. He neatly brought out canned drinks and handed one to each of them. Thanks, the man asked as he took a sip. So, what did you want to talk about that was worth paying for my time? Her direct question made Ki Chang spit out his drink. You performed a death curse today, didn't you? He still couldn't process what was happening. Mi-do cheerfully added, that bastard's leg is completely crippled now. A cold sweat ran down Cheon Ki Chang's back. No, that wasn't. He tried to deny it. Even if you say it's my fault, do you people have any proof? Cheon Ki Chang fidgeted, avoiding her eyes. This wasn't the kind of thing you could report to the police. Besides, are you sure I performed a death curse, and not just some ordinary ritual? You have no idea what actually happened, so don't act like you do. He gritted his teeth. Ki Chang had misunderstood her. Did that bastard's parents send you people here? Do you people have any idea what that bastard did to me? But Mi-do wasn't reacting as he expected. What are you rambling on about? Just talking nonsense to yourself. She suddenly leaned in close to him. Mi-do stated firmly, look kid, I don't care what your reason was for breaking that guy's leg. I have no intention of blowing this up or making you take any responsibility. Ki Chang was even more confused. Then why in the world was she licking her lips like she'd just found a tasty piece of prey? Mi-do pointed straight at him. I want to acquire your talent. Every word she spoke was calculated. The ability to break a person's leg with nothing more than a half-assed ritual. Cheon Ki Chang broke into a cold sweat. Are these two actually trying to hire me to put a death curse on someone else? Mi-do's voice became persuasive. Just imagine, if you performed a proper, well-prepared ritual, what your power could. He thought of his senile mother back home. Cheon Ki Chang shook his head, refusing. I don't do things like that. While he was still mumbling about morals and lines that shouldn't be crossed, she grabbed his face. Mi-do's demeanor had changed completely. I paid you 200,000 won. For this hour, at least, I'm your employer, she warned in a threatening tone. Now shut your mouth and listen. You're starting to piss me off. Mi-do pulled out a cigarette and a lighter. I'm not hiring you to kill a person, she said. Her composure returned. The target we want you to curse is a corporation. Cheon Ki Chang was stunned. A corporation? You mean a company? Mi-do snapped angrily. I told you to shut your mouth and listen. Are you actually an idiot, or are you just trying to make me mad? She began to explain. When a powerful shaman performs a luck ritual for a company, its business does well, and its stock price goes up. For every upside, there's a downside. Conversely, Mi-do trailed off. If you perform a curse ritual, that company will face serious problems. She pointed to a breaking news report. The new Hong condominium construction site has collapsed. Casualties are yet to be confirmed. She knew this field well. This leads to a stock price plummet. Hong construction is down 8.12%. It seems there are many spiritual forces involved in the industry. That's why, if you can correctly predict whether a stock will go up or down, you can make a massive profit. That's why asset management firms, investment companies, and investment banks all hire numerous shamans. Honestly, the negotiations between these corporations and the shamans are incredibly intense. Shamans command very high prices. A single ritual can cost a staggering amount of money. Mi-do explained that the market rate for their compensation ranges from tens of thousands to hundreds of millions, and even tens of billions of won. That is, if you're a top-tier shaman. She brought the conversation back to herself. And my job is to find and recruit those very shamans. Mi-do pulled a silver case from her jacket. Inside was a single, jet-black business card. She smiled professionally and said crisply, sell me your talent. Cheon Ki Chang, I'll pay you a price that you won't feel is unfair. As Cheon Ki Chang carefully inspected the card, the dim street lamp above them flickered, on the verge of dying. He couldn't stop wondering, how exactly do you curse a corporation? And would it be morally wrong? As Cheon Ki Chang walked, he pondered her words. What did sell your talent truly mean? A normal person would probably be consumed by these thoughts, trying to analyze every suspicious word that woman had said. He walked past a construction site, where a banner read, Congratulations on the approval of the Nakdong Residential Redevelopment Plan. Ki Chang returned to his home, a place with crumbling walls. But for someone like me now, he clenched his fist tightly. For someone who's so used to poverty and hardship. Those things are no longer my main concern. The only thing that completely filled his mind was one sentence she had casually let slip. Mi-do had dangled an irresistible piece of bait. Their compensation ranges from hundreds of millions to tens of billions of won, if you're a top-tier shaman. Cheon Ki Chang began to dream of the future. Even if only a select few ever reached the tens of billions, the average income had to be somewhere in the range of several hundred million to a few billion won. If I had that money, he furrowed his brow, calculating. He could move his grandmother into a proper nursing home. Back in the present, Ki Chang was bathing his grandma, and he still had to do their laundry too. Cheon Ki Chang's gaze fell on the eviction notices plastered all over the walls. He could finally leave this slum, a place that could be torn down at any moment. He envied his classmates. He could live like other people his age, without having to worry about scraping together money for school trips. After November, Ki Chang's isolated life at school continued. He was now completely hooked on the idea not just to live like a normal person, but to live with his head held high, to make other people notice him. He thought about the parents who had abandoned him, wanting to make them look at him and feel jealous. A memory from his childhood surfaced. His grandmother hugged him, sobbing, as two figures coldly walked away, leaving Cheon Ki Chang behind. From that day forward, he was an orphan. That evening, when he arrived at the Hyungong grocery store, there was a new glint in his eyes. Nido gave a satisfied smirk. You look like you've finished weighing your options. She had expected this. So, what's your answer? He was so nervous he started to sweat. I'll do it, he said. I need the money. Mi-do put out her cigarette and instantly stood up. Good. She was ready to go immediately. All right, let's go. Ki Chang asked blankly. Go where? She answered casually. Where else? Obviously. To the place where we're going to test out your talent. I'm handing you a high-income job on a silver platter. We have to at least run a little competency test, Mi-do called to her companion. Hey, start the car. She held out her hand. I didn't say you had to come along for free. I'll pay you 50 times the hourly minimum wage. Without even looking back, Mi-do added, for 6 hours, that comes to 3 million won. Come with me. Cheon Ki Chang suddenly spoke up. 9,000 won. She didn't quite understand. He awkwardly avoided her eyes. If it's 50 times that, it should be 3.9 million. 1. Mi-do's eyes widened in surprise. Then, she gave a dark smile. You're interesting. The car sped through the city streets and onto the highway, quickly picking up speed. Look over this file, kid. To prepare for the test, I need to know your ritual style. She requested Cheon Ki Chang. From now on, answer every one of my questions precisely. Mi-do got straight to the point. What offerings, music, and talismans did you use? He listed them off honestly. The offering was pig intestines stuffed with blood. She coughed violently. Pig intestines stuffed with blood. Cheon Ki Chang continued, pointing out that for the music, he just pulled up some random hellish track on YouTube and performed the ritual to that. As for the talismans, he just grabbed a few of his grandma's old ones and used whatever. Mi-do's eyes widened in shock. You managed to break someone's leg using a bunch of random junk like that? This kid. If that's the case, if even one of those things had been prepared properly, she remarked coldly, he might have actually killed someone. Mi-do smiled with a calculating look. I think I just found something even more monstrous than I imagined. Cheon Ki Chang started to worry needlessly. Should I have just made something up to sound cooler? Will I lose points for doing it so unconventionally? She demanded, Kid, start a group call with the prep team. He quickly worked his phone, calling the teams for the offerings, music, and talismans. Cheon Ki Chang worked efficiently and connected the call. She got straight to the point. There's a job tonight. He jumped in surprise. She quickly explained the situation and assigned their tasks. First, the offering prep team. This shaman has never performed a proper ritual with a live animal offering. So don't prepare a live one, just get one that's already been butchered. The chosen shop is called Korean Beef in the Ma-hang-dong district. They banged loudly on the door. The annoyed owner yanked it open. He grumbled angrily. Can't you see the shutters down? What time do you think it is? Banging on the door like that? Ka-on took out 2 bags of money. 3 million won here. That immediately shut the owner up. We want to take one. In the blink of an eye, they had their goods. Ka-on reported back. Preparation complete. Mi-do worked professionally. Next, the music team. Don't use traditional music. This shaman performs rituals to hellish music. She gave a rather strange request. Find a band around the Hongdae or Hyoyu area, from a practice room or a small stage, and invite them. This time, they also worked very quickly. The negotiation took place during the band's break. A stone-faced Lua Hayao approached, pulling some cash from her pocket. Lua Hayao smiled warmly and requested a private performance. Can you do it? The whole group was stunned by the amount of money. And Jay refused, but we still have the second half of our show. She immediately cut that thought off. I'll pay more. And just like that, the entire band packed their gear and followed her. Lua Hai-ao reported back, "Done." Mido didn't rest for a second. Finally, the talisman team. "Since we saved money on the offerings and music, let's use a high-end talisman." She gave careful instructions. "Call the place we usually borrow from. Tell them to lend us something ancient, with some age to it." Someone snuck out with the item. A light suddenly shone right in his face. But the other person was Sun Gia, there to pick it up. The guard handed him the item. Sun Gia opened it to check. The guard reminded him nervously, "You absolutely have to return it tomorrow before the exhibition begins. It was just recently registered as a protected artifact. People will definitely be coming just to see it." He smiled politely and replied, "Have we ever broken a promise? Don't worry." The payment was made right after. Sun Gia brought the item to the car, ready for transport. "It's done." The chosen location was in Yuhyu. The setup here was truly eerie. The place looked like it was from ancient times, not belonging to the modern world. Cheon Ki Chang's eyes went wide with shock. "What the hell is this?" "No, where on earth am I?" Mido smiled, satisfied. "Where else? This is your playground for tonight." His jaw dropped in shock. "Playground? You mean you actually want me to perform a cursing ritual? Right now?" She stepped forward and called out, "Cheon Ki Chang." Mido's voice tilted as she announced, "The test begins." She bluntly ordered him, "Cheon Ki Chang, perform the curse." Have you ever heard of Sundeal Lock in your life? Sometimes, we have to face awkward conversations, whether they're with friends, superiors, relatives, or lovers. Things like that are unavoidable. So add them to your Sundeal Lock list. Sundeal will use your exact way of speaking to text and cut off the other person for you. It will help guide the process of ending the relationship gently, smoothly, without any more wasted emotions. No more being tired of repetitive conversations. Freedom from the burden of unwanted relationships. Sundeal Lock's smart, realistic algorithm was developed from over 100 million conversation samples. Your cutoff list will be encrypted for maximum security. Not only can it cut people off, but it can also randomly match you with suitable friends. Let Sundeal handle the clean break for you. The short video ended. Kim Dong, head secretary of Golden Zal 1TD1 Tia. Investment, seriously, held the small TV. Cheon Ki Chang was bewildered, not understanding anything. He was a little flustered. "I think this is an ad for an app that's popular with young people lately. I don't have anyone to contact, so I have no reason to use it. So, why are you showing me this?" She corrected him slightly. "It's not just an app that young people use." Mi Do explained in detail. "It's extremely popular and has strong support from Gen Z. Currently, it has 6.2 million registered users." She affirmed its potential. Among recently launched messaging apps, it's leading in terms of growth rate. Mi Do emphasized the name. "That app is Sundeal Lock." She bluntly threw a sarcastic remark at him. "You probably don't know about it because you're so socially isolated, right?" Cheon Ki Chang thought helplessly to himself. Sorry for being socially isolated. He still didn't understand the issue. "Thank you for explaining it to me. Now I understand how incredible it is. But what's the point of showing it to me?" Mi Do was getting a little impatient. "I told you, the moment you walked in." Her eyes turned manic. "It's for a cursing ritual." She spat out each venomous word. "We are going to perform a ritual to make that company's stock price plummet," she declared coldly. "And that is also your test." Later, Cheon Ki Chang was given an explanation and familiarized himself with the props. Cheon Woo-gon observed cautiously. "He looks like he still doesn't quite get it." Mi Do immediately agreed. "You're right. That dazed look of not knowing what to do. It's actually pretty funny." He moved on to the music selection step, a long track that shook the entire heavy metal world. Music suitable for sleeping, or for when you want to target someone. Cheon Ki Chang seemed more at ease while talking to the band. He pushed up his glasses. "So, you're really choosing Sundeal Lock Technologies Company for that kid's test?" Cheon Woo-gon didn't seem to have high expectations. Sundeal Lock has seen an unexpected surge in users and is about to expand into the international market. He was truly skeptical. "Do you really think that newbie can stop the insane rise of this stock?" But Mi Do knew for a fact that to go up against the top shamans in Hyolo, one had to at least be capable of this. She had extreme faith in him. Besides, don't underestimate Cheon Ki Chang. Jamido doesn't know the meaning of gratitude. His grandmother once performed a spirit-suppressing ritual that saved me from a serious illness. She put out her cigarette. Shamanic power can sometimes be passed down through bloodlines, so there's a very high chance he's the real deal. Mi Do clapped her hands as a signal. "If everything's ready, let's begin." The night in Luo doesn't last long. The ritual items were quickly prepared. He broke out in a cold sweat from the tension. How do you curse an entire company? The overwhelming scene before him made Cheon Ki Chang falter. How am I supposed to lead a ritual this big? And Jay was finishing a discussion with his bandmates. I don't get any of this. The others were also trying to help, but Mito just stood still, waiting for Cheon Ki Chang. His mind was blank, with dozens of eyes fixed on him. Cheon Ki Chang squeezed his eyes shut, making a decision. Of course, I'm not a shaman. I'm just a student. Aside from the few times I performed rituals for personal revenge, I've never done any other kind. Even so, he steadied his emotions. I can't back down now. Cheon Ki Chang began the ritual. My reality is a cliff's edge. One step back and I fall. He decided to risk it all. I'll just do it first. It'll work out somehow. Cheon Ki Chang's feet found a rhythm, and his movements grew more and more powerful. The band followed his lead and began to play. And Jay played with a sense of doubt. He was having a full-blown existential crisis. Even though I know nothing about rituals, before I came here, I'd never even heard of performing at a ceremony. And Jay didn't stop playing, but his instincts told him with absolute certainty that this kid, performing the ritual, had absolutely no rhythm. And Jay saw right through him. It feels like that kid is just pretending to follow the beat. He has no idea what he's doing. He can't even keep up with the rhythm my band is playing. And Jay glanced over at his bandmates. We're just here to get paid, but it looks like they feel the same way I do. Something is off. Should I change the tempo so he can catch on? Mi-do suddenly asked Chaegon. Have you felt any chills since the ritual started? Chaegon shook his head in reply. She was watching very closely. What about the room temperature? Has it changed at all? Chan Woo-gon quickly checked the system. The results showed it was 21 degrees Celsius indoors, with good air quality. 21 degrees Celsius. No change. He quickly came to a conclusion. It's a failure, just as I expected. Mi-do immediately strode toward Cheon Ki Chang. The others watched her, bewildered, and he also foolishly stopped. Mi-do's face darkened as she slapped Cheon Ki Chang right across the cheek. He was stunned by the blow, and the ritual implement in his hand fell to the ground. Cheon Ki Chang was about to lash out in anger. What was that for? The pressure coming from Mi-do was suffocating. What the hell is going on? She was trembling with anger. I told you to show me your abilities, not put on some 3,000,001 clown show. He didn't understand the problem. I'm doing the hexing ritual just like you said. What more do you want from me? Mi-do glared, calling him out. There's no malice. There isn't a single shred of killing intent in your hexing ritual. She pointed out that the ritual he performed on the bully, who used to torment you, while clumsy, had a palpable killing intent. Mi-do had noticed it quite clearly. You're in much better conditions now, but the malice you're projecting isn't even 1/4 of what it was back then. Cheon Ki Chang put on an innocent face. Well, yeah, that makes sense. You told me to curse them, but you guys haven't done anything to me. He made excuses. Besides, it's a company. I've never cursed something like that before, and I have no reason to. So how am I supposed to put my entire being into cursing it? She placed her hand on the center of his chest. You can do it. Mi-do guided him directly. Imagine gathering all the negative energy inside of you into one spot, and then releasing it. Cheon Ki Chang looked blank, not understanding. Negative energy? She had already researched him. The resentment you feel toward the parents who abandoned you. Cheon Ki Chang's eyes widened in shock. How did she? Mi-do coldly twisted the knife in his deepest wound. The feeling of being neglected as a child. At an age when you should have been cared for. Those memories came flooding back. She started listing them off. The feeling of helplessness from being unable to care for your only relative, your grandmother. Mi-do knew all too well what wounds a person. The anxiety from always being short on money, unable to pay your bills. She laid everything bare, one by one. The feeling of being an outcast, unable to fit in with your peers because of your traumatic past and your circumstances. Mi-do didn't miss a single thing. The accumulated hatred from years of being bullied and looked down on at school. She pointed right at Cheon Ki Chang's face. And if that's not enough, add the humiliation you just received from me. Now, cast your curse. It seemed Mi-do had succeeded. A wave of emotion, true anger, surged within him. She reminded him kindly, prove your worth, because the chance I'm giving you might be the last one you ever get in your life. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Cheon Ki Chang's face. I'm so furious. At the way she acts like she knows everything about another person's life. But what makes me angriest is that not a single word she said was wrong. Large tears splattered onto the mat. I want to prove myself. I want to seize this opportunity. And so, I will. He bent down and picked up the ritual tool. Cheon Ki Chang deliberately let his blood stain the blade. This time, I'll curse them properly. The entire atmosphere in the room changed. Mido couldn't help but be astonished. The killing intent in his eyes was bone-chilling. She signaled to Anjae. The music flared up again. The melody was the same as before. But this time, Cheon Ki Chang was different. And Jae broke out in a cold sweat. He's caught the rhythm. He followed his every move. No, it's more than just catching the rhythm. And Jae felt like he was being burned. It's like he's forcing everyone else to keep up with his pace. Anyone who witnessed it would be terrified. Dong checked the system. The temperature was dropping rapidly. 20 degrees Celsius, 18, 17. Mido couldn't take her eyes off him. She was frozen like a stone statue. The image of another shaman overlapping with Cheon Ki Chang. Mido was deeply moved. It's blossoming. It's a flower bud. She could see a black vortex in the center of his chest. It was exploding. That pain was expanding by the second. All the chaotic, filthy emotions in his heart. A jet-black flower blazed forth from that vortex. Mido was completely captivated. Everyone admires flowers when spring comes, but hardly anyone gets to witness the exact moment a bud bursts into bloom. She instinctively reached out, as if to receive it. If someone could witness that moment with their own eyes. Chaegon frowned in disbelief. Are you crying? A trail of tears ran down Mido's cheek. If that was a flower bud that you touched with your own hands, and then watched it bloom right before your eyes. She smiled with deep satisfaction. No one could hold back their tears. Mido wanted to nurture the talent she saw in that kid. She was certain he would become the most dangerous shaman. The sword fell at Cheon Ki Chang's feet. It looked like he was about to collapse from exhaustion. Cheon Ki Chang tried to open his eyes to see clearly, his face completely devoid of emotion. Cheon Ki Chang stared intently. He didn't even realize when his hand had become stained bright red. A moment later, he looked up, and Jae's figure slowly faded, and he couldn't clearly see Mido standing far away. When Cheon Ki Chang saw himself in the mirror, he stared blankly at everything. Ki-eun appeared right in front of Cheon Ki Chang. He seemed to lack the strength to even open his eyes. Her image was shrouded in darkness, and Cheon Ki Chang collapsed to the ground. Mido was so shocked her jaw dropped. She quickly got up and walked over. Mido rushed over to him. She knelt down beside Cheon Ki Chang. He had fallen unconscious. Mido gently touched Ki-eun's hand. She raised her hand to stroke Ki-eun's head. Cheon Woo-gon also came over to check on the situation. Mido did a preliminary check on him. He was suffering from severe hypothermia and anemia. Go get a hot pack and some bandages from the medical room for me. He looks extremely stressed. Mido gave orders to her subordinate, contact Hanno University Hospital, book a VIP room, and call an ambulance as quickly as possible. Remember to do it quietly. The rest of you, continuously monitor the news and any rumors related to Sontek, and start cleaning up the scene. The cleaning staff flipped the power switch, and they pushed carts full of equipment over to clean up. And Jae paid his employees. Rumors about Sontek were constantly being searched for. Mido let Cheon Ki Chang rest his head on her lap. She touched Cheon Ki Chang's forehead comfortingly. Don't be afraid. Mido praised him endlessly. You did a great job. Night had fallen over the new Pangyo urban district in Seongnam City, Gyeonggi Province. In front of them was the headquarters of Sun Technology Communication. A light was still on in one of the company's offices. Jang Won was sitting in front of his computer screen, sweating bullets. This man's name was Jang Won. Jang Won was always friendly with everyone. He held an important role as he was a founding member of Sun Technology and Communication. Moreover, Jang Won was extremely intelligent, and was also the creator of the Sun Talk application's algorithm. He gritted his teeth and grimaced. Right now, he was in a state of crisis. Jang Won couldn't help but wonder. Lately, I feel like I can't connect with anyone around me, not just my team but all my colleagues at the company. Even when I try to talk through messages for work or strike up a personal conversation, I can tell that I always feel like everyone is keeping their distance, and I just can't fit in. Messages from senior managers appeared on the computer screen. Sorry, CTO. Jennifer, senior manager, I'll respond with a detailed report. Dull. CFO. Jia Koch, senior manager. Sorry, but I find it a bit difficult to continue this conversation. Jang Won scratched his head in frustration. Have I been put on the severance list? No, that can't be. I'm a founding member, after all. I'm the father of Sun B, the one who contributed most to this company's success. For someone like me, to be isolated by the very program I created, isn't that ridiculous? He couldn't accept the truth. The man denied it, but deep down, his intuition told him otherwise. Wan couldn't take his eyes off the screen, realizing he was being pushed to the fringes by the very child he had created. He was confident enough. After all, this is an algorithm I wrote myself, Wan stated with conviction. If it's me, I'll be able to figure out what my own creation is up to. He prepared to click on the name Jennifer. Wan's hand trembled slightly on the mouse. He knew better than anyone. For Suntalk, the confidentiality of the severance list was extremely important. Wan was aware of his responsibility. If I break the rules to check, it's no different than severing this lifeline with my own hands. Even if I'm the one who created it, I don't have the right to see someone else's list. He thought to himself, besides, if I've really been cut off, how can I possibly work with them anymore? A ghostly door suddenly appeared, and a demonic hand reached out from the black smoke. It reached out, intending to harm Wan. The demonic hand attacked for an unknown reason, pushing the weak man towards the abyss. It was known as the long-armed merchant demon. The long-armed demon slowly withdrew its hand back into the door. It was the demon summoned from Cheon Ki Chang's bloodletting ritual. Wan didn't understand what was happening. The system displayed a warning message. Are you sure you want to open the user's log? Yes, no? His glasses reflected the computer screen. On a bead of sweat from Wan, the warning information was also reflected. At the Hanso University Hospital building, outside the VIP room, Namjin, Cheon Ki Chang, was lying in the hospital bed. Mido sat in the room, watching over him. She was holding her phone. Unexpectedly, Mido was calling someone. He hurriedly grabbed the phone on the table. Justin Lee wasn't fully awake yet. He complained into the phone. Mido, calling this early in the morning is a bit much, don't you think? Mido started lecturing him. If money waits for you, is it even money anymore? What's wrong with being early? If you don't make money early, are you just going to let it sleep? Justin Lee reluctantly complied. Money. If it's for money, I guess I have to do it. He gently pushed the head of the girl next to him away. Justin Lee got straight to the point. What's the job this time? She gave him his orders. When the market opens, short Sontech stock. He couldn't help but be surprised. Sontech? Justin Lee immediately started looking up information. Stock charts, financial charts, the Sun Technology Index chart. He had his doubts. Are you sure about this? But then, Justin Lee still trusted Mido. I mean, if the chief wasn't sure, she wouldn't have called me this early in the morning, right? He asked for Mido's opinion. What about the scale? Mido wanted to decide based on their available capital. How much cash can the company free up right now? He couldn't give an exact number yet, because a lot of assets are already invested. Let me check quickly. Cheon Ki Chang showed no signs of waking up. Justin Lee had just checked. About 8 billion won. It seemed she wasn't satisfied with this amount. Mido bluntly criticized over the phone. Too little. Justin Lee was furious. 8 billion is too little? That's not 800 million, you know. It's 8 billion. An 8 billion won short sale should be more than enough. How much more do you plan to put in? He wasn't about to make a reckless bet with Mido. Besides, I never said I would do it, Mido me. I just said I could free up 8 billion. Betting against a rising stock is highly risky. Even if you're the one asking, you need to be careful. Mido decided to go all in. You can even use the 2 billion I was saving for my year-end bonus. She also had her own condition. In exchange, for this job, I want the commission fee increased from 7.5% to 10%. Justin Lee was at a loss with her. This money-grubbing demon wants to throw in her own bonus? She must have lost her mind. But then he had another thought. Or she's finally found the hidden gem she's always been hunting for. Justin Lee immediately agreed. Deal. I'll get started right now. Mido continued. And one more thing. He tensed up. What is it now? To his surprise, Mido's words were teasing. Please stop sleeping with so many women at once. If your yang energy is drained, you won't be able to attract money either. Not even Justin saw that coming. You have to admit, her intuition is really sharp. She's the department head for a reason. The brown-haired woman whispered into Justin Lee's ear. Wasn't that a woman's voice just now? When you're with us, you should focus on us. Right, director? He shoved the two women to the floor as Justin Lee regained his usual vigor. Get out, both of you. I'm busy making money. Sunlight streamed through the window frame. Mido stood looking out the window, raising a hand to block the light. The dawn of the new year was rising, but the atmosphere was clouded by something. Cheon Ki Chang tried to convince himself. Where am I? We were definitely performing the ritual. I only remember up to the point of the ritual. He woke up with a headache. Something caught Cheon Ki Chang's attention. He panicked when he saw Mido walk out in a bathrobe. She lowered her voice to reassure him. This is Locken Hospital. I didn't take you anywhere strange, so don't be scared. Cheon Ki Chang frantically pulled the blanket over his eyes. Why are your clothes off? Mido explained the reason. This is a VIP room with a fancy bathtub and even a bidet. Since I paid for it, I have to use it all. He kept pressing her. That's not an answer. Get dressed. Now. She could only offer a resigned smile to end the conversation. Mido suddenly asked a question. By the way, do you know what time it is? Of course, Cheon Ki Chang had no idea. What time is it? As expected, all she cared about was business. 9 o'clock. The time the stock market opens. Mido spoke cryptically. And also, the moment your fate begins to change. She picked up the remote to turn on the TV. Mido and he watched the financial news together. The data on the screen showed Sontech at 3.2%. The clock read 10:18. Later, the clock showed 12:20. It wasn't until 10 minutes to 2 that Cheon Ki Chang still hadn't noticed anything unusual. The fateful moment that woman mentioned wasn't going to come so easily. He had to keep waiting. Instead, there was a heart-stopping silence. Sontech had improbably climbed to 7.4% growth. Cheon Ki Chang started to feel bewildered. Something's wrong, isn't it? He froze on the spot. The stock price of the company we performed the cursing ritual on didn't fall at all. No, it's actually even gone up. Someone suddenly entered the room. Ra Yong had come to report on the situation. I thought you were monitoring it closely. The board of directors is demanding an explanation. He mentioned the worst-case scenario. If this deal fails, we'll be forced to sell, at a loss, and pull all our capital from the investment. They also said the team leader will have to take responsibility. Upon hearing that, his eyes flew wide open. But Mido wasn't scared at all. The cursing ritual was performed correctly. That's something everyone there, including you, could feel. Just tell the board of directors to sit tight and wait. Ra Yong couldn't help but worry. Sontech stock shows no signs of dropping. If it continues to rise like this on Thursday and Friday, the company will suffer heavy losses. She presented concrete proof. I have made this company hundreds of billions. My success rate on deals is 82%. Mido was absolutely certain. It will fall. Before the market closes today, it will definitely fall. She was willing to bet everything on it. If there's a real loss, I'll sell all my personal assets to cover it. Just tell them not to worry. Cheon Ki Chang faced the mentally crushing situation. Unable to breathe, he clenched his injured hands. I did exactly as they said. Surely I won't be held responsible. A doubt arose in Cheon Ki Chang's mind. But how can she be so confident? Ra Yong didn't dare lift his head, suspiciously putting out his half-smoked cigarette in a vase. The stock price on the screen was still, without a doubt, rising. Two opposing emotions clashed, creating a silence more uncomfortable than noise. Finally, it started to drop, and the tension was broken. The next increase was insignificant. But then the stock price dropped by nearly double that, and the numbers continued to rise again. The sudden plunge in the stock price left Mido and Cheon Ki Chang in complete shock. He pointed at the TV screen. Isn't that starting to fall? Her whole body trembled with joy. It's starting. There was a reason for what was happening. The record-breaking stock crash of Sontech. The decline of Son Technology and Communication began with a stock dump by its own employees. The stock price had now hit rock bottom. Sontech was down 11.7%. Everyone scrambled to make calls. The man in the blue shirt couldn't believe his eyes. What is this? It was clearly on a 7% growth trend. How did it lose all momentum and plummet like this? The man in white spoke to the person on the other end of the line. Yes, I heard. I heard that their own employees are dumping stocks. The man in purple still trusted the illusory numbers. The company's own employees are dumping stocks? Why would they sell? Just the other day, they announced record-breaking business results. Cheon Ki Chang suddenly spoke up. Seniors, everyone, look at this. Someone yelled in anger. What now? Is there news that they got their software ripped off by China? He briefly explained the current situation. One of the founding fathers of Sun Talk. He created a website where users can go and see who has put their name on the block list in the app. It's spreading like wildfire on social media. Everyone stared intently at Cheon Ki Chang's phone screen. A message suddenly appeared on the system. Who have we been cut off by? News flooded the internet. Sun Talk leaks user information. Website appears that helps users see who has put them on their block list. Zhang Wan saw the news on his phone. He had already packed his suitcase. The developer who gave birth to Sun Talk. On that day, Zhang Wan personally buried Sun Talk and chose to flee the country. Zhang Wan pressed the power off button. He dropped his phone into a trash can at the airport. Zhang Wan must have felt much lighter. It was the revenge of a programmer who had been betrayed by the people he trusted most. Using the very software he had worked so hard to create, everyone simultaneously deleted their accounts. What followed was The departure of the majority of SunTalk users. Confirm account deletion. If I delete my account, will it erase my app usage history? He hoped so. One person after another began to delete their accounts. The information was confirmed. The number of registered SunTalk users dropped from 6.2 million to 5.3 million. Nearly 1 million users left on the very day of the incident. Management tried to salvage their image. An emergency press conference and a statement from the CEO of Suntech. It was only natural that the stock price would plummet without stopping. And so, the stock of SunTalk, an app designed to handle people's sensitive relationships, after having lost all of its users' trust, it collapsed for 3 consecutive days at the end of the trading session. Stock traders couldn't accept the reality. Cheon Ki Chang had never considered this scenario. Their stocks had turned into worthless paper. The press relentlessly reported on the huge crash in the imens industry, originating from Santes. He boldly claimed that it was his debut work at Luyu. Cheon Ki Chang timidly asked for Mi-do's opinion. Hey, ma'am, everything's all good now, right? I passed the test, didn't I? She turned back, glancing at him with skepticism. No matter how grand the ritual she had specially prepared for him was, to think that with just a single right, he could blow away someone's entire company. Mi-do suddenly collected herself. No, to be more precise, it wasn't just one company. She couldn't believe he had crushed an entire service industry. Mi-do acknowledged Cheon Ki Chang's true power. That talent was no longer on an ordinary level. He was a monster. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Why do you keep staring at me like that? Mi-do didn't know if she was praising or criticizing him. More accurately, you're a money-printing monster. She was utterly shocked. You passed the test, kid. And you were top of the class. Cheon Ki Chang could finally let out a sigh of relief. Mi-do no longer had any doubts. Congratulations on becoming a shaman for Luyu. And Cheon Ki Chang, one more thing, she added with special emphasis. Don't you dare call me hey you anymore. From now on, call me team leader, because we'll be seeing each other often. Cheon Ki Chang immediately complied. Yes, he gave a concrete example. It's like when a painter creates a masterpiece, they receive a great reward. Cheon Ki Chang looked at everything around him, absolutely certain. When the Sonia case ended, the rewards started rolling in for me. Cheon Ki Chang followed Mi-do into Justin's office. They weren't ordinary rewards, he thought, constantly looking around. They were rewards so large I had never even imagined them. She pointed a finger toward Justin Lee. This is your employer. Go on, say hello. The man dismissed Cheon Ki Chang's abilities. This is the kid? The shaman we hired is a minor? He grew anxious, thinking, I'm not going to get disqualified for being a minor, am I? Mi-do got straight to the point. If he wasn't, why would I bring him all the way to the director's office? Justin Lee was already judging him. I thought the kid was team leader Lee's nephew or something. He opened a drawer full of cards. Justin Lee gave a brief introduction of himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Justin Lee, CEO of Golden Silmot. He lavished praise on Cheon Ki Chang. Your performance this time was very impressive. Justin's attitude changed in a flash. It's an honor to work with you. Mi-do just saw it as a waste of time. Sir, you can skip the corporate pleasantries. He's just a kid, so he's not used to that kind of formal etiquette. He couldn't joke around anymore. All right then, let's get straight to the point. Justin clapped his hands loudly as a signal, and a girl walked in with a heavy bag. He struggled to place the bag on the table. Justin Lee immediately wanted to open it. He announced that the amount inside was 500 million. Justin knew the exact figure. To be precise, this bag contains 543,220,000 won. Go ahead and check it. Cheon Ki Chang was having an existential crisis. Me? Why? Mi-do didn't beat around the bush. Because it's yours, she said, leaving him momentarily stunned. Huh? Mi-do had to clarify. It's yours. Your payment. Cheon Ki Chang thought he had already been paid. That 39 million won. You already transferred my wages to my phone before. She disclosed the specific pay structure. That was just your hourly wage. This is your commission fee. Mi-do didn't let him refuse. Just think of it as my way of sharing a piece of the pie with you, since it's money I earned thanks to your work. Take it. There's no problem. This is a fair price, so just take it. Cheon Ki Chang was frozen on the spot. 500 million. 500 million is mine? She didn't know what else to say. Mi-do always needed money. If you don't want it, just give it to me. He hastily hugged the backpack tightly. No, that's not it. Cheon Ki Chang. Cheon wasn't hesitant to speak. He just shared his sincere feelings. It's just that. I've never even touched an amount, 1/50th of this in my entire life. Cheon Ki Chang had once checked his bank account balance, carefully writing it down in a notebook. Poverty had clung to Cheon Ki Chang. Forget 1/50th. He didn't even have 1/100th of this, so I've had to live my life cowering in front of others. The list of students who hadn't paid for lunch. Cheon Ki Chang couldn't hold his head high, so I just need a little time to get used to it and accept reality. Mi-do didn't blame him. Take it without any worries. She was confident in her abilities. Because I and our company will help you earn 100 times more than that. Mi-do placed a hand on her chest and swore an oath. Cheon Ki Chang put his trust in her. Okay, Justin Lee loudly reminded him. Consider the contract signed. Okay? You're only to perform rituals for our company. If another place tries to recruit you, whatever price they offer, we'll match it. Don't be naive and listen to them. Cheon Ki Chang hugged the bag of money tightly in his hands. Mi-do was curious about his next move. Now that you have an amount of money you've never touched in your life, what do you plan to do with it? Cheon Ki Chang stated with conviction. I'm not sure about other things yet, but I decided where I need to spend the money first a long time ago. She wanted to know the exact answer. A humble restaurant appeared before them. Cheon Ki Chang, Cheon and she were sitting in a barbecue restaurant. He took out a brochure and gave it to Kyun. Cheon Ki Chang was overjoyed. Grandma, this is a super expensive and super nice nursing home. They say if you go here, they'll bathe you, feed you, and even treat your dementia. Sounds great, doesn't it? She still had many concerns. If I go there, will they feed me on time? Don't tell me they'll only give me 1 meal a day like you do. Cheon Ki Chang looked unhappy. There you go again, saying things that hurt my feelings. When have I ever fed you like that? Including snacks, I make sure you get 5 full meals a day. He had really thought it through. Anyway, I'm taking you there tomorrow. It's not too far from our house, so I can visit you every day. Kyun didn't know what to say. She was a little irritated. Why do you keep saying such confusing things? Just grill more meat for me. Cheon Ki Chang believed in a bright future. Grandma, your difficult days are over. He was truly a filial grandson. From now on, please rest well. Mi-do, of all people, had followed them to the restaurant and made an objective assessment of Cheon Ki Chang Cheon. He seems like a good person. A little different from the other shamans at Luyu. She didn't want to lose such a talent, hoping the kid would go far and not fizzle out too soon. Mi-do herself found it incredibly strange. I don't know why, but I feel drawn to him. Strange. The words were printed in bold. Outside the door. The VIP wine on the table was a luxury brand. Someone gently swirled the wine in their glass. It turned out to be Tae-ha, from the #1 financial group, Oh-dong, a first-class sorcerer, Lee Tae-ha. He sat watching everyone drink as a female employee approached and whispered in his ear. He couldn't help but be startled. The fall of sun was the work of a sorcerer, and that person was just a rookie who'd barely stepped into this world? Tae-ha remained calm, sipping his wine. This was about to get interesting. The next morning, I took my grandmother to a nursing home. The receptionist wore a professional smile. Her voice soft yet clear. If you purchase the 2-year package, the price is 70 million won. Will you be transferring via internet banking or paying by card? The black briefcase was lifted. Cheon Ki Chang placed it on the counter, his movements slow but deliberate. Stacks of cash were taken out and placed neatly on the gleaming countertop. Amidst the receptionist's shocked gaze, his voice came out steady. I'll pay 100 million now. As for the rest of the money, please help me set it up as a credit line for my grandmother to use while she's here. Cheon Ki Chang paused for a beat, then continued. All the therapy programs for dementia or things like that, whether they cost money or not, please make sure my grandmother gets to participate. Then he calmly walked out of the nursing home. The money I had left after paying for the nursing home for 2 years. My gaze suddenly froze on the remaining sum, which was still a whopping 440 million won. My slow steps led me to a car parked on the side of the road. A girl was sitting there with a lazy posture. I still felt like none of this was real. It turned out to be Mi-do. Her expression was cold, her eyes indifferent. Since I'd never had this much money before, I was completely lost, not knowing what to spend it on or how. We both got inside the car. A long silence stretched between us. Finally, Mi-do was the first to speak, her voice cutting through the quiet atmosphere. Have you thought about what you're going to do with the rest of the money? Cheon Ki Chang glanced at her, hesitating slightly. First, I think I should find a place to live. Living in a neighborhood where I'm constantly worried someone might break down my door is a little unsettling. Mi-do nodded slightly and asked, anything else besides that? He hesitated a bit. Well, would it be better if I just put all the rest of the money in the bank? That's a terrible idea. Mi-do frowned and let out a long sigh. Taking that much money to a bank will cause huge problems. Think about it. 400 million suddenly pouring into a miner's account? The financial authorities would launch an investigation immediately. Kiddo, she offered her advice. In my opinion, before you go and spend that money on something useless, I think I need to teach you how to spend money first. Cheon Ki Chang listened, nodding along. He was baffled. I have to learn how to spend money too? Mi-do let out a small laugh, the corners of her lips curling up. Of course. There may not be a set way to make money, but there's definitely a right way to spend it. Cheon, from now on, just follow the itinerary I've laid out. Hearing his name, Cheon nodded slightly. The car quickly merged with the traffic on the highway, speeding along the predetermined route. After a long drive, they reached their destination. They stopped in front of a towering, luxurious high-rise apartment building. Mi-do spoke briefly with the real estate agent, while Cheon Ki Chang stood behind her, his eyes taking everything in. They stood together before a large window when she spoke as if she'd already made up her mind. Let's just go with this place. I'll lend you the deposit money. Cheon Ki Chang was stunned. I'm living by myself. Isn't this a little too extravagant? Mi-do suddenly changed the subject. Her voice slowed, taking on a much heavier tone. When you perform rites, especially the kind of death rituals you do, it puts you under immense stress, and it makes your mood incredibly unstable. Not to mention, it's the kind of work that completely drains your physical stamina. As soon as she said that, Cheon's body trembled slightly, and his expression darkened. If you keep trying to save money on a place to rest after work, you'll probably end up taking that same money to a psychiatric ward later on. He let out a soft sigh, as if accepting an unavoidable truth. All right, I'll take this unit. The scene changes to a large supermarket. In an instant, Cheon Ki Chang and Mi-do had swept through and bought nearly everything they passed, causing the staff to stare with a mixture of awe and bewilderment. But that was just the beginning. After leaving the supermarket, they went to a furniture store, and it was the same story all over again as they picked out one item after another. And they didn't stop there. They headed to another place. In an alley somewhere, they stopped in front of a shop that specialized in antiques. Mi-do entered first, speaking as she walked in. There's a limit to how many times we can borrow shamanic tools every time we have to perform a death ritual. Her hand drifted over the displayed swords and artifacts. In special cases, we can use money to borrow them, but you need to have your own tool to attune it to yourself. Suddenly, a sound echoed from deep within the shop. They both turned to look. The person was none other than Li Zook. The old man squinted at them, his gaze as sharp as a blade. As Li Zook turned away, he seemed to radiate a dark, heavy aura that was impossible to ignore. The old man pushed up his glasses with a click of his tongue. Damn it! Are you bringing people here to buy dangerous items again? Mi-do smirked. You haven't lost your touch, old man. You immediately figured out this kid is a sorcerer who specializes in death rituals, huh? Li Zook got straight to the point. Name your price, she immediately responded. 100 million. The moment the words left her mouth, the young man beside her was flabbergasted, so shocked that he spat out the water he hadn't even swallowed yet. Cheon Ki Chang's eyes were wide with disbelief as he stuttered. What? Mi-do calmly explained. A shamanic tool is a long-term investment. It has to cost that much to be worth it. The old man didn't look surprised. He waited a moment, then nimbly climbed an old wooden ladder and began rummaging around on top of a cabinet. A moment later, he brought down a securely sealed chest. Li placed the chest on the counter and opened it. Inside lay a shamanic tool. Almost by reflex, Cheon's hand shot out before he could even think. In a flash, he had grabbed it, his eyes fixated on the object in his hand. Cheon Ki Chang stared at it, thinking, my very first tool. Li Zook's voice cut in with a warning. Be careful with that. Don't let it devour you. After leaving the shop, the two of them stood outside in the alley. Mi-do asked, how much money do you have left? Cheon Ki Chang opened the briefcase and showed her. This much. Mi-do thought for a second. About 150 million won, huh? That's probably not going to be enough. He immediately looked up, his face full of panic. Wait a second. Don't tell me there's still more we need to buy? Ugh, with only this much left, I really think I should be saving it. It's better to have it just in case, right? Mi-do cut him off, her voice turning serious. You have to spend money to make money. Enough talk. Go invest that money. Cheon Ki Chang reluctantly accepted. So, where should I invest? Her eyes were deep and unreadable. In people. The two were now settled in the car as she spoke, her voice low but clear. Among the people you need to invest in? At that moment, an image from a game appeared. The first person we need to find is an assistant shaman. We need someone with more experience than a complete rookie like you. That way, not only can you ask for advice, but they can also help you set up the ritual altar to suit your needs. Your only job is to focus on the ritual. Most importantly, if the ceremony goes wrong because you run into some kind of trouble, that person will become the backup plan to take over your unfinished work. The person I'm talking about is the shamaness, Duga-un, 28. She was cleaning her ear, bluntly refusing. I'm not doing it, Du-ga-eun continued, her voice dripping with arrogance. This place might look shabby now, but just a little while ago, I was still the adopted daughter of Gyeom-eun, you know. She rambled on and on about herself. When it comes to performing rituals, I am the direct disciple of Master Gyeom-eun, the best in all of South Korea. But what did you just say? Ga-eun's eyes glanced at Ki Chang with contempt. No lineage, and not even a god to worship. What makes you think I'd serve some kid who hasn't even been in this business for a week? She was adamant. No means no. Besides, my B-net is doing so well these days, you know? Mido was skeptical. B-net? With a murderous look on her face, she held up her phone. A website image appeared as she spoke in a threatening tone. Curse web. Is there someone you want to erase from your life? Enter their name. Since when is running a website that scams teenage girls out of their money called a business? Ga-eun gasped and lunged forward, trying to snatch the phone from Mido's hand, but she quickly pulled it back. The contract is for 2 years. You'll get an immediate 50 million won cash bonus upon signing. Her voice rang out, steady and even. A guaranteed minimum annual salary of 200 million. When you leave, we'll even build you a proper shrine. Mido gently nudged his arm. A shrine in Gangnam, no less. She looked at Ki Chang with a sharp gaze, while he just pouted sullenly. The black briefcase was opened, and thick, dazzling stacks of cash were placed on the table. Du-ga-eun's eyes were immediately glued to it. Mido pointed at Ki Chang and said slowly, "And this kid here, he's not your average guy. If you help me train him well, it'll definitely be good for your resume later on." Ga-eun's body began to tremble. The most notorious assistant shaman. That title sounds very appealing, doesn't it? She finally made her decision, letting out a sigh, before forcing a smile. Well then, I look forward to working with you. Next up, the problem solver. The two quickly moved and stood before Choi Do-ho. He looked at them and said hesitantly, "Since the big boss put in a good word for me, I was already planning on cooperating with you, but the former action team captain of the Cheon Leon gang is being asked to be a bodyguard and driver for a high school brat? That's too humiliating. I can't do it." Mido leaned her face close to Choi Do-ho's, making him jump back in surprise. A 10 million won cash bonus upon signing. 4 types of insurance included. A guaranteed minimum after-tax salary of 80 million. In the end, Do-ho gave in. Now, he was carrying Cheon Ki Chang on his shoulders, much to Ki Chang's embarrassment. They searched for their next target, the musician. The scene shifted to a band at a club. Backstage, everyone was bustling with activity. A hand swiftly signed a contract. It turned out to be Anjae. He paused for a beat, his eyes unconsciously glancing towards Ki Chang, who was standing not far away. And Jae walked over to him. "Although I still don't really understand what this ritual you'll be doing is. You were pretty amazing back there." His words made the atmosphere suddenly still. An image flashed of Ki Chang with darkened eyes, his face filled with killing intent, and a gloomy aura spreading around him so intense it made the person opposite him shudder. It even made me shudder, and Jae slowly extended his hand. "Getting paid is obviously great, but it's that show of yours that makes me want to work with you long term. Your performance. How should I put it? Perhaps you're the greatest inspiration that makes us want to play music at the ceremony." Their eyes met, one curious, the other resolute. Then, their hands clasped firmly. "I look forward to everyone's help from now on." The door of the black car slammed shut. Mido leaned back in her seat, letting out a weary sigh. "Well, this is starting to look like a proper team. As for the other personnel, the company and I will provide support, so if you need anything, just say the word." His hand tightened on his knee. "Thank you. For everything." Her movements paused. Mido took out a cigarette, lit it, and said nonchalantly, "I only make money if you do well. After all, I get a commission every time you successfully perform a ritual." Cheon Ki Chang smiled faintly, a truly sincere smile. "Now that we're business partners, you don't have to thank me for every little thing." Mido frowned and asked, "You're planning to go back to your old house now, right?" He nodded. "Yes, I have to go back and pack my things anyway." The car stopped. Cheon Ki Chang got out, but as soon as he looked up, he froze. His whole body went rigid. No way. He stood rooted to the spot, his eyes wide. Before him, his old house was engulfed in a sea of flames. The fire blazed high, and thick black smoke billowed into the sky. People from the neighborhood had rushed out to watch. Amidst the fierce flames, a sentence written in what looked like blood was still clearly visible on a scorched wall. "Demon eyes." The moment Cheon Ki Chang saw it, his eyes went wide with horror, his hands clenching into fists that trembled with rage. Mido was lost in thought for a moment before she asked, "I take it you know who did this, right?" He lowered his head and replied quietly, Yes, it's Kim Chi-hyun. It must have been him and the guys who used to bully me. As he said this, the tears he had been holding back finally welled up. Ki Chang's voice choked with emotion. All the things that held memories of my grandmother. I hadn't even had a chance to move a single one. Her calm voice suddenly cut through. Then let's go earn some more. Facing his disbelieving gaze, Mi-do continued slowly. We finished forming the team today, after all. She declared decisively. You have your allies now. Even though Ki Chang didn't respond, Mi-do continued to encourage him. So, perform that sword dance one more time. A moment later, a firefighter patted his shoulder sympathetically. This house has. The structures were so substandard that it was inevitable the fire would burn everything to the ground. Plus, this shantytown is on a hill, so it took us a lot of time just to get the fire trucks up here. He paused, then lowered his voice and said, Anyway, son, I'm truly sorry for your loss. After offering his condolences, the man and his team got in their truck and left. Cheon Ki Chang subconsciously raised a hand to the shoulder the firefighter had patted. When he lowered it, his palm was black with soot from the fire. He clenched his fist, his resolve hardening. I'm not going to take this anymore. Cheon Ki Chang's eyes blazed with fury. I'm not the same person you can just walk all over anymore. Because, I've realized, I'm not just some ordinary person. Just then, a car suddenly pulled up in front of the three of them. Choi De-ho got out, clicking his tongue in annoyance. When that girl mentioned we'd get the 4 major insurance plans, I thought this would be a 9-to-5 gig, you know? Like at some big corporation. Damn it, this is even worse. It's pungent. It reeks of smoke. Are you guys seriously planning to hold a ritual here? Our clothes are gonna stink, he grumbled, under the expectant gazes of the group. Mi-do explained, let me fill you all in on the situation. Your client. He's not in a very good state right now. Flashing back to the past, a school desk appears, covered in a strange slime. Cheon Ki Chang's head is forcefully shoved into it. Then came the isolation from the rest of the class, all while the 3 bullies, Jaehan, Byung-shik, and Do-hwan, smiled cruelly. After hearing the story, the group fell silent, lost in thought. As Cheon Ki Chang was examining the knife in his hand, he suddenly walked in. He turned slightly and declared coldly, if you don't want to help me with this killing ritual, you can all go home, because I'll do it myself, even if I'm alone. Choi De-ho clicked his tongue and retorted, hey, as long as there's money involved, I'll do anything. That's my motto, kid. The woman added sullenly, burning down the house of the shaman who broke my leg. You could call that a suicide mission, couldn't you? Yeah, definitely a suicide mission. And Jay thought for a moment before speaking up. You've been through a lot. Tonight, we'll play a bloody symphony for your ritual. Hearing this, Ki-eun glanced over at him. A little later, the group was in position. A picture of Jaehan was taped to a pig, and nearby, an altar billowed with smoke. Everyone was ready for the ceremony. Du-ga-eun, wearing a goat's head, held up a talisman. The densely packed characters on it seemed to hum with sound. The talisman was torn in two, revealing a pair of glowing red eyes behind it. Without hesitation, the shaman swung his staff, casting a spell. Skull-shaped gongs ignited like fire as chants echoed down the trail. 3 cars appeared, their headlights faint. It was Do-hwan and Jaehan's group. One of them suddenly asked, Hey, that thing you just did, think you can handle the consequences? The other man hesitated, slightly before answering. Oh, it's just some house in a redevelopment zone that was scheduled for demolition anyway. You really think the cops are going to bother investigating it? Jaehan leaned back comfortably. Relax. Even if I get caught, they won't have anything on me. There isn't a single politician my dad doesn't know. Du-hwan retorted, flustered. No, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about that demon-eyed bastard. Didn't you say that bastard crippled your leg? If he already used some kind of killing ritual to get back at you, what makes you think he's going to leave you alone this time? Hearing that, the man froze. Well, if another one of my bones gets broken. Jaehan's voice was dark as he stared at his cast. Then I'll just kill him. Then he suddenly threw a playful punch. Wait a minute. Are you scared of him or something? The driver flinched before quickly composing himself. Hey, don't do that, I'm driving, damn it. Just then, a truck appeared on the road. Its glaring headlights shone through the rearview mirror, making Do-hwan curse in annoyance. Those little bastards, he furrowed his brow. He sighed angrily, driving at that speed in the middle of the night. They don't even care how dangerous it is. After that, Do-hwan fell silent and focused on driving. But suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the car. In an instant, his face went pale. Before them was a demon with gaping black eye sockets and a wide, distorted grin that revealed rows of sharp teeth. Du Huan let out a panicked roar and wrenched the steering wheel. You damn demon! The car swerved violently, the tires screeching and sending bright sparks flying from the pavement. Watching the truck suddenly flip onto its side, the whole group's eyes widened in terror. A deafening crash echoed out, mixed with the brilliant red of an explosion. Witnessing the horrific scene, Kim Chi-hyun couldn't help but curse as he trembled and crawled away. He desperately tried to escape. What the hell just happened? A wave of pain hit him, causing Kim Chi-hyun to immediately glance behind him. Seeing his bloody leg pinned under a motorcycle, he screamed in agony. My leg! My leg! Kim Chi-hyun's voice trembled as he demanded, Hey, you bastards! Where the hell did you go? You're just gonna leave me pinned here like this? Hey, somebody help me! He was mid-sentence when he suddenly fell silent, his eyes wide with horror at the bloody scene laid out before him. Jaehan screamed in shock. He panicked, muttering over and over, 119, I have to call 119, quick. As he said this, his eyes landed on a phone nearby. He gritted his teeth and tried to crawl toward it. But the movement only caused the motorcycle to press down harder, grinding into his leg. Just then, a pair of blood-red high heels appeared. Hearing footsteps, a flicker of hope ignited in Jaehan. Is someone there? Over here. There's been an accident. We need help. The footsteps grew closer and closer, and soon, the demon was standing right in front of him. Kim Chi-hyun's terrified eyes reflected the grotesque image before him. As if it had found its prey, it broke into a wicked smile. He screamed in terror, Don't come any closer, you damn thing, stay away from me. Jaehan suddenly reached into his collar, sobbing as he pulled out a cross. Get lost, he roared in desperation, threatening the demon. I'm a pastor's son, you damn demons. Amidst the screams, its long, spindly arm suddenly shot out. So get the hell away from me. With just a light squeeze, its pale hand bent the cross. He stared, stunned and hopeless, as the cross slowly disintegrated. Then, Jaehan suddenly muttered, Cheon Ki Chang. The grotesque face loomed large before him, and he growled out a curse. You son of a bitch. After that, there was a series of horrifying sounds. That day, I killed the person who had mercilessly bullied me since elementary school. The phone screen displayed the news. Truck overturns in motorcycle collision on National Highway. Multiple minors tragically deceased. Even though I don't feel guilty, for some reason, I have this nagging, uncomfortable feeling. At that moment, Cheon Ki Chang was standing in front of a large mirror, and behind him was the resentful ghost of Jaehan. I feel like I have the metallic stench of fresh blood on my hands, he said, clearly disturbed. What do you mean? You were the one who crossed the line first. And on that day, I made up my mind to never let anyone bully me again. So I wouldn't have to perform a killing ritual to curse someone just because I couldn't stand being bullied. And so I wouldn't have to experience this disgusting feeling ever again. I will definitely accumulate enough wealth and fame. A moment later, Ki Chang was busy doing something. The words team leader appeared on his shattered phone screen. In his heart, he couldn't help but vow that no one could look down on me. After a few rings, the other side picked up. Cheon Ki Chang lowered his voice and made his request. Team leader, please give me some work. The more, the better. Mi-do immediately agreed. All right, she declared with a faint smile. I'll give you so much work that you'll be puking your guts out. Mi-do thoughtfully gazed at the newspaper in front of her. Na Daily, JOM Corporation. Commercial stocks continue to rise. Stocks benefiting from the rise of Japanese general trading corporations. Dalton held up his tablet screen. Solomon Shipping. On it were the words, Solomon Shipping thrives thanks to the South Africa trade route. Results will be out next week. To Studio. To Studio announces a new drama with a 150 billion budget next month. How will the audience react? We don't care what company it is. On the other side, Daeho was carrying a pig on his shoulder. Do-ga-eun was swinging her arms wildly, while An-jae was lost in his music. Meanwhile, Ki Chang was absent-mindedly ringing a bell. As soon as we lock onto a target, we tank its stock price. Na Daily. The golden era for general trading corporations is over. Honor Buffet is selling off shares of Japanese corporations. A small-scale civil war breaks out in South Africa. The political situation is expected to be unstable in the near future. 150 billion won invested for a 1% rating. Is K-content on the decline? At that time, we were known as the Grim Reapers of Uedo. On the table was a bag full of mysterious items. Justin Lee proudly introduced it under his gloomy gaze. A few minutes later, Cheon Ki Chang was rummaging through the bag. Inside was a stack of glistening cash. He calmly arranged the money into an envelope. Do-ga-eun excitedly gave a thumbs up and praised, You haven't even worked here for 2 months and you're already getting a bonus. This kind of morale boost is the best. Internally, Ki Chang was also happily exclaiming, this is even better money than finding runaway wives for other people. And Jay couldn't believe his eyes and blurted out, is this money really for us? With this much, we might even be able to release an album for our band. Meanwhile, Mi-do was observing them blankly. She forcefully stubbed out her cigarette in the ashtray, and then spoke up. What about me? Ki Chang froze for a moment. Yes, team leader. Do you need money too? Mi-do tilted her head slightly. She replied with a faint, cynical smile. Of course I do. Money is something you always feel short of when you have it, and even more so when you don't. Hearing that, he was speechless and cursed silently. What a money-grubbing devil. Cheon Ki Chang puffed up his cheeks and muttered, You're at least 10 times richer than I am. She frowned, angered, and questioned him. Are you saying that for people like me who have a lot of money, you don't even need to feel grateful? With that, Mi-do turned around resentfully to leave. I get it now. Cheon Ki Chang quickly reached out and grabbed her hand. Ki Chang was so flustered he started stuttering. You have way more money than me. I thought it would be meaningless to give you money. After speaking, he picked up the bag. Then, Ki Chang pulled out a red velvet box. But I still wanted to give you something to show my gratitude, he began hesitantly. I told the staff that you probably already own all the classic watch models, so this is the one they recommended for me. The receipt is also in the box, so you can exchange it if you don't like it. Cheon Ki Chang scratched his head, awkwardly watching Mi-do's expression. Meanwhile, she was slowly putting on the watch. Mi-do admired the watch on her wrist and complimented, Not bad. Hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief. Cheon Ki Chang suddenly pulled out another gift. There's a gift for you too, sir. I saw that you seem to like sunglasses, so… She watched everything thoughtfully. Mi-do couldn't help but make a silent observation. Even though he earned so much money, he himself is still wearing the same set of clothes. He won't even buy himself a decent pair of shoes. Seeing the scene over there, she couldn't help but sigh. The moment he gets money, he generously spends it on others, without showing off or being arrogant. He's not tainted, and he has no intention of tainting others. You're going to go far and last a long time in this business, kid. After that thought, Mi-do suddenly cleared her throat with a couple of coughs. Ahem, she casually suggested. Let's go for drinks tonight. My treat. Everyone, who had been listening excitedly, suddenly froze. At the bar, the bartender was diligently cleaning a glass. Bottles of liquor lined up, glittering like sweet traps. The long table was covered with colorful and inviting snacks. Even though he was drunk, he still said goodbye to Ki Chang. At that moment, Mi-do suddenly walked over. She sat down before his bewildered eyes. Mi-do looked at the row of empty chairs with suspicion. Where did everyone go? He glanced around, recalling, and then explained. Ga-eun was throwing up in the bathroom and making a scene, so Daeho took her home. Flashing back, Ga-eun had arrived, tilted her head back, and chugged a bottle of liquor, then immediately bent over and threw it all up. Seeing this, Daeho had no choice but to carry her. I'll take this girl home and then come back to get you. Just wait here, okay? Halfway through his explanation, he remembered Anjay's group leaving. The guys and girl from the band went to their studio for a cozier round 2. Hearing this, she sounded a bit exasperated. Everyone really is a lightweight. Ki Chang chuckled and added, I'm the only one who's fine because I drank Coke. Mi-do didn't reply, instead sipping the champagne in her hand. After finishing her drink, she turned to speak. This is actually better, because I have something to discuss with you privately. Just the two of us. He blushed beet red and stammered, You have something you want to talk to me about? Ah. Mi-do's luscious red lips curved into a slight smirk. She raised an eyebrow seductively and teased him. It's about work. What's with that expectant look on your face? To me, you're just a brat. Only then did Cheon Ki Chang realize and cry out in alarm. Of course I knew that. Of course I knew. That you only wanted to discuss work with me. He quickly composed himself and asked, But what's there to discuss? Every time I perform the ritual, the stock prices plummet, and the team's morale is good, too. Mi-do fell into deep thought after hearing that. You're right. So far, everything has been going smoothly on our end. As she spoke, she glanced at a notification. The problem is, your name has started to spread throughout the industry. Going back to the other day, a man was mumbling a report over the phone. I've seen the kid they call the assassin-class shaman. The financial firms in New York are calling you by that nickname, assassin-class shaman, and they're starting to take precautions against you. Not only that, but there was also an old woman at the bus station. Yes, I'll dig up and send that kid's personal information, along with his photo, to you right away. Mi-do lowered her voice and issued a warning. And taking precautions means, that they'll hire another powerful shaman to keep you and our company in check. The man tilted his head in confusion. What exactly does hiring another powerful shaman mean? She slowly explained. It means that shaman will either protect their company's stock price from your death curse, or they'll suppress the curse and use it to their advantage to raise their own stock price. In short, they'll hire a shaman to perform a counter-ritual against your curse. Hearing this, he fell into a thoughtful silence. Meanwhile, in a lavish palace, the head of strategic planning for Fibancheated, Kim Nyeon-sok, smiled faintly and began to speak. So, to sum it up, a shaman from Denzel Otia short-sold the stock that your company spent months planning an operation for, is that correct? Han Seon-woo. But as far as I know, your company has its own shaman. So, the reason you're requesting help from us at Osung is obviously, we do have our own shamans providing support, but our opponent this time is the assassin-class shaman. The moment he heard that, his interest was piqued. Taeha repeated thoughtfully, assassin-class shaman. The man tried to compose himself and continued his report. Hihoma Trading, Solomon Co., Transport, the stocks that Golden Capital Otia has recently short-sold have all plummeted disastrously. It's all the work of that shaman. This rumor has already spread throughout the industry. Kim Nyeon-suk grew more flustered as he spoke. Against that man, our company's shamans probably won't be enough. I came here to beg for help, because I feel we truly can't handle this on our own. With that, he clasped his hands and pleaded desperately, Great Master, I beg you, please perform a blessing ritual for our operation's stock, just once. Without a second thought, the man refused. I'm sorry, but that's impossible. I only take on cases that are guaranteed to bring in extremely high profits, or major cases that can affect the Oseong Group's quarterly business results. Kim Yeon-sok mumbled in despair. But we've cooperated with Osung on so many projects for so long. How can you be so heartless? But just then, Taeha spoke up. Instead, I will lend you a shaman of great power, the man repeated, somewhat skeptical. A shaman of great power? Paying him no mind, he said cheerfully. Come in. The door slowly opened to reveal the visitor. A powerful staff swayed with each step. Donghua entered with heavy, labored strides, a forced smile on his face. His feet thudded heavily on the floor. His lips were parted, taking in deep, ragged breaths. Seeing this, Kim Nyeon-sok's jaw dropped in horror. Before him was the massive frame of Donghua. Kim Nyeon-sok flinched and stepped back as the man raised his hand. Donghua raised his hand and spoke calmly. I am Donghua, the Vajra Bodhisattva of the 5th-ranked Osung Financial Group, under the grace of the Guanyin Bodhisattva. The skyscraper, bathed in sunlight, still gave off a gloomy aura. On the red velvet sign were 5 embossed stars, and the group's name was displayed on the wall above. In that room, Donghua was eating voraciously, forcing the team of chefs to cook non-stop. He didn't stop, even reaching for a bottle of liquor and tilting his head back to down it. From the kitchen, dishes kept coming out, and the serving staff hurried to bring them to the table. And through it all, Donghua was still cheerfully eating meat. An employee saw her colleague carrying out a stack of plates and was startled. She couldn't help but gossip. I heard our kitchen is about to explode because the VIP room keeps ordering more food. How many people are in that room, senior? The older woman hesitated for a moment before answering. Just 3. The younger girl cried out in astonishment. 3 people? 3 people are eating all this? Are they YouTubers filming a mukbang video? Recalling the scene, the senior couldn't help but add, the problem is, there are 3 people, but only one of them is eating. Kim Nyeon-sok, sweating bullets, stammered, great shaman. He timidly made a suggestion. Seeing you eat and drink so well makes me very happy, but when can we discuss business? The moment he finished, Han Ji-yeon quickly turned around. She gestured for him to be silent. Our shaman will absolutely not discuss business until his stomach is full. Mr. Department Head, just sit there quietly. It will accumulate good karma. Hearing this, Kim Nyeon-suk could only nod in agreement. Yes, of course. After a while, every single dish had been devoured. Donghua contentedly licked the grease from his fingers, then let out a long, satisfied burp. Seeing this, he was so shocked his whole body trembled. How can someone eat so recklessly at a high-end Chinese restaurant like this? This must have cost at least 10 million won. Just then, Donghua flashed a radiant, satisfied smile. He said nothing, simply beckoning with his hand. As soon as Han Ji-yeon leaned down, Donghua whispered something to her. A moment later, she straightened up and announced, the Bodhisattva says that he is very pleased with the sincerity the department head has shown. So, from now on, he will inform you of the necessary preparations your side must make, so he can perform the ritual smoothly. Kim Yeon-sok's face immediately lit up, and he quickly pulled out his phone. Yes, I'm listening, Han Ji-yeon stated seriously. The Bodhisattva says that, as he understands it, the short position on Manaluk-su that your company bought from Golden Capital Otia will expire this Friday. As she said this, her voice unconsciously rose. Therefore, it is highly likely that Golden Capital Otia will perform their death curse sometime between now and Thursday night. So, the Bodhisattva will begin praying for Manaluk-su tonight, Tuesday, and continue until the end of Thursday night. Kim Yeon-sok, overcome with gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you so much," but Han Ji-yeon suddenly cut in. However, this made him startle with suspicion. However, she continued with a serious tone. Your side must prepare the ritual offerings. Please continuously offer delicacies just like the ones that were in today's meal to the Bodhisattva for the entire duration of the blessing ritual. Hearing this, Kim Yeon-sok trembled as he mentally calculated. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. For 3 whole days we have to continuously offer these expensive dishes. Huh. Seemingly noticing his hesitation, Han Ji-yeon chimed in slyly. You have to accumulate good karma, you know. If the department head's side doesn't accumulate good karma, then no blessing ritual will take place. And finally, there is one more thing. She raised a single finger, making another demand. Please find out where the curse-casting sorcerer is. The Bodhisattva wishes to meet you before he begins the blessing ritual. Hearing this condition, he couldn't help but start to worry. Meanwhile, on a certain road, a Rolls-Royce was rolling along slowly. Mi-do lowered her voice to offer some advice. The next cursing ritual has been set for Thursday, so you need to keep yourself in top condition. Cheon Ki Chang agreed without a second thought. Yes, ma'am. Seeing his dazed expression, she couldn't help but ask, You seem to have a lot on your mind, don't you? He hesitated for a moment before speaking up. What you said before about the opposing side also being able to hire a sorcerer has been weighing on my mind. No matter how skilled I am, I've only just entered this world. If the opponent is a veteran sorcerer who's been practicing for years, Cheon Ki Chang's voice was filled with worry. Wouldn't the probability of me losing the curse battle be very high? After hearing him out, Mi-do reassured him. Don't get scared so easily. In a battle between sorcerers, momentum is also very important. Besides, the company hasn't heard any rumors about someone targeting us. Faced with his bewildered gaze, she snapped, Stop worrying about nonsense and just focus on staying in good shape. Just then, Cheon suddenly cut in. Cheon Ki Chang, we're in front of your office building now. Before heading inside, the two didn't forget to say their goodbyes. Then, Cheon Ki Chang strode into the building. Han Ji-yeon suddenly appeared behind him. Curse-casting sorcerer, she said respectfully, offering an invitation. The Diamond Bodhisattva whom I serve wishes to meet you. Cheon Ki Chang asked with some suspicion. The Bodhisattva? Han Ji-yeon quickly explained. It won't take much of your time. He is waiting in the underground parking garage of this building. A moment later, on the B2 basement level, he walked slowly behind her. Han Ji-yeon went to open the back door of a truck, and a wooden plank suddenly appeared, which then transformed into a connecting staircase. Inside the cargo hold was Donghua. Cheon Ki Chang, slightly startled by his immense size, was waved over by the man who paid him no mind. She got the signal and stepped into the cargo hold. While the two of them were talking, he spoke up to inquire. I heard you are a bodhisattva, but I don't know the specifics of what you are, Cheon Ki Chang said, full of doubt. Could you be a sorcerer from the Yuil house? But he was immediately cut off by Han Ji-yeon. Please be silent. I will now relay the words the bodhisattva wishes to convey to you. Then, she cleared her throat. First, allow me to introduce him. Han Ji-yeon's voice was filled with adoration. From the Yuil house, one of the top 5 most renowned in the world of premier sorcerers, the Diamond Bodhisattva, Donghua. After she finished, she issued a challenge. The bodhisattva has spoken. He is the sorcerer who will face you this time. As soon as he heard this, he furrowed his brow warily. This was the exact situation that team leader Mi had mentioned before. This was the sorcerer hired by the opposing side to protect the stock price that their side was trying to drop. At that moment, Han Ji-yeon spoke again. Also, the bodhisattva requests that you, as a curse-casting sorcerer, abandon this upcoming battle. Cheon Ki Chang was so shocked he stammered, abandon it? She paid him no mind and continued to threaten him. Curse-casting sorcerer, I hear you've been quite prominent lately, but you are no match for the bodhisattva. Han Ji-yeon coldly listed off a series of his achievements. The bodhisattva is the one who has helped raise and protect the prices of countless stocks through hundreds of commissions. His experience, power, and reputation are all on a completely different level from a no-name nobody like you who's just set foot in this world. At this, She let out a soft, contemptuous laugh. Of course, he could absolutely crush you with his power. But the Bodhisattva is a man who prefers peace, and he doesn't want a talented sorcerer like you to have to taste the bitter sting of defeat in a battle where the outcome is already decided. Therefore, Han Ji-yun seriously laid out their offer. If you agree to abandon the cursing ritual, he will grant you a handsome sum of money. As soon as she finished speaking, Donghua began rummaging under his thick layers of fat. Then, countless gold items instantly appeared in his hands. Donghua generously threw it all towards him. His face seemed to show an expression of contempt. And, at Cheon Ki Chang's feet, a pile of gold rings was forming. Seeing that he didn't answer, she pressed him. So, will you accept the Bodhisattva's merciful offer, curse-casting sorcerer? Just then, a coarse insult suddenly rang out. Hey now, I saw someone suspicious in front of the building, so I followed them all the way here. Mi-do strode forward arrogantly and questioned him. Why are you standing there seriously listening to a pig squeal like that? Hearing this, Donghua roared in anger. A pig? How dare you speak of the Bodhisattva like that? She cut him off dismissively. Hey, Diamond Bodhisattva, did our little no-name rookie scare you that much? So much that you had to come all the way here and use some spare change to sweet-talk this kid? Donghua was so enraged by the insult that veins bulged on his forehead as he slowly pushed himself to his feet. Donghua panted, letting out a threat. I wanted to give you insects a chance, because if I use a blessing ritual to reflect your curse ritual, then the one who ultimately receives that vile curse will be the very sorcerer who created it. He sneered contemptuously. Besides, you people are driving down the price of a stock, which holds the dreams and hopes of so many people. How can you speak so righteously? It seems you've forgotten that you're just insects who make money off the misfortune of others. Hearing this, Cheon Ki Chang fell into deep thought. The other stuff I don't get, but that one thing he just said, I can understand. He couldn't help but start calculating. Stocks are an investment product that even people with ordinary finances aim for. Pessimism and suicide after a failed stock investment. Why have I never once thought about the pain those people have to bear? As he was thinking, a laugh suddenly reached his ears. Mi-do was clutching her stomach, bursting into laughter before Cheon Ki Chang's astonished gaze. Donghua suppressed his anger and asked, "What's so funny?" She couldn't help but start questioning him back. Stock price manipulation. You're the ones performing blessing rituals to inflate the stock price of a company with no value and no significant achievements. Isn't that right? The screams of small-time investors. As she spoke, Mi-do's voice suddenly turned cold, lowering the stock price of a worthless company versus forcibly driving up the stock price of a worthless company to lure in uninformed retail investors. A murderous glint flashed in her eyes. Which side is more vicious? Even a pig like you? I think you should know the answer. Mi-do's next words finally enraged him. Stop trying to lure the kid in with that righteous BS about dying for a cause. You damn hypocrites. She slapped his arm and declared, "Let's give them a real fight." Mi-do smirked smugly and threw down the gauntlet. Let's see who's really better. Donghua was so furious he was panting. He clenched his fists, then suddenly plopped down on the floor. He growled out the order. Fine, let's fight. Hearing this, Han Ji-yun immediately smirked. A moment later, she got out and closed the door. Just before the door closed completely, Donghua suddenly spoke up. But one way or another, you're just going to be used and thrown away. For a shaman of your level, maybe it would be a mercy for me to end you gently. After shutting the door, Han Ji-yun glared resentfully at the two of them. Though she didn't want to, she had no choice but to drive away. Inside the car, he kept muttering to himself, I will give my all in this duel. Prepare everything according to the standards of my prime. Team leader Han Ji-yun asked excitedly, the Bodhisattva is going to give his all? It's been so long since I've seen such a magnificent spectacle. I'm already getting so excited. Down in the basement, only the two of them remained. Mi-do thought for a moment before speaking, we need to increase security and surveillance around this place. I knew they'd eventually pick a big fight with you, but I never imagined they'd come all the way to a rival shaman's house, and the house of a young man, at that. Cheon Ki Chang didn't answer right away, speaking with a lack of confidence. Team leader. She seemed to notice, and quickly reassured him. That pig was just trying to mess with your head, don't pay him any mind. That slob performs wish-granting rituals for trash stocks used to scam newbie investors and bleed them dry, yet he has the gall to call others insects. But he suddenly shouted, startling Mi-do. Team leader. Cheon Ki Chang lowered his head and said softly, other shamans coming after me, or them insulting me for performing death rituals. I don't care about any of that. He clenched his fists, muttering, but what he said before he left. It's really bothering me. That scornful voice echoed in his ears. One way or another, you're just going to be used and thrown away. The young shaman lowered his voice. I can't stand being betrayed by someone, because I've already been hurt so badly before. His memory flashed back to a day when his parents were fighting. He was hiding under a table, covering his ears tightly. Just then, the door creaked open, and Diha entered with a gentle smile. She kept smiling, despite the bruise at the corner of her mouth. Diha then opened her arms wide, and then the memory shifted. Cheon Ki Chang sobbed, crying out, Mom! Dad! Her voice was gentle, but her actions were decisive. Wait until Mom and Dad make up. He forcefully pulled his sleeve back, every word an echoing nightmare. Then, your mom and dad will come get you. After saying that, the two of them left without a second thought. Mi-do watched him, lost in thought. She suddenly raised her hand and gently reassured him. I won't betray you. Cheon Ki Chang. Mi-do gently patted his head, encouraging him. Because you are the most amazing shaman that I personally scouted. And to me, you're more valuable than a blue-chip stock. She gave him a radiant smile and continued. Who in the world would be careless with a flower they planted with their own two hands? Faced with such tenderness, his entire face flushed red. Embarrassed, Cheon Ki Chang quickly turned away. Oh, okay then. That's all I needed to hear, he stammered, trying to hide his embarrassment. So, let's go take down that fatso who was running his mouth, calling us insects, and saying things about using and throwing people away like tools. Yeah, let's go get him. In the middle of his rant, Cheon Ki Chang suddenly blurted out, but before that, can you please tell me how to fight another shaman? Team leader Mi-do laughed, delighted, and agreed immediately. Of course. Call all your teammates here. We have to make them pay dearly for daring to declare war on us. A little later, at the Redevelopment Association's building, the meeting room was now packed with people. She quickly uncapped her marker. Mi-do tapped the whiteboard a few times. It's not just for wish-granting rituals. The principle behind a duel between two proper death shamans is very simple. She explained as she drew, defense and attack. Mi-do laid it out seriously. It's a siege battle that continues until one side's divine energy or killing energy is completely overwhelmed by the other. It's a chaotic battle where shamans from both sides must bet everything. At this point, she brandished her pen and declared, that is what's called a counter-ritual, and it's what we're about to do. Ga-eun rested her chin on her hand, looking bored. We've only done a few jobs and we're already being challenged to a counter-ritual? Talk about bad luck. Cheon Ki Chang spoke up, a bit uncertainly. Is this a big deal? I was just so annoyed at the time that I got fired up and agreed with the team leader. She let out a long sigh and explained, of course it's a big deal. Usually, when a counter-ritual happens, one of the two participating factions is guaranteed to retire and leave the business, Ga-eun said coolly. In fact, the loser also suffers severe internal damage. Even worse, the sacred connection between the deity and the shaman will be severed. Their divine energy will vanish. In the middle of speaking, she suddenly shot to her feet. Wait a minute. You didn't even know these basics, and you dared to accept a counter-ritual duel with the Vajra Bodhisattva? Ga-eun exclaimed, agitated. His reputation in the industry may have declined recently, but just 10 years ago, underwriting companies always went to the Vajra Bodhisattva before an IPO. His wish-granting rituals for stocks are incredibly effective. She angrily pointed right in his face and yelled, what were you thinking, challenging the former #1 shaman in the UIO world? Cheon Ki Chang stammered, correcting her. To be precise, I wasn't the one who challenged him. They were the ones who came looking for a fight, right? After speaking, he lowered his head, not noticing Ga-eun get hit in the head with a pen. Besides, the team leader provoked them, and they just accepted. So, I really didn't know anything about it. So that fat boss is that famous, huh? Mi-do, still in her pen-throwing pose, questioned her sharply. We haven't even started and you're already demoralizing the kid. Whose side are you on? Besides, I wouldn't have started this if I hadn't calculated our odds of winning. This counter-ritual was bound to happen sooner or later. She snorted sarcastically. It's just that the timing was moved up a bit, and the enemy is a little stronger, that's all. Then, Mi-do's eyes narrowed as she gave a warning. So, no one say anything else that will demoralize the team. It's bad luck. Choi De-ho suddenly raised his hand to voice his opinion. Calculated our odds of winning? Does that mean our young shaman is stronger than the opponent? If not, he tilted his head curiously. You must have prepared some kind of trick that can help him turn the tables, right? Hearing this, she laughed and confirmed it was both. Mi-do pointed towards Cheon Ki Chang and declared, our mage is stronger than any of you think. Then, she pointed to her own head and continued, I have a brilliant strategy for us to take down the Vajra Bodhisattva. After speaking, she picked up her pen. An abstract image quickly appeared on the board. Until he revealed himself, Mi-do drew while silently calculating. I didn't know what kind of mage that kid would have to face. She thought deeply. In other words, looking at that bright red arrow, Mi-do mused with complete confidence. You've dug your own grave, Donghua. Vajra Bodhisattva. Night had already enveloped the entire city. On the rooftop of a high-rise building, inside a grand hall, a group of people stood solemnly, and opposite them, a group of dancers awaited orders. Donghua was lounging in a bathtub, surrounded by food. Han Ji-yun looked over the scene with pride. All preparations were complete. This was truly a grand banquet. As she thought this, she glanced over at him. Donghua summoned his strength and yelled, "Let the grand banquet begin." Upon receiving the order, the dancers immediately began to perform. The dancers moved between two rows of feasting monks. He sat on a high platform, utterly content, as a golden light suddenly erupted around his body. The group of monks below simultaneously experienced the same phenomenon. At that moment, the hall was filled with brilliant streams of golden light, which gradually gathered into a giant sphere and shot up into the sky. The sphere of merit grew larger and larger, and then it suddenly exploded. A halo of light flashed. A colossal monk suddenly appeared in the sky. Budai. The Budai. A legendary monk, an existence believed to be the incarnation of Maitreya. Budai. The one with the potbelly and radiant smile. Immediately after, a group of people suddenly appeared. It was a group of mischievous children, each carrying a giant sack on their back. And legend says that he would take food from that sack to distribute to everyone. Budai suddenly reached into his bag. He bent down low to give food to the small children. Thanks to the generosity he showed when he was alive, as well as his warm teachings and his divine gift of prophecy, he was revered as a god in many countries. And as a god, he is a symbol of virtue, good fortune, and prosperity. On the other side, Mi-do was observing pensively. She clicked her tongue in admiration. A benevolent god who bestows compassion and virtue upon the weak. With a cigarette between her lips, Mi-do muttered softly, "And yet, they're using a benevolent god like him for this." Just then, Budai suddenly moved. From the cloth bag on his shoulder, a stream of shimmering gold suddenly poured out. Her gaze suddenly sharpened. And to think it's for inflating and manipulating stocks. The golden stream suddenly formed into a shield, covering the entire skyscraper. The shield gradually expanded, its coverage growing larger and larger. Thoroughly amused, Mi-do turned her head and asked, "At this rate, doesn't that make us the ones summoning evil gods look more like the good guys?" Cheon Woo-gon quickly took out his phone to report, "They say they're ready. They said they'll proceed as soon as you give the signal." She slowly lowered the nearly burnt-out cigarette. As Mi-do extinguished it, she gave the order, "Tell them to do it now." At that moment, Du-ga-eun and Cheon Ki Chang were chanting in unison. Sanjungogo yokmangho la jingui uyet tiet tam mutho luong truongko kwan baosat. And Jay, off to the side, was engrossed in playing an instrument when a blazing red door suddenly appeared. In the sky, a series of doors materialized. The moment Han Ji-yeon saw them, she cried out, "They're here!" Donghua calmly waved a hand to stop her. "Let them come. I will show them the difference in a god's class." As soon as he finished speaking, the series of doors suddenly flew open. From within, a gaunt, blackened hand slowly reached out, followed by a whole horde of hungry ghosts swarming out. One of them, with a grotesquely bloated stomach, leaped on top of the door. Its drooling mouth gaped open, letting out a series of horrifying sounds. As if on command, they all charged towards Budai. Despite this, he simply maintained his benevolent smile. Meanwhile, the hungry ghosts had closed in, but before they could strike, they were cut down by a wave of sword energy. Budai remained calm and smiling, yet his attacks were sharp and decisive. No matter how chaotic things became, his mind was as still as calm water. Down below, Donghua smiled faintly in admiration. To confront the incarnation of Maitreya, they dare to use trash fished out of hell like that? But then, his eyes snapped open. He cursed. Those bastards. Meanwhile, Budai was being swarmed by the hungry ghosts. Donghua began to consider, if the power gap between both sides is this large, we don't even need to avoid a direct fight, do we? At that same moment, Budai suddenly made a move. He clenched a handful of rice in his palm and, without hesitation, threw it. The shimmering golden grains of rice transformed into points of light that shot through the swarm of hungry ghosts. Although shaken, they quickly regained their footing. Immediately after, they rushed forward uncontrollably, each one baring its fangs, looking like it wanted to devour him whole. Sensing the dangerous aura, Budai suddenly stood still. Budai immediately struck, sweeping the hungry ghosts away. Han Ji-yun, observing through her binoculars, couldn't help but marvel. So this is the Budai created from the grand banquet. She furrowed her brow, lost in thought. It's the same power the Vajra Bodhisattva used during the Golden Age. As if a thought struck her, Han Ji-yun suddenly came to a conclusion. If we use this to end the fight, the more she thought about it, the more confident she became. Then even an assassin-class mage or whatever they are is bound to fail. Meanwhile, the place where Mi-do stood seemed to be swallowed by time, leaving only a deathly silence. On the other side, the battle had not subsided at all. As she watched, she silently commented to herself, Budai's defenses are stronger than I thought. The attrition rate of the hungry ghosts is also too fast. Mi-do suddenly gave an order. Call Choi Daeho's team. Ask them how many meters away they are. Without hesitation, Cheon pulled out his phone as a call came in from Choi Daeho. He spoke for a moment, then reported, They say they're 5 meters away. She clicked her tongue, displeased. Too slow. Tell them to hurry the hell up. There was a hint of anger in Mi-do's voice. I told them they had to time the finishing blow for when the opponent lets their guard down. Daeho, on the other end of the line, heard this and protested, How can we go any faster? If he messes up, that kid is dead for sure. She didn't seem to care much, and just replied casually, Stop complaining, he can do it. Mi-do said, full of confidence, because the one in our lineup is a genius. Meanwhile, Budai was still slaughtering the horde of hungry ghosts. Witnessing it all, Donghua couldn't hide the awe in his heart. It figures that rumors are always overblown. The more he thought about it, the more superior he felt. An exorcist-class shaman. So what? There's nothing special about them. Just then, her voice rang out with praise. Lord Bodhisattva, you're truly incredible. Han Ji-yun's face flushed, her voice filled with adoration. This is also a chance for the Lu Yilo shaman world to re-evaluate you, Lord Bodhisattva. You've worked so very hard. Donghua smiled brightly, raising a hand to stop her. Although I've blocked one wave of that murderous aura, it's not yet time to let our guard down completely. Then, he suddenly gave an order. For now, don't let anyone fall back. Just prepare more food. Focus on the revitalizing dishes. The moment he finished speaking, Donghua abruptly froze. He frowned warily, listening intently to his surroundings. In a split second, he spun around to face behind him. At that exact moment, a blazing red gate suddenly ripped open in midair. The gate appeared directly over Donghua. Meanwhile, Choi Daeho was still reporting on the situation. He's made it all the way across. Thinking back to that terrifying sight, he clicked his tongue in amazement. He really didn't fall. That kid managed to cross the entire 20-meter-long Taehan track blade. Cheon Ki Chang was panting, exhausted from casting spells for such a long time. Hearing this, Mi-do smiled confidently. Without a word, she plopped down into a chair. Then Mi-do raised her hand, shaping it like a gun. She aimed the barrel straight at the lord being swallowed by the blazing red gate. Bang! The great General Hukma Guang emerged from within the gate, carrying with him an overwhelming pressure. Donghua, seeing this from below, panicked. That ritual to summon an evil god. Can they really perform it twice in a row? It's completely absurd. Physically, that should be impossible. On the other side, Mi-do, who seemed to see through everything, let out a soft, mocking laugh. That lazy pig must be losing his mind right about now. She mused aloud. He's probably thinking something so unimaginative. Like we performed the exorcism ritual twice in a row. Us? Mi-do's voice dripped with confidence. We were performing 2 exorcism rituals at the same time from the very beginning, you stupid pig. Thinking of Duga-eun in her trance-like state, she muttered with delight. One ritual by Duga-eun to draw their attention. Mi-do paused for a moment, then immediately continued her calculation. And the ritual by Cheon Ki Chang is to deliver the final blow. Shisung spoke up and asked, What in the world is this thing? It looks so crude and terrifying. Mi-do answered him, It's a track blade, modeled after the Blade Mountain of Hell. Mi-do explained, Even though almost no shaman would dare attempt this because of its ridiculous length, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. She continued, Compared to a ritual performed on a standard track blade, this one amplifies the divine power by at least 2 or 3 times. Cheon Ki Chang stared at Mi-do and exclaimed, No way, this is insane, absolutely insane. Cheon Ki Chang pointed at the floor, speaking with some irritation. Forget walking on a blade, I've never even walked a tightrope. My motor reflexes are terrible. Besides, how is it even possible to walk on a blade that's so ridiculously long? Mi-do grabbed his wrist, her voice firm. You can do it. She looked up at him and said, Because you possess superior divine energy. Just focus on the ritual, and your body will instinctively know how to walk across it. Mido stressed. And, if you succeed, she continued, a god who can lead you to victory will descend. A Buddha sat enthroned on the roof of a large building. The red gate opened, revealing a raging inferno within. Mido explained that there is a god who is always drawn to rituals that use a track blade as a medium. A hand gripped a sword tightly, raising it high. She continued, a god who demonstrates absolute military power in counter-exorcism battles. Hukmaguang's eyes blazed red, his enraged face glaring down. Mido's voice punctuated the moment. That is the Hukmaguang. His massive form moved forward, step by step. Hukmaguang roared uncontrollably. Donghua, who had been smiling, suddenly scowled. He looked up and tremblingly uttered, damn it! She looked up through her binoculars and muttered, what the hell is happening? A massive club was about to come down on Donghua. He squinted up, breaking into a cold sweat. Donghua slowly opened his eyes. He was lying motionless in a hospital bed, surrounded by doctors. They were taking his blood pressure and checking his heartbeat. Han Ji-yeon watched with a worried expression. She silently bit her nails. Donghua smiled at her. He quietly listened to the voices coming from outside the hospital room door. Sheik was the first to speak. He's washed up. Completely washed up. He's still rank 5 though, one of the 5 fingers of Osong's finances. Sa then chimed in. When he was ranked 5th, he didn't have all these health problems. Sa counted on his fingers as he spoke. Now, it's high blood pressure, diabetes, heart disease, tracheal nodes, and even arthritis. He's like a walking general hospital. He's lucky if he can even perform 1 ritual a month, Sheik responded. In that case, maybe we should request a transfer to a different team. Sa's voice agreed. That's the right decision. There's nothing to gain by sticking with a shaman who's past his prime. Inside the room, Han Ji-yeon trembled with rage as she listened to their words. She gritted her teeth and cursed. Those guys in suits, they're nothing but a bunch of leeches. There's really nothing they won't say. Han Ji-yeon took a step forward, but Donghua's large hand suddenly came up to stop her. He advised her, even if you go out there and yell at them, team leader Han, it won't prove that what they're saying is wrong. Han Ji-yeon protested. But Bodhisattva, Donghua replied to her, soon. Once my body has recovered, I will prove them wrong with my own abilities, he thought to himself. A shaman past his prime. The fact that Osong arranged for me to face an exorcist-class shaman, it must just be a sacrificial gambit to test my abilities. Recalling the moment that club was crashing down on him, Donghua had swung the cloth in his hand to block that wooden club. He remembered how much he'd struggled and thought, that's exactly why I cannot afford to lose this fight. Donghua called Han Ji-yeon's name, startling her. Team leader Han, he said, bring raw meat and strong liquor here. Also, call in the maiden and the assistant shamans, and increase the water temperature. Her expression was tinged with worry. Han Ji-yeon replied hastily, but if the altar is made larger and the ritual is prolonged, your body, Bodhisattva, will. Donghua sighed and explained, the Vajra Bodhisattva, the one you worship and follow, will not lose this counter-exorcism. Her face was filled with worry as she looked at him. Han Ji-yeon bowed her head and muttered softly, I will trust you until the very end. With that, she hastily turned and ran. Elsewhere, Mido was staring intently at Donghua and Hukmaguang. She frowned, thinking to herself, are they still refusing to accept defeat? From what I know, the Vajra Bodhisattva isn't the type of opponent who can prolong this counter-ritual. Mido's lips trembled like he wanted to say something. She looked over her shoulder and spoke to the person behind her. The enemy has chosen to turn this into a chaotic brawl. We have to merge our 2 altars into one. Elsewhere, Daeho, while on the phone, turned and spoke to the person next to him. Young Master Du Ga-eun and the ones who were conducting the other ritual are heading this way. They said they're going to merge the 2 altars to fight back. Cheon Ki Chang lowered his head, looking exhausted. Damn it, I think I'm at my limit. We've performed 2 killing rituals already, and he's still standing? Vajra Bodhisattva. He thought about Donghua fighting Hukmaguang and was filled with awe. As expected from a veteran, Cheon Ki Chang looked up, his eyes filled with utter exhaustion. Daeho walked over and asked, young master, you still holding up okay? Cheon Ki Chang didn't answer, lost in thought. Even so, his eyes were dark and intense, sweat pouring down his face. Cheon Ki Chang told himself he had to keep going. Looking around, he thought, I can't stop here. Cheon Ki Chang looked at everyone, for my sake, and for everyone else's. Cheon Ki Chang saw their smiling faces. They had all come too far to stop now. After a long moment, Cheon Ki Chang stood up straight, spread his arms, and said, I'm fine. Let's begin. Everyone picked up their instruments again. Du Ga-eun held a paper and read from it solemnly. Another girl focused on beating a drum, while Cheon Ki Chang walked step by step along 2 stone ledges. Amidst the surrounding sounds, he was enveloped by a swirling purple aura that levitated in the air. Someone else brought out a tray of raw meat. Following Han Ji-yeon's directions, they entered row by row. 4 or 5 bodhisattvas who looked just like Donghua were continuously grabbing handfuls of meat from the tray. The battle between Hak Ma Guang and Donghua was still raging. Mi-do, while smoking a cigarette, thought about her own combat power. It's true that it neutralized the advantage of a veteran like the Vajra Bodhisattva. But from now on, this is a true battle of spiritual power, a fight to see who has the upper hand. She looked at the 2 sides, both seething with rage, and cheered inwardly. You have to win, Cheon Ki Chang. Those bodhisattvas were eating so much meat, they looked like they were about to throw up. One bodhisattva pressed his lips together. You're worried. Right now, it looks like we're barely holding on. But when the sun rises, the killing ritual's influence will weaken, and that will be our chance to switch from defense to offense. As he ate the meat, he encouraged himself, just have to hold out. We just need to hold on. Hak Ma Guang was still swinging his blade forward. For no apparent reason, several bleeding wounds appeared on Cheon Ki Chang's feet. Donghua raised his staff to block the descending blade. The other bodhisattvas continued to eat non-stop. On one side, Cheon Ki Chang was fighting for the future. As for Donghua, on the other side, he was fighting to reclaim the glory of the past. And so, the magical duel between the 2 shamans continued all night. And then, the sky began to brighten. Han Ji-yeon watched the sun rising higher, and she mumbled, "Dawn." Han Ji-yeon happily said to the person behind her, "Bodhisattva, the sun is up." Donghua's entire body began to tremble violently, and he collapsed as Han Ji-yeon screamed, "Bodhisattva." That bodhisattva crumpled to the ground. Hak Ma Guang and Donghua now stood face to face. Hak Ma Guang said nothing. He simultaneously raised both his swords and brought them down with 2 decisive slashes. Donghua looked up and smiled peacefully. Then slowly, Donghua faded away. In a luxurious room, a person stood with their back to a panoramic window overlooking the city at dawn. A woman leaned in, raising her hand as if calling to someone. "Bodhisattva, the sun is up." A bald-headed man, his back to them, was drenched in sweat and trembling. A pair of sharp, cold eyes, long black hair fell, covering part of a face. Suddenly someone screamed, "Bodhisattva!" The bald man threw his head back, blood spraying from his mouth. Donghua, who had been bare-chested, was now lying on his back in a large vat filled with a golden liquid. Han Ji-yeon lunged forward at incredible speed. She dropped to the wooden floor, her legs spread, and grabbed his head with both hands. Donghua was now swollen like a balloon, his eyes squeezed shut, a few drops of blood trickling out. Han Ji-yeon crawled on her stomach closer to Donghua, pressing herself against his taut belly. She used both hands to press down hard on Donghua's stomach, pushing with so much force that the skin caved in. His pupils dilated, the whites of his eyes showing clearly, his eyebrows knitted together, sweat pouring down, his expression one of sheer terror. "I know exactly what those people call you, a has-been." Then, her face wrinkled in disgust, and she raised a hand, saying, "Now it's high blood pressure, diabetes, heart disease, tracheal nodes, and even arthritis. You're like a walking general hospital, so in a month, you're lucky if you can perform a ritual even once." Sheik, standing nearby, spoke up worriedly. "In that case, maybe we should request a transfer to another team?" "A pig." Mi-do crossed her arms, a disdainful smirk on her face. "Why are you listening so seriously to a pig squealing? Cheon Ki Chang is a useless card." Taeha raised his glass, his gaze sharp and emotionless. He lifted the glass to his lips and took a sip. On the other side, Han Ji-yeon's hands were still pressing down on Donghua's stomach. She screamed helplessly, in utter despair. Donghua lay there, his eyes rolled back, his breathing faint. But, so what if he was? Suddenly, Han Ji-yeon leaned down and began giving Donghua mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. "To me, you were and always will be that same benevolent bodhisattva. 3 years ago, a young girl stood silently in a large room, her hands unconsciously clenched in front of her chest. Beside her, a woman gently extended her hand and said, 'This is the person you will serve. Go on, greet him.'" Just as the tension in the room was mounting, Donghua slowly stepped out, the corner of his mouth lifting into a slight smirk. Han Ji-yeon bent down to pick up a trash bag, surrounded by huge piles of other garbage. Suddenly, the bag ripped open right there, its contents spilling all over the floor. She just stood there, staring at the garbage scattered everywhere. At that moment, she screamed in frustration. Did I study my ass off to get into a prestigious university, raised by a single mother, just to do this kind of work? I really thought that if I got into the secretarial office at Wung Financial Group, my life would finally take off. Suddenly, she noticed something at her feet. But what the hell is this? She wondered, huddled in the cold corner of the kitchen. Me and my mom. We suffered so much just so I could clean up trash and leftovers for a heretical pig like him. Yes. Han Ji-yeon bowed, placing a stack of files on the desk with both hands. In the office, she faced an older man. He spoke up. Han Ji-yeon. You're Han Ji-yeon, correct? She replied softly. Why? Yes, sir. Donghua, sitting calmly behind his desk, suddenly asked, Is anyone in your family sick? Facing him, Han Ji-yeon answered calmly. No, sir. But, not exactly? He remained serene, not asking any further, and slowly offered some advice. Then you should tell that person to get a checkup. Someone in Han Ji-yeon's family is slowly rotting from the inside. Han Ji-yeon stood there, her hand gripping the wooden door tightly. She stood at the door, thinking, the sick one, the one rotting from the inside. He's a mage, not a doctor. What gives him the right to make a diagnosis? With that thought, she hurried away. He was just pretending to be concerned to make her feel grateful. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. Han Ji-yeon looked at the phone in her hand. It was her mother calling. She brought the phone to her ear and said softly, Mom? No, nothing's wrong. It's pancreatic cancer. In the warm quiet of a room, the two women sat side by side in silence. Inside the clinic, a calm doctor sat with his hands clasped together and began to speak. Fortunately, you came in for testing, before the disease became completely untreatable. It will be difficult, but if we proceed with both surgery and therapy, your condition can still improve significantly. In front of the bustling hospital, a voice offered reassurance. Mom, don't worry about a thing. Just focus on getting better, okay? For now, why don't you come stay at my place? Han Ji-yeon wasn't as tense as before. Her face softened, and her gaze seemed gentler, a faint smile appearing as she spoke to her mom. I've already started my new job. The company offers generous loans to its employees. The benefits are great, and I get a lot of vacation days. Every time you have a checkup at the hospital, I'll go with you. Han Ji-yeon's mother gazed distantly through the glass and replied in a low voice. I won't let you do that. Surprised, Han Ji-yeon turned to her. What? Why not? Her mother's voice was cold. What loans? What time off? I refuse to be a burden on my daughter's future. You're the only family I have left. How could I let you sacrifice so much for me? With that, she turned her back. I've lived long enough. Han Ji-yeon stood there, fuming. Her mother turned back to face her, saying, I've raised you into a fine adult. Now, I just want to rest, get my affairs in order, and then pass on. I've made up my mind, so just accept it. Even though we never had much, I always gave in to your stubbornness, didn't I? Hearing these words, tears started to fall from Han Ji-yeon's eyes. Her mother's eyes closed behind her glasses, the corners of her lips turning up in a gentle smile. So this time, please let me be the stubborn one. Han Ji-yeon suddenly fell to her knees, crying, as people around them stared. Back in the office, Donghua held a cup of tea and said, Your mother's surgery costs. I've already paid for all of them. Han Ji-yeon, no matter how long your mother's recovery takes, feel free to stay by her side and take care of her. Don't come back to work until she's fully recovered. She asked, Why are you helping me so much? He replied coldly, Helping someone near me find salvation from their misfortune. I do it in the hopes that my own endless hunger might be somewhat satisfied. Then, he turned his head and smiled. So, please, accept the meddling of this selfish, heretical pig. At that moment, Han Ji-yeon's eyes wavered, as if she had heard something completely unacceptable. Back in the present, she was still pressing on Donghua's chest. Han Ji-yeon looked down, her face contorted in panic. Donghua lay motionless, bleeding out, his body slowly losing consciousness. She screamed in anger, You said you would prove your strength. Why can you save others but not yourself? She screamed as she punched the man's stomach hard. You said you served a God who brought happiness to others. She wailed in despair. Then why are you the only one who has to die so miserably? I can't let you go. I can't let you die like this. Han Ji-yeon immediately raised her clasped hands and shouted, You selfish, heretical pig. Suddenly, a voice rang out, That hurts. Team leader Han. A close-up of a tear falling. Donghua was still motionless, bleeding out, his face twisted in pain as his large frame collapsed in the middle of the room. Elsewhere, Mi-do stood in a hallway and said quietly, He won. She then crossed her arms in front of her chest and said, Now, it's time for us to take care of our own. A group of people walked in, led by Mido, her expression terrifyingly calm. Someone collapsed, their body trembling. The scene changes to a bar, where a group of people are casually drinking. Another person begins to speak, his gaze turning serious. A man sat there, unnervingly calm. Beside him, Mido knelt down to examine the wound on his leg. He raised a hand to rub his nose and spoke up. My leg wasn't cut at first. It seems my concentration must have lapsed a little after that. The wound isn't very deep. I'm sure it'll heal with some medicine. I think so. Her hand touched his bandaged leg as she said, You don't need to explain. This just shows how hard you fought. Mido, sitting opposite him, she spoke cheerfully. You were the best out there. Cheon Ki Chang smiled. I've been wanting to hear that praise. Then she stood up and said, This could be seen as just a solo match that you won. Mido stood before him and continued, but using this event as a stepping stone, you'll quickly become a superstar. Cheon Ki Chang, sitting on the floor, looked up and stammered. Superstar? In case you ask a stupid question like whether you need to practice your autograph, I'll just explain it. Mido stood before him, her eyes sharp. He quickly said, I wasn't going to ask something like that. He totally was going to ask that. She quickly explained, The reason I use the word superstar is because your existence will now create both fans and anti-fans. First, many financial firms will want to recruit you. You broke one of Osong's 5 fingers. This group will be your fans. Second, in contrast to the fans, the financial firms with close ties to the Aosong Corporation, or the mages who are afraid you'll steal their livelihood, will try to destroy you. These will be your anti-fans. Cheon Ki Chang's expression suddenly became serious. But that's a relief, in a way. Because not all of them will become a threat to me. If I can make good use of the fans, maybe somehow. Mido reached out and flicked his forehead. We can create a scenario that neutralizes the anti-fans. Thwack. She pointed at him and said, What kind of nonsense are you talking about? She pointed a finger straight at him, a slight, unfriendly smile on her face. Fans are far more dangerous than anti-fans, kid. The scene changes to another location, where a person is standing, looking up at a TV screen. On the screen it reads, Today's biggest market movers. Mandoc Steel, down 30%. Seiko, up 13.7%. The man watching the TV speaks. And so, Ma Dong-sang gently lowers his glasses, his eyes squinting through the lenses as he assesses the situation. So that's the masterpiece. Is it the one created by that newbie that the Golden Call One Tia group just unearthed? Chairman Ma Dong-sang, of Ho-Hum Investment. A man standing next to him spoke up. And more importantly, to create that masterpiece, he used a rebound curse to take down the Vajra Bodhisattva. That person is the cursed shaman from Ho-Hum Investment, Heiho Ji-am, a blonde-haired man with a face covered in blood. It streamed from his eyes like water. A slight smirk played on his lips as he held 2 knives, their blades stained with blood. Heiho Ji-am spoke softly. In the history of the financial world, a newbie shaman taking down one of the strongest. In a luxurious room, Ma Dong-sang was bending over, getting ready to play golf. Behind him, a person in traditional clothing with their back turned spoke up. Until now, only a divine spirit medium could accomplish that. So, if we can recruit him, the chairman could essentially control the entire world of cursed shamans in Lo. He replied, If you're saying that, then, of course, we must use any means necessary to get him. With that, he raised his golf club. Whether we entice him with money or threaten him with something else, it doesn't matter. Ma Dong-sang rested the golf club on his shoulder. His gaze lowered in a mix of smirking and contemplation. Then he gave the order, Make him one of mine. Hearing this, Heiho GM immediately replied, I will carry out your orders, sir. The scene changes to a training room. Thud. Everyone was training diligently, completely focused, their bodies drenched in sweat. Team leader, how much longer do we have to run? Ki Chang asked doubtfully, while Mido calmly drank her water. And by training, you mean physical training? Her voice lowered, full of meaning. To fix the problem of you collapsing after every ritual, physical conditioning is mandatory. Mido's gaze softened slightly as she spoke gravely. Up until now, you've been getting by on willpower alone. But just think, what would happen if you collapsed from physical exhaustion in the middle of a shamanic battle? Her expression was a complex mix of emotions. Wouldn't you be wiped out by the very same malevolent energy you unleashed? Mido's voice deepened with a threatening tone. Stop talking nonsense and run. I'm only making you do this to keep you alive. Cheon Ki Chang suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with suspicion. There's one more thing. Her pace immediately quickened. You still have a spare room at your place, right? He answered casually. Yeah. I have one empty room. I was planning to bring my grandmother over once her health improves. Mi-do declared coldly. Let Choi De-ho stay in that room. Cheon Ki Chang stopped in his tracks, looking incredulous. What? For a few days? Her voice dropped as she stated clearly. For the rest of his life. His eyes widened in disbelief. Why? Mi-do nonchalantly wiped away her sweat. Her steps began to slow down. An image of Han Ji-yeon mysteriously appeared. Have you forgotten that the Vajra Bodhisattva came all the way to your house? Her expression was complicated. Mi-do raised an eyebrow and said firmly. Like I said before, after that rebound curse incident, your reputation has been growing rapidly. You always have to be on guard because a whole bunch of stalkers have shown up. People targeting you are likely to appear soon. That's why having a 24/7 escort is mandatory. Her expression was a mix of complicated feelings. So, what's your answer? He let out a helpless sigh. It's not like you'd listen even if I said, "No." Mi-do decisively pulled Cheon Ki Chang to his feet. And just like that, their slightly inconvenient life together officially began. Choi De-ho stood next to his suitcase with a cold expression. Choi De-ho was the one who gave me the most intimidating impression among all the team members. Ki Chang spoke enthusiastically. Welcome. I was worried because I heard he used to be a gangster, and he has a quiet personality. But Choi De-ho's voice was deep and powerful. Welcome? What is this? A vacation? Where's my room? Ki Chang stammered awkwardly. It's the room at the very end. Choi De-ho's gaze softened with a hidden meaning. He suddenly froze, bewildered. Cheon Ki Chang's face showed a mix of complex emotions. Can I really live peacefully with this guy? I quickly realized that worry was completely unnecessary. He immediately turned and stretched. Cheon Ki Chang stopped in his tracks when Choi De-ho suddenly spoke. Looks like some ingredients were about to expire, so I cooked everything up. Choi De-ho's expression remained cold. It's up to you if you want to eat or not. Ki Chang slowly sat down, still stunned. A moment later, Ki Chang slowly savored the food. His expression immediately changed as his senses were awakened. Choi De-ho's voice was low as he moved efficiently. If you don't clean the bathroom properly, you'll get sick. If you're sick, you can't perform rituals. And if you can't perform rituals, you can't make money. The bathroom was cleaned until it sparkled. Basically, you need to pay more attention to cleaning the house. I also packed you a lunchbox. It's on the passenger seat. Choi De-ho's face was still cold, but his tone was full of concern. Did you eat yet? You ate out for dinner, but you should at least have a homemade lunch. Ki Chang slowly opened the box with a skeptical look. A nutritious pancake appeared. The scene changes as night falls. He was standing rooted to the spot, looking exhausted. Cheon Ki Chang's gaze was heavy, and his face was pale. Physical training, performing curse rituals. I feel like I'm going to be completely wiped out tomorrow from exhaustion. Suddenly, Choi De-ho reached out a hand to stop him. His voice was cold but laced with concern. Young master, if you go to sleep all bruised and beaten up like that, you won't be able to keep up with your schedule tomorrow. Have a cup of warm tea, relax your body, and then sleep. A moment later, the two sat quietly drinking tea. Ki Chang's expression was complicated. He paused for a moment before hesitantly speaking. Did you do a lot of housework before? You seem so skilled at it. Choi De-ho remained casual. Does it bother you? You want me to stop? Ki Chang spoke awkwardly, looking embarrassed. No, that's not it. I like it. I was just curious because you're so good at it. A heavy, troubled look crossed Choi De-ho's eyes. I've done all this before, because I used to live with my daughter. Ki Chang's face changed in astonishment. Huh? You were married? Choi De-ho frowned and questioned him. What? Do I not look like the marrying type? Ki Chang quickly waved his hands. No, it's just, if you were married, I thought you wouldn't have to be with me 24/7. You have a family to take care of. Choi De-ho stopped, looking awkward. I'm divorced. His voice lowered, filled with sorrow. My daughter went with her mother. Choi De-ho remained composed. Even so, I'm planning to bring her back one day, once the salary you pay me is stable. He showed Ki Chang a picture of So Hui, because she likes being with me more than her mom. Ki Chang still looked stunned. They don't look alike at all. Choi De-ho's voice lowered, heavy with his story. Because of his criminal record, he couldn't win custody of his child. But if he had a respectable job and could create a stable enough environment to raise the girl, he was sure the court would reconsider. Cheon Ki Chang paused for a moment, then spoke with conviction. You're a really good father. His gaze grew heavy, and he hesitated before speaking. My father. He never had any intention of bringing me home. Hearing this, the man faltered for a second. Drink up and get some rest. Staying up too late brings its own kind of trouble. Cheon Ki Chang, slowly, deliberately, got to his feet. Choi De-ho's expression was complicated. This young master. Maybe his father just wasn't ready to bring him home yet. He stood rooted to the spot, as the boy's voice dropped. For me, it's already too late. But the corner of Cheon Ki Chang's mouth slowly turned up. Thanks for trying to comfort me. The scene changes to nightfall, with him sitting in the car, looking exhausted. Choi De-ho suddenly handed Cheon Ki Chang a thermos. Drink up. It's the same tea I made for you yesterday. He paused, surprised. Thank you. Cheon Ki Chang quietly sipped the tea. A phone's ring shattered the silence. His daughter. His eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. Choi De-ho's lips curved into a smile as he lowered his voice. Daddy's? Little princess? What's wrong? The little girl's voice came through immediately. Daddy! So Hui began anxiously. Mom didn't come home again. She clutched the phone, her voice choked with tears. How long has she been gone, sweetheart? You can't get in touch with her? I think. It's been 3 days now. I really can't sleep alone anymore tonight, Daddy. So, Hui's voice was heavy with helplessness. I'm so hungry, and there's nothing to eat in the house. His hands trembled as he gripped the steering wheel, trying to keep his composure. Just as De-ho was about to lose it, Cheon Ki Chang lowered his voice and urged him, Don't worry about me, just go to her. Or, for now, you could bring her to my place. He softened his voice to reassure her. Daddy's coming right now. Just wait for me, princess. The little girl replied softly, Please hurry, Daddy. De-ho immediately slammed on the gas pedal to speed up. Suddenly, a blinding light reflected off the window. His car was surrounded. Choi De-ho gritted his teeth in frustration. What the hell, these bastards. Hook Am appeared with a cold expression. Sang-hoon and Yoo-han calmly stepped out of their car. Cheon Ki Chang's eyes showed a mix of complicated emotions. What is this? Who are those guys? The one wearing the hat. Is he a shaman? The man's footsteps slowly approached. Hook-am raised his hand and knocked on the glass. His face turned pale with anxiety. His voice dropped, laced with a threat. Can we talk for a minute? A shaman assassin. He immediately cut him off, on high alert. Don't go out. I've got a bad feeling about this. He decisively locked the car doors. Hook-am's expression shifted, and he spoke in a mocking tone. While this isn't my preferred method. But, his voice deepened threateningly. I'll have to use force to make him want to talk. He immediately blew a whistle with a crazed look. Swarms of men in black suits appeared, surrounding them. Cheon Ki Chang's face showed his shock as he thought, there are so many of these thugs. I've only ever seen scenes like this in gangster movies. Sweat beaded on his face as he told himself, if there's one difference, it's that this time, those gangsters are targeting me. You're not behind a screen. He reached into his pocket for his phone and blurted out, The police! Let me call the police. De-ho's sharp gaze snapped back as he quickly stopped him. Don't call the police. Never mind whether they'd get here in time. There's a good chance I'd get arrested too. He opened a compartment in the car, revealing weapons. I already told you, kid. I'm a guy with a record. Cheon Ki Chang replied worriedly. Then what do we do? His face was grim as he remembered the image of Chon Woo-gon. Call your team leader, he said calmly. Tell her to get Mr. Cheon here right away. Young master. Choi De-ho's face was calm, his eyes resolute. From now on, no matter what happens, you stay in this car. Do not open the door. Cheon Ki Chang's face was panicked as he cried out, What are you going to do? He started to take something out, speaking matter-of-factly. Got to earn the money I'm paid, right? He held up a gun in front of the boy. Cheon Ki Chang's eyes widened in fear. Suddenly, a hand slammed against the car window. Yoo-han's face was contorted in anger as he yelled, Hey, old man, if you don't want to die, open the door right now. A group of men in black suits stood around the car. Choi De-ho immediately rolled down the window and pointed the gun at Yoo-han, whose face twisted in terror. You should have just done this from the start. His eyes bulged when he saw the barrel of the gun. With a grim face, Choi De-ho held the gun and spoke clearly. Get away from my car. All of you damn bastards. Yoo-han's face was fearful as he raised both hands in surrender. Hook-am, hidden behind his wide-brimmed hat, sneered to himself. Since that kid is such a promising prospect, I figured he'd have a hardened bodyguard protecting him. But using a gun in Korea? Sang-hun's face twisted in anger as he yelled, Hey, you idiots. Who's allowed to own a gun in Korea? It's just an air gun. It won't do any real damage. Drag him out of there. De-ho. His eyes flashed sharply from inside the car as he muttered. That sharp old fox saw right through it. After hearing the order, Yoo-han lost his composure and lunged forward. You goddamn bastard. How dare you? Choi De-ho pulled the trigger, and a cloud of pink smoke exploded towards Yoo-han. He choked and sputtered in the pink smoke. The man began to take out another weapon. De-ho, holding a short sword, looked up and asked, "Young master, what did I just tell you?" Cheon Ki Chang looked down, his anxiety clear on his face. "You told me to contact the team leader and to absolutely not get out of the car." Daeho adjusted his belt and replied, "That's right." The boy suddenly called his name. Choi Daeho turned back, his expression thoughtful. Cheon Ki Chang looked down, clenching his fists in apology. "I'm sorry for getting you caught up in this. You still have to go to your daughter." Choi Daeho took out a mask, saying, "I'll go as soon as I take care of this." His eyes were ice cold behind the mask as he declared, "As a father, and as the bodyguard you hired, I will fulfill my duties." Meanwhile, Yu-han was covering his nose in the pink smoke, urging his men on. "Get out here, you son of a bitch." His face was distorted as he yelled. Choi Daeho kicked the door open, sending him sprawling to the ground. He calmly stepped out into the pink smoke. Sang-hoon raised a finger and gave the order. "Just rush him, even if he has a tear gas gun. If he fires at close range, he'll be affected too." Suddenly, his pupils contracted in shock when he saw Daeho wearing a mask. Sang-hoon's face was a picture of astonishment. He thought to himself, a gas mask? Unless he has extensive combat experience with tear gas guns, there's no way he'd have something like that prepared. He stood calmly in the midst of it all. Sang-hun's underlings rushed in to attack. His eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, "Ah, I remember now." Choi Daeho charged, short sword in hand. Hook-am suddenly remembered the guy. As he raised his short sword, recalling he was the former action team captain of the Shielye gang, he tightened his grip on the hilt, but Sang-hoon stopped him with a dagger. A close-up shows their feet clashing. Daeho glanced towards the car with its headlights on and said, "I was planning to just grab the leader to get this over with quickly." "You're pretty sharp," Sang-hun replied, his face confident as he held the dagger. "We all came up from the gangs too. I heard all about your reputation in the scene, even back when you were with the other crew." He remained calm, facing Daeho with a challenging tone. "But this is 32 against 1. Yu-han, his face smeared with blood, sat on the ground. He wiped his nose and spoke in a cold voice through the rising smoke. "You know it too. If these nameless punks start getting worked up, even I can't guarantee your life," Hook-am added decisively from behind Sang-hun. "That's right. The one we want is the S-rank shaman." From under a wide-brimmed hat, he turned his face towards Daeho and spoke. "If you hand him over obediently so we can take him, we'll turn a blind eye to your disrespect." Without hesitation, Daeho raised his gun and declared loudly, "I'm the type who'll risk his life for the right price, even if it's 32 against 1. Suddenly, Yu-han pushed himself off the ground with his hands and roared, "Just for show!" He grabbed an iron pipe, ran forward, and swung it at Daeho's face, screaming in anger, "Get lost!" Daeho dodged Yu-han's attack in time and slammed the pommel of his sword into his face, causing blood to spray from Yu-han's mouth. Seeing this, the other underlings charged forward. Daeho unleashed a flurry of blows that terrified them. Even though they were covered in wounds, they kept rushing in. Cheon Ki Chang witnessed the horrifying scene with wide eyes while on a call. Suddenly, one of the men raised his weapon high, about to land a fatal blow on Daeho. But he was a step faster, firing his gun straight into the man's chest. On the other end of the line, Mi-do, standing with Cheon Woo-gon, was picking up the phone. Yu-han, his face a bloody mess, had no intention of surrendering. He reached inside his jacket and pulled out a weapon. He drew a sharp dagger and swung it decisively. Choi Daeho was suddenly in the sights of another enemy. A man swung an iron pipe with all his might, aiming a deadly blow straight at his head. Blood dripped from his head from behind the mask. Yu-han stabbed the dagger into Choi Daeho's leg. He then kicked Yu-han in the face, sending both him and the dagger flying. Another man screamed aggressively and swung his arm to attack, but he was faster, firing his gun and releasing a cloud of toxic smoke. Hook-am and Sang-hun watched, wondering, why does he have to risk his life like this? Hook-am nudged Sang-hun with his foot, urging him on. "Hurry up and finish this. We have to take the S-rank shaman before more people see." He narrowed his eyes, his disdain clear in his thoughts. "I brought all these men, and what the hell are you all doing? Once again, I have to clean up the mess for selfish bastards who know nothing about honor in the underworld." Meanwhile, Choi Daeho was still fighting relentlessly against Sang-hun's men. He thought to himself, why does he have to go this far? His eyes grew cold as he slowly spoke. "If we knew it would be like this, we never would have left the organization." He began to pull a dagger from his back pocket. He stood imposingly, a dagger in each hand, and let out a sigh. At least back then, Long Trung-than still had some value. Choi Daeho, completely exhausted, took off his mask, breathing heavily. Sure enough, he collapsed to the ground, blood streaming down from his head as he admitted, 32 guys really is a bit too much. Hook-am and Sang-hun stood imposingly before him in the middle of the bloody battlefield. Sang-hun's face was covered in blood, but he remained arrogant, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Is this enough for you? If you don't want to end up in a casket, hand over the car keys." Choi De-ho, his face bruised and his breath ragged, forced himself up and said, "Have a little shame, will you? A bunch of adults doing this just to catch a teenager." Yu-han lost his composure, his hand touching his bloody dagger as he screamed, "I'll say it one last time. The car keys." He raised his weapon and yelled, "We can just finish him and take the keys. This world is full of people who make others do their dirty work." He remembered being in an office, a man handing him a file and giving an order. "Choi De-ho, you have to go get this for me. Physical injury waiver, sign it for me." This man sat with his arms crossed, laying out a mission. "De-ho, you have to go cause a riot for me again. Fight for me." He steepled his fingers and continued his orders. "De-ho, you have to handle this for me. Hunt people down for me." Another man spoke up. "You have to go to school in place of my naive son." The image of a bloody dagger in a plastic bag. His face was pensive as he listened. "Drugs are better than hunting people, right? Choi De-ho, pay for my crimes. For me, for me, for me. Is there no one around me who can do things for themselves? Do I only live as a substitute for others?" Yu-han, his face twisted in anger, lunged at Choi De-ho with the dagger. He squeezed his eyes shut, his face showing resignation and exhaustion, thinking, "If I die here, who will take care of my daughter for me?" As De-ho closed his eyes and waited, they suddenly shot open in astonishment. With a cold and resolute expression, Cheon Ki Chang had firmly grabbed Yu-han's bloody dagger. Though in pain, De-ho yelled out in shock, "Cheon Ki Chang." Yu-han's face was stunned as he saw the dagger pierce through the boy's hand. The aftermath of the battle was brutal, with streaks of blood and henchmen lying scattered on the ground. Sang-hun's face was frozen in shock as he watched, a few of his men looking on in bewildered amazement. Cheon Ki Chang's gaze was steady, his hand drenched in blood as he spoke. "I'm the one you want, so there's no need to go this far, right?" Yu-han, his face bloody, replied with wide, terrified eyes, "You're both insane." Yu-han pulled the dagger out of his hand. Hook-am shoved Yu-han back, stopping his frenzied attack. His face was contorted as he yelled, "Hunt them all down." Hook-am struck him across the face, cursing, "You crazy bastard." He was completely subdued, clutching his head in pain as he heard about Cheon Ki Chang's importance. A shaman like him could become our company's greatest asset. What if the injury to his hand prevents him from performing rituals? Huh? He brandished a hard, black object, but Sang-hun's hand immediately shot out to stop him. He looked directly at Hook-am and said, "We've caught him. Isn't that enough?" He glanced around suspiciously. "Those kids are watching. Don't lose face." Hook-am remained silent, his face hidden under the black-brimmed hat, showing no emotion. His two henchmen were also in a terrible state. One clutched his injured arm, his face twisted in pain. Hook-am looked at the bowing Yu-han and spoke, "I'll be sure to report this to the chairman and make you take responsibility." He knelt on the ground, in a posture of pain and humiliation. Hook-am approached Cheon Ki Chang, breaking the silence. "Before we take you away, allow me to introduce myself." He adjusted his tie and officially confirmed his identity. "I am Hook-am, the cursed shaman of the investment firm." Hidden behind a wide-brimmed hat, he revealed his cruel intentions. "Our chairman, Chairman Ma Dong-sang, has ordered us to capture the shaman who caused our opponent's sudden death. Therefore, we plan to escort you there right now." Faced with this, Cheon Ki Chang immediately offered a deal. "As long as you don't touch those two, I will cooperate fully." He was led into the car by Sang-hun. The two henchmen also carried Choi De-ho into the vehicle. The entire scene in the parking lot showed them leaving the building. Cheon Ki Chang sat quietly next to Hook-am. He suddenly spoke in a seemingly calm tone. "You don't need to worry too much." He held out a hand to explain. "Perhaps your first impression from this little collision wasn't the best, but there's a high chance the chairman wants to see you to make a recruitment offer. Start thinking about the kind of salary you'd like to receive." In the face of these sweet, calculating words, he finally responded. His eyes were cold and filled with contempt, mocking the recruitment offer. "How can I possibly do business with people who beat my men black and blue like that?" He looked at his own blood-soaked hand, wrapped in a piece of cloth, and continued to question him. "From what you're saying, it sounds like even if the person who harmed me showed up, you'd still shake hands with them for your own benefit, right?" Faced with his sharp questions, he could only respond hesitantly. Before he could even explain, he asked bluntly, "Did I misunderstand?" He then coolly asked a question of his own. "So how do you plan to handle this?" An image of a skyscraper appeared, along with an intimidating army of men in black suits lined up. as he continued to explain the true nature of their organization. It seems you don't know, but we used to be an organized crime syndicate named. His words were accompanied by a scene of gang members pushing a wooden crate into the sea in the middle of the night if you refused to perform the ritual for them. As the crate sank beneath the waves, it implied a murder without a trace. He continued to describe their cruelty. Eliminating a scumbag like you without a trace is as easy as taking candy from a baby. He advised him to drop his resistance, so don't act difficult. And when you meet the chairman, lower your eyes and say you'll come work for us. That's the only way you can live and survive in this line of work. The car suddenly screeched to a halt, its headlights illuminating a corner of the garage. He looked completely surprised, asking in a panicked voice, "What? Why'd we stop?" Sang-hun, his face still bruised, reported the situation. "The entrance to the parking garage is blocked." Hukam could only mutter in frustration. "What the hell is this?" The garage's rolling shutter was slammed completely shut. Sang-hun asked in confusion, "The shutter? Why is it down?" Hukam was annoyed by the delay. "And we're in a hurry." Sang-hun decided to get out of the car to investigate, giving instructions. "I'll go check it out. Just stay in the car." He stepped out and quickly gave orders to his subordinates. "You guys go to the building management office and tell them to open the shutter. The rest of you, stand guard and watch the situation." Upon receiving their orders, the two henchmen immediately ran off to carry out their task. A moment later, in the distance, a henchman and Yu Han heard a strange noise. Sang-hun heard it too, his face showing clear panic. Yu Han, his eyes wide, asked fearfully, What's that noise?" A firm footstep approached. Cheon walked forward aggressively, his sharp eyes blazing with fury. His hands were covered in red blood that dripped onto the ground. Sang-hun looked utterly astonished. Yu Han asked suspiciously, "What's that bastard doing?" Cheon's face was filled with killing intent, his gaze cold and resolute. "Cheon Woo-gon." Yu Han stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder, asking with a challenging tone, "What's your problem, man?" Realizing how dangerous the situation was, Sang-hun yelled in terror, "Don't provoke him!" Cheon Woo-gon took down Yu Han, leaving him slumped over the hood of the car. Sang-hun didn't stand still. He pulled out a cold, sharp dagger. He stood imposingly, his eyes cold, as he called out their names. Student Cheon Ki Chang and Choi Do-ho. Where are they? Sang-hun, holding the weapon with both hands, spoke with a grim expression. "So they hired him. If that's the case, I have no choice, even if I don't want to." A foot dashed forward, and he shouted, "I, Sang-hun, captain of Hoam's security team, will stop you." Sang-hun leaped, swinging his weapon at his opponent. He was thrown to the ground, his face deformed and covered in blood, surrounded by the bodies of those who had been taken down. At that moment, outside, a man in a car was holding a phone, his face furious as he spoke. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" What the hell was that? A man appeared outside the car window, startling the man inside. "Holy shit!" Cheon Ki Chang exclaimed. "Cheon Woo-gon Hyung." Cheon Woo-gon spoke up. A hand pressed the lock button on the door as he said, "I'm not opening it." "You bastard." Cheon Woo-gon raised his elbow and slammed it down. The car window shattered into pieces. A wounded hand reached in and opened the car door. Cheon looked inside and said, "Come on out, student Cheon Ki Chang. The cleanup is done, so it's safe now." Cheon Ki Chang's face was terrified as he said, I don't think I'll get out that way." The man with his face covered lay motionless. These people were terrified. Cheon Ki Chang got out of the car, terrified, his bloody hand crudely bandaged. Cheon Woo-gon spoke. "That hand, were you stabbed with a knife?" Cheon Ki Chang frantically hid his hand and said, "Mr. Choi De-ho's condition is worse than mine. Mr. Choi De-ho is much more serious. We have to get him to a hospital right away." A face covered in wounds was gasping for air. Choi De-ho sat in the car, his stomach covered in blood. In the operating room, Mi-do, holding a glass of water, slowly walked over to Cheon Ki Chang. Mi-do handed the glass of water to Cheon Ki Chang, who asked, "Mr. Choi De-ho, will he be okay?" Mi-do sat down and replied softly, "I spoke with the doctor before he went into surgery. The doctor said it's not a difficult surgery, and it's not life-threatening." Mi-do continued, "The recovery might take a while, but he'll get better quickly." Mi-do's eyes suddenly turned sharp as she added, "Besides, right now we need to think about how to get revenge on those bastards." Mi-do was so angry she crushed the water glass. Cheon Ki Chang said in surprise, "Revenge? Against that whole gangster company?" As images of bodies lying on the ground appeared, Cheon Ki Chang's voice continued, "Cheon Woo-gon already beat them to a pulp. Isn't that enough? We don't need to make this any bigger." Mi-do glanced at him and replied, "It's already a hornet's nest, so we have to stir it up." If you let a beehive hang from your eaves, you might have to abandon the house. Cheon Ki Chang's face showed a flicker of surprise. Mi-do spoke up. We have a good card up our sleeve to make a big deal out of this, so there's no reason not to use it. Hook-am was brought by Cheon, and Mi-do spoke again. Tonight, I'm using him to arrange a meeting with Ho-am. You get ready to go too, Cheon Ki Chang. Cheon Ki Chang was startled. Huh? I'm going too? Mi-do replied. Ultimately, this whole mess is happening because they want you as their shaman. Of course, the person in question has to be there. Mi-do's voice cut in. Hey, do you have somewhere else to be? Cheon Ki Chang answered with a worried look. Yes, I need to go buy dinner for someone. That night, a little girl with blue hair opened the door. The girl looked a bit surprised. Cheon Ki Chang smiled gently and said, Hello, are you So Hui? So Hui replied, Who are you? Cheon Ki Chang said, I'm a coworker of your dad's. Cheon Ki Chang let out a soft, cheerful laugh. Your dad is really busy with work, so he asked me to buy you dinner. If it's okay, would you like to come with me? So, Hui's stomach rumbled with hunger. At a place called Kimbap Hell, the table was covered with food. So Hui ate happily. Cheon Ki Chang and Cheon Woo Gon watched her with warm affection. Outside in the dark, a car's lights were on. Inside, Mi-do sat with Hook-am, smoking with one hand and holding a gun in the other as she spoke. You're a lucky man. You almost got yourself killed. Now, we don't intend to hunt you down. The gun was pressed against Hook-am, who was trembling with fear. Mi-do's expression hardened as she growled. If you open your mouth again, I'll beat you half to death before I take you to see your chairman. Remember that. Hook-am replied. Yes. Cheon Ki Chang opened the door to a room and led So Hui inside. So Hui curiously ran ahead, her small hand picking up a photograph. Her face lit up when she saw the picture of her with her dad. She turned to ask Cheon Ki Chang, When is my dad coming? Cheon Ki Chang, looking troubled, replied, You'll have to wait a little longer. You can stay here until then. Of course, if you're okay with that. Cheon Ki Chang crouched down, smiled at the little girl, and said, You can take anything you want from the fridge, to eat, watch TV, or take a shower. Just treat this place like your own home, and make yourself comfortable. Cheon Ki Chang stood up to look for a piece of paper. He was going to leave his phone number too. Paper? Where's the paper? Suddenly, So Hui blurted out, Where are you going? Cheon Ki Chang was a bit taken aback. He turned back and sat down across from her, explaining, I have to go talk to the people who are keeping your dad so busy. So Hui looked a little unhappy, but Cheon Ki Chang gave her a warm smile and spoke softly. I have to make it clear to them that they can't do this anymore. Hoam Investment Company. Outside the building, 2 cars pulled up. Cheon Ki Chang's group stepped out with an imposing aura. A voice spoke up. Team leader Me, do I need to be here? Mi-do replied, Their boss is very stubborn. He refused to meet unless we brought you along. Justin Lee asserted. In any case, disrespectful people are often the ones who care most about formalities. He asked in a serious tone. Did the director bring any bodyguards? Since they come from a gangster background, they might send some big guys to intimidate us. Justin Lee spoke with complete confidence. Team leader Me, I'm from the union. The most they'll have is the kitchen staff. What's there to be afraid of? A gun was tucked into Justin Lee's side as he continued. They won't even have guns. Surprised, Cheon Ki Chang turned and asked, Is that an airsoft gun? Justin Lee replied, This one's real. I got it from a Yakuza I know. He manages my personal assets for me. Justin Lee continued, But it looks like our shaman needs this more. I heard you had a rough time getting attacked. Cheon Ki Chang replied, I'm fine, but my bodyguard was seriously injured. Please take care of him. Justin Lee turned, slightly surprised. He sighed and said, Team leader Me, you should occasionally teach our shaman to think about himself a little. Mi-do spoke up. He's too soft. I don't want him to become too callous, so I let him be. As they approached the building, Cheon Woo Gon went and opened the door. Mi-do held a gun on Hook-am, while Cheon Ki Chang wore a stern expression. Justin Lee said in a serious tone, Let's get to work. Inside the building, a group of large men were standing around, and another man sat in a chair, radiating a murderous aura. Ma Dong-sang spoke up. They're here. Cheon Ki Chang's group entered the building, their faces filled with killing intent, led by Justin Lee of Golden Sea. The two sides faced each other. Cheon Ki Chang was startled, thinking to himself, That's Ma Dong-sang, the one who sent people to capture me. Holding a bat, he stood up with a murderous look and walked forward. The moment he saw the group, Cheon Ki Chang's body froze. Mi-do happened to notice his reaction. She suddenly moved closer to Cheon Ki Chang and gave his waist a sharp pinch. Cheon Ki Chang jumped and whipped around. Mi-do then leaned in close, whispering sternly, "Watch and learn." Over on the other side, Justin Lee approached Dong-sang and quickly greeted him. "Good evening, Chairman Ma Dong-sang of Hoam Investment." In that moment, Justin Lee and Ma Dong-sang stood face to face. An invisible tension rose between them, and then they suddenly gripped each other's hands. The air in the meeting room grew thick, as if something unseen was constricting every breath. The chairman gave him an ice-cold stare. "After your side lost that foolish ace in the hole, I heard your business results started having problems. But lucky for you, you found a top-tier shaman, so things have gotten easier since then, haven't they?" Justin Lee tilted his head slightly, his cold gaze sweeping over Ma Dong-sang. "It's not just that things got easier. We're having an incredibly impressive business quarter." Hearing this, the chairman let out a soft chuckle. "Good, very good. As people in the same industry sharing the same struggles, this is something worth congratulating you on. If that's the case, then I'd like a little piece of that good fortune for myself. What do you say?" After speaking, his tone suddenly changed. No, that's not quite right. Just hand him over to me. I'll pay you a handsome price for the effort your side put into finding and training him." Before he could react, Dong-sang nonchalantly threw out a number. 24 billion. "If you accept payment in stocks and bonds from Hook Am Construction and Hook Am Investment, two businesses where we are the majority shareholders, then the price goes up to 28 billion. Your side already has that soulless-eyed girl, so finding another shaman shouldn't be too hard. Am I right?" He smirked, as if bestowing a great favor. "What do you say, Justin Lee? It's a tempting enough offer." Suddenly, Justin let out a long ps sound, followed by a sarcastic remark. "Zip that mouth of yours. Your very nature is rotten, so the words that come out of your mouth stink just as much." Cheon Ki Chang was visibly shocked at the unexpected turn of events. Everyone else in the office had the same expression he did. Back to Ma Dong-sang. He frowned slightly. "What do you think you're doing?" Justin Lee nonchalantly replied, "I think I've heard enough of your nonsense. Now, it's my turn to say a few words, isn't it? Chairman Ma Dong-sang, someone like me, who came from the bottom with no connections whatsoever in Yeouido. Do you know how I managed to climb to this position?" He stared directly into Ma Dong-sang's eyes and declared, "I will never let anyone take what belongs to me. That kid is mine. You just try and lay a finger on him." With that, Justin Lee forcefully shoved his hand away without hesitation. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes as sharp as a blade, the corners of his mouth curling into a contemptuous smirk. "Didn't they teach you in elementary school not to be greedy for other people's things? Or did you not even graduate from elementary school? In any case, you and your people need to stop sniffing around Cheon Ki Chang. I didn't personally come here today to discuss business with you. I came to give you a direct warning." Then, suddenly, Justin Lee threw Hook Am straight at Ma Dong-sang. He hissed through his teeth, and, "To return this subordinate of yours." Without looking back, Justin Lee walked out. He left behind a confrontation that was far from over. "Well then, I'm leaving." Before he could even depart, a snarl ripped through the air. "You son of a bitch," he roared, reaching out furiously towards Justin Lee. "Do you think you can say such disrespectful things to the chairman and walk out of here alive?" Just then, one of the men suddenly pointed a gun straight at Justin's head. Justin turned back, his cold gaze fixed on him. "I'll walk out of here with my head held high, because I walked in here on my own 2 feet. After speaking, he coolly dismissed the gun. "Well then, I'll be on my way. I have beautiful girls waiting for me at home." Once outside, Mi-do didn't forget to remind him, "Strength alone isn't enough to survive in this city, Cheon Ki Chang. Make sure you remember the kind of presence your boss just displayed." Hearing this, sweat broke out on Cheon Ki Chang's temples. Justin Lee cut in, "You're flattering me too much, team leader me." She shook her head, replying in a serious tone, "I'm not flattering you. Your presence is something worth learning from. It would be great if you could just get rid of that womanizing habit of yours." Justin let out a soft chuckle. "If team leader me can quit smoking, then I'll quit womanizing." At this, she smirked, her attitude completely mocking. Back inside, Ma Dong-sang furiously threw a golf club at the group of men. Hearing the sound, Chon Woo-gon whipped around. He quickly raised his arm, and the club slammed right into it. Witnessing this, the chairman let out a chuckle, a long and savage laugh. "You bastards think you can just say your piece and then disappear? Where the hell did you learn to act like that?" Justin Lee couldn't help but turn and stride back towards Dong-sang. His eyes were like ice, his lips curled into a sarcastic smirk. "At the same elementary school that taught you to covet other people's things, I imagine." He clenched his fists until the knuckles cracked, his voice low and threatening. "The high-rank exorcist. Just leave that kid behind, and I'll let you eke out a living in this city. scraping by on change from odd jobs. Leave him while I'm still talking nicely. At this, Mi-do couldn't help but speak up. You may have a gangster background, but there's a limit to how much you can whine. Do you really think you can threaten us with these grunts? He immediately shifted his attention to her. Of course, if you don't meet my demands, I'll have my underlings ruin every single ritual altar you set up. Hearing this, Mi-do flinched slightly. Her eyes flashed with unconcealable rage, while at the same time, Cheon Ki Chang's face showed utter terror. Dong-sang continued, his every word like a knife stabbing the air. The intelligence network I have, the force, the connections. I will use everything. The scene focuses on Ma Dong-sang's building, a testament to his power. Immediately after, a group of men is shown, storming into a temple, all with vicious expressions on their faces. The women inside tremble in fear. Ma Dong-sang's voice continues. To tear down every altar you set up. Then I'll take a position against you and bleed you dry of all your money, until every last one of you is begging on the streets. His gaze turned as sharp as a blade. You think I can't do it? You think the government is going to protect your altars? For someone like me, who holds the underworld in the palm of my hand, there is nothing I can't do. The air grew thick, as if suffocating, and Dong-sang's eyes burned with arrogant confidence. So, I'll say it one more time. Hand over the high-rank exorcist. If you remain stubborn, I will blow your company off the map. Justin stood perfectly still, his expression unreadable, and issued a fearless challenge. Go ahead and try to blow it up, and I will blow up Hoam and your whole mess of companies. As he spoke, Justin Lee suddenly grabbed Cheon Ki Chang by the shoulder. He smirked, along with the high-rank exorcist that you're drooling over but still can't fucking have. With that, Justin casually beckoned with his finger behind him, as if signaling to leave. Ma Dong-sang's gaze fell on Hook-am. He vaguely repeated Justin's words, blow up. Home investment, which I, Ma Dong-sang, built with my own hands? Hook-am hurriedly denied it. That won't happen, sir. Just as you said, we'll just block all of their altars. Ma Dong-sang turned away coldly. He lowered his voice. We have to block them at the source, don't we? Of course, that's what we'll do. When their rice bowl is broken, maybe then they'll learn their place. But before that, Ma Dong-sang pulled out a golf club, his cold eyes fixed on Hook-am. This Hook-am needs to receive his due punishment, right? A while later, Ma Dong-sang threw the red syrup-stained club to the floor. He approached the man and issued a warning. This is your last chance. Mobilize every single resource the company has to bring Golden Sill Ltd to ruin. If you fail this time, you'd better be ready for a steel drum. The scene shifts to the V.I.C. building, glowing brilliantly in the night. Inside, Justin's group sits motionless in their office. After a moment of silence, Mi-do spoke first. It was good to see you show such a hardline attitude until the end. But declaring war on home investment right now, isn't that too risky of a move? Do you really think we have a way to take that old man down? He quickly replied, on the surface, it's definitely a risky move. Because Hoam Investment isn't just an investment corporation. They also operate in construction, entertainment, import-export, and even a hotel chain. They are a massive conglomerate with capital resources hundreds of times greater than our company. On top of that old geezer declared he'd use everything he has to stop our altars, so our battle with them will also be. This looks exactly like the showdown between David and Goliath, doesn't it? Hearing this, Mi-do turned to Justin with a bewildered look. You know that, but, he quickly reassured her, but don't worry. Being that big also means. Justin Lee stared at a single point, as if eyeing his prey, and coldly finished his sentence. They can be taken down with a single blow. From now on, we're targeting their subsidiary, the one where Hoam Investment holds the largest stake. He declared loudly, we will short Hookam Construction stock, and with that one move, we will wipe out Hoam Investment. As soon as he finished speaking, Mi-do's face showed pure shock. A moment later, a question appeared on the screen. Why Hoam Construction? Upon seeing the question, the corner of Justin's mouth curled into a slight smirk. He answered quickly, his expression nonchalant. The reason is quite simple. As you've all seen, while the Hoam Group is expanding its subsidiaries in every direction, the real cash cows generating significant profits are only Hook-am Construction and Hoam Investment. So, wouldn't it be better to target Hoam Investment, the smaller company? I believe some of you here are thinking just that. At this point, Justin pointed to a circle projected on the screen and continued his explanation. But the physical goods and products that Hoam Investment holds the most of all belong to Hoam Construction and its related products. In other words, we only need to take down Hookam Construction, Justin Lee made a slicing motion across his throat with a deadpan expression. And we can make Hoam investment collapse so hard, it can never get back up. On the other side of the room, Cheon Woo-gon quickly flipped the light switch. The room instantly lit up. Back to Justin Lee. He clapped his hands sharply to get everyone's attention. All right. Now it's time for the Q&A. As he finished, Mi-do's face grew stern. Cheon's expression turned serious. And finally, another man's face became incredibly tense. Mi-do raised her hand without hesitation. I have a question. To execute a short sale on a scale large enough to shake Hoam construction, we'll need a colossal amount of capital. But with the cash our company currently has on hand, isn't that impossible? Justin Lee answered without hesitation, as if he was ready with a well-prepared plan. Starting tomorrow, I will mobilize all our traders to liquidate all of the company's blue-chip assets. Hearing the answer, the man's voice trembled slightly. Then, how much would that be? He slowly raised his eyes, dropping the number like a time bomb. About 1.2 trillion. As soon as he said it, Mi-do was so shocked she let out a dry cough. Nearby, Cheon Woo-gon quickly wiped the sweat beading on his cheek. In an instant, the entire room erupted into a flurry of discussion. After a while, Cheon Woo-gon spoke up hesitantly. With that amount of money, if we can meet a few more conditions, it's true we could overthrow Hoam construction. But if they manage to defend successfully, he didn't forget to add a warning, we'll go bankrupt. Director. Over here, Justin Lee wore a casual expression. He smirked. I'm aware of that. Seeing this, Cheon continued without hesitation. Then allow me to ask one more thing. What is the reason you're willing to go this far? Justin was silent for a brief moment, then answered slowly. Because those bastards are trying to steal what's mine. Moreover, those bastards have already declared war on us. Cheong announced that from now on, he will always bet on the opposite position of whatever our company holds. In that moment, he unconsciously recalled the resentful voice of Ma Dong-sung. I will take the opposite position to you guys and drain every last cent you have. Until all of you are begging on the streets. Returning to the present, Justin Lee continued, a cold glint in his eyes. They also brazenly declared they won't let us continue our operations in Yilo anymore. This is a game of chicken. But he didn't stop there. He coldly declared, one side must be destroyed for my revenge, and for the growth of Golden City. Justin bowed his head low, his tone almost pleading. I ask all of you on the board to please support my decision. Outside the conference room, Yi-sung's group was waiting anxiously. After a long while, the door slowly opened. As soon as she saw Justin Lee, Mi-do rushed towards him. Justin Lee smirked. The board of directors has approved our full use of the 1.2 trillion won bullet. This will be the largest scale short sale in our company's history. He relaxed his shoulders slightly and turned to leave. My role here is finished. Then, Justin Lee walked up to Cheon Ki Chang. He suddenly clapped him hard on both shoulders. Immediately after, he pointed his finger straight at Cheon Ki Chang, as if giving an order. From now on, it's your turn to shine. My boy wizard. Hearing this, he nodded in agreement. Yes, I'll do my best. Cheon Ki Chang thought to himself, I truly intend to give it my all. In that moment, he unconsciously remembered Choi De-ho's weak figure lying in the hospital. He lay motionless on the hospital bed, his face covered in injuries. Next to Choi De-ho was So-hui, who was crying mournfully without pause. Witnessing that scene, Yi-sung's body trembled with rage. Only one determined thought echoed in his mind: to get revenge for Choi De-ho, who was stuck in the hospital, and to prove that I am not some pawn that others can control as they please. In another development, a woman approached Tae-ha, whispering to him urgently. After listening, he just curled his lip into a cold smile. As expected, skipping the short sale back then was the right decision. Yi-sung thought to himself, so that I can climb to a higher position. But despite my will, reality was not on our side. A few days later, Mi-do and Yi-sung were frantically running towards a temple. As soon as he saw the two of them, Cheon Woo-gon quickly reported, at dawn, a group of thugs bribed the security team and stormed in here, causing a commotion. I handed them over to the police for illegal trespassing and property damage, but they didn't even flinch. It seems they were already prepared to be thrown in jail. A while later, Mi-do stared at her phone screen with a look of displeasure. She recounted angrily. I heard the truck carrying materials for the sacred hall was attacked by a group of strangers. Also, the ritual assistants who had signed contracts with us are quitting one by one, saying thugs came to threaten them. Hearing this, Do-ga-eun could only shake her head in dismay. Beside her, Yi-sung remained silent, his face showing his exhaustion. Mi-do continued. And the band that usually plays for us during the rituals was also visited and threatened by those thugs at their performance yesterday. Cheon Ki Chang finally spoke up, asking worriedly, "Are they all okay?" She answered casually, "They haven't mentioned anything about canceling the contract, so I guess they're holding up just fine." Du Ga-eun muttered under her breath, "We've stirred up a hornet's nest. We've really stirred it up now. We need to perform the ritual to take them down, but they're hell-bent on stopping us from doing it like this." Mido stepped closer and flicked her sharply on the forehead. The pain was immediate. Du Ga-eun yelled in outrage, "What? What was that for? Did I say something wrong? Why are you taking it out on me?" "Honestly," she sighed softly, "the fact that they're trying so desperately to stop us proves how urgent things are on their end, too. Your job is to just figure out a way to set up the altar." Cheon Ki Chang then asked again, worried, "If they're stopping us from performing the ritual in Ryun to this extent, can we just do it outside of Ryun?" Du Ga-eun shot back, "Of course not. Their company is in Ryun. The farther we are from the target, the less effective the ritual will be, exponentially." After speaking, she turned to him with a resentful look, back to Cheon Ki Chang. He was anxiously picking at his hands. "This is so frustrating. Not being able to perform the ritual. It makes me feel like I'm that useless kid again from back then." Scenes of him being bullied during his youth flashed through Cheon Ki Chang's mind. Next came the memory of being mercilessly abandoned. Finally, the image of a frail Ki-eun appeared. She was coughing constantly. Back in the present, these fragmented memories only made him more tense. Cheon Ki Chang suddenly thought of Choi De-ho. After all, this fight started to protect me. He even bet the entire fate of the company on it. And yet, I'm thinking this. Cheon Ki Chang's body suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing his state, Du Ga-eun quickly tried to explain, "That's not what I meant. It's not because you're incompetent or anything. You don't need to have such a negative reaction. I've already acknowledged your abilities. We just need to figure out a way to set up the altar." She asked curiously, "Can't we just set up an altar beforehand and have a delivery service, ship it there, like one of those early morning delivery services?" As soon as she finished, Cheon Ki Chang suddenly shouted, "That's it! Delivery!" Du Ga-eun jumped, replying, "Delivery? What about it?" He turned to Mido with a serious expression. "Team leader, if we start the ritual outside of Ryun and then gradually move inside, theoretically, the ritual's effectiveness wouldn't decrease, right?" Hearing this, Du Ga-eun immediately reacted. "What nonsense are you talking about? How can you move an entire altar while performing a ritual?" Across from them, she fell into deep thought at Cheon Ki Chang's words. Mido seriously considered the idea. If we perform a ritual that doesn't take up much space, then putting the entire altar on a large trailer might actually be feasible. Then let's do it. Getting her approval, he shot to his feet. "I'll give it a try." Cheon Ki Chang continued in a determined voice, "For everyone's sake." A few days later, the roar of an engine was heard as the group was seen busily setting up the ritual altar. Inside, Du Ga-eun wore an exhausted expression, while Cheon Ki Chang was utterly amazed. She glanced around, her eyes wide with surprise. Meanwhile, his expression suddenly became worried and tense. Mido gave a faint smirk. Installing the mobile altar, she directed her gaze towards the group busy finishing up. The scene shifts to a golf course. Night has fallen, and at the same time, Dongsang is taking a leisurely stroll on the grass. He gave a cold command, "Start the report." Without hesitation, Wu Shiwu turned and reported in a loud, clear voice, "Yes, sir." The deadline for Golden Calm, One Investment's short position on Hook Am Construction's stock, is this Friday. There are about 3 days left, and Hook Am Construction's stock price remains very stable. Initially, when the 120 billion won short sale by Golden Calm, One Investment was announced, Hook Am Construction's stock price did falter a bit, but then Golden Calm, One Investment, took a massive short position, amounting to 1.2 trillion won against Hook Am Construction. On the contrary, individual investors and large firms are now aiming for a short squeeze. And when we, Hook Am Investment, officially entered the competition on the buy side, the stock price actually rose by an additional 5%. As of now, the losses on Golden Calm One Investment side are continuing to mount, sir. Receiving the information, he appeared satisfied. "Good, very good. So, you're saying that in just 3 more days, I'll get to witness that unlucky bastard's company go bankrupt, eh?" Ma Dong-sang tilted his head slightly, his eyes growing more calculating. "But even if we're preventing them from setting up their altar, I doubt they'll just sit back and do nothing." He continued to probe. "What move are they making?" Sang-hoon finally had a chance to speak. "It seems they've completely given up on the idea of setting up an altar in Ryun, sir. Our people are still monitoring them closely, but they haven't seen anything out of the ordinary." Hook Am chimed in, adding, but there's still a possibility they'll set up an altar outside of Ryun. Of course, its influence would be weaker than performing the ritual inside Ryun. But, just in case, we should prepare a blessing ritual to defend the stock price. Hearing this, Ma Dongsang nodded slightly. All right. To be absolutely certain, we need a backup plan, I suppose. He hurriedly stepped forward as if ready to receive orders. Then, let me prepare it. Dongsang whipped around, his lips curling in contempt. Why would I trust a blessing ritual from someone who only specializes in death rituals like you? Besides, this whole situation only got this messy because you screwed things up in the first place. Hook Am froze at his words, his throat tightening. At that moment, Dongsang swung his club forward forcefully. After a long moment, he gave a cold command. Let Baik Am handle the blessing ritual. Dongsang turned around, his eyes fixed on him. As for you, Hook Am, you just shut your mouth and assist her. Hearing this, he could only bow his head, his body trembling with suppressed rage. The atmosphere grew heavy for a beat. Then Dongsang pointed the tip of his club straight at Hook Am. And one more thing. If you fail this time, remember that it won't end with just a golf club. The scene shifts again to a tall building. Inside, the group is busy preparing for the ceremony. Meanwhile, Hook Am sat down in a spot in a dark corner. He sat with a straight back, his posture perfectly neat. In front of him was a woman from Hook Am Investment, the blessing shaman, Baik Am. Baik Am stared intently at the ritual table, where the offerings had been arranged. He thought to himself. Up until now, the master would perform a killing curse to aggressively short-sell stocks and quickly eliminate competitors. Therefore, compared to me, a shaman who specializes in blessing rituals, Senior Hook Am, you, who specializes in killing curses, are the one with the real power. Thinking this, Baik Am smirked. I'll use this opportunity to turn the tables. He casually turned towards Hook Am. I hope to learn a lot from you, Senior. Senior Hook Am is over here. Hook Am kept his head bowed, but he didn't forget to warn him. Don't you dare use that insolent tone with me. Focus on the ritual. If we fail, we're both dead. Baik Am quickly turned towards the altar and replied nonchalantly, Don't worry, you know very well the power of my rituals. There's a 0% chance that the ritual at the main headquarters will be defeated by some kid's killing curse performed out there in Yuyo. Immediately after, Baik Am picked up a knife, holding it in front of her while also taking out a fan. On the other side, Hook Am began to seriously strum a stringed instrument, its sound echoing, deep and eerie. In the center, Baik Am began to turn, performing a dance, her hair flying through the air. At that very moment, an unexpected surge of energy invaded the room. A strange object suddenly shot towards the door, of God. It was a snake spirit, its body slithering rapidly. The snake suddenly opened its mouth and let out a fierce roar. It was the divine beast, the Baeksa dragon, seen coiling its body tightly around the building. At the same time, Mi-do looked up towards the Baeksa dragon. She muttered softly. Using that white snake to protect the main headquarters isn't enough. She then glanced around below the building. She couldn't help but remark, they've also deployed their lackeys to every nook and cranny of the Yuyo area, preventing our attack at all costs. As expected from a company specializing in construction, so thorough, they've turned Lilo into their own fortress. Just then, a phone rang. Mi-do quickly answered. On the other end, Cheon Woo-gon quickly reported, the mobile ritual. He lifted his head and looked towards the ceremony. It's almost ready? At the same time, Cheon Ki Chang put on his ceremonial robes. From below, Ga-eun suddenly appeared, exhaustedly gripping the steps to pull herself up. Ga-eun held out a headset to him. Our band that moved to Hongdae earlier has also finished their preparations. As soon as the ritual begins, the music will be transmitted through this headphone. The situation outside will also be reported through it, so you absolutely must not take it off during the ritual. Without question, Cheon Ki Chang quickly put on the headset. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand. Ga-eun paused for a beat, her gaze softening with a hint of guilt. As your assistant shaman, I should be accompanying you. But, I'm sorry. Cheon Ki Chang gently shook his head, offering a small smile. It's only because this space is so cramped that you can't come with me. It's nothing. She looked him straight in the eye, her gaze hardening. You have to succeed. You must succeed to avenge Choi Da-ho, right? He gently bumped his fist against Ga-eun's. Of course, I will definitely win. With that, Cheon Ki Chang turned around, ready to prepare for the ceremony. Over here, the group quickly closed the car door and returned to Mi-do's side. She leisurely took a drag from her cigarette. After a moment, Mi-do gave a decisive order. Let's begin. On the other side, Dao was focused on driving. The car began to roll slowly, escorted by the rest of the group. He wore an extremely serious expression. The car sped down the highway, his eyes fixed on a road sign. Over here, Cheon Woo-gon was also tailing them closely. Back with Cheon Ki Chang, he unconsciously sensed the vehicle's movement. In that moment, a determined glint appeared in his eyes. It's starting. Just then, Ga-eun's voice came through the headset. Heavenly messenger of myriad grotesque forms, of gloom and darkness. Outside, she was frantically chanting an incantation. True words of power to exorcise demons. Ga-eun flicked a talisman into the air. Yacha, heed the command and descend. Elsewhere, her voice also reached the ears of the instrumentalist. The moment her words ended, he immediately started playing. A powerful, earth-shaking music erupted. The music flowed directly into Cheon Ki Chang's ears, and the bell in his hand began to shake violently. Immediately after, Cheon Ki Chang swung the knife forward and leaped into the air. In that instant, Cheon Ki Chang danced wildly. He frowned slightly from the ritual's impact. In a corner of the room, a camera was pointed directly at him. Mi-do stared intently at her phone screen. Performing a ritual inside a moving object like that. Theoretically, I know it's possible, but I can't predict which god he'll summon. No, from such a distance, I wonder if his divine power is even strong enough to make the gods manifest. That's still an unknown. But even if it's impossible, use your outstanding talent and make it possible. In Cheon Ki Chang's ritual, the Baeksa dragon tilted its head, looking at the rushing stream of red energy. In front of it, a door was slowly opening. At the same time, Baek-am was also performing her ritual. Suddenly, she froze, her body trembling for a moment as red veins started popping out on her face. Immediately, she activated her third eye. Baek-am's consciousness entered the body of the Baeksa dragon. She glared at the approaching energy. Baek-am's own eyes were wide open, while the pupils of the Baeksa dragon glowed with an eerie blue light. Her gaze was fixed on the door. What is this? What's going to come out? A death-class shaman? A strange sound suddenly came from the other side of the door. Inside was a formless void, so dark it was terrifying. Then, suddenly, the Guchongui shot out. The moment she saw it, Baek-am froze, feeling a bit bewildered. Huh? Is that it? At this, Baek-am clutched her stomach and let out a giggle. I heard they were going to perform a ritual outside Yuyo, so I figured whatever god that brat summoned wouldn't be much. But what's with that soap bubble? He's not a death-class shaman. He's SpongeBob SquarePants, isn't he? Seeing her act like that, Hook-am shouted, "Be more careful, Baek-am. Are you planning to sever the flow of the ritual because of your own arrogance? Besides, don't forget that appearance doesn't matter to the gods. Those people aren't fools. They're smart enough to realize the obvious fact that we, performing the ritual here in Yuyo, have the upper hand. So be careful, no matter how bizarre its appearance is. The god that kid summoned isn't some useless thing." Hearing this, Bayan once again possessed Baitu's body. She glanced toward the sphere, and suddenly an object flew straight at its head. On her side, she suddenly let out a piercing scream. What the hell? Are those guys putting on a comedy show? Senior Hook-am. Did you recruit that piece of trash just to be humiliated by it? Seeing this, he sighed softly. Just be serious and finish the ritual. Bai and calmly offered a guess. Could that kid's strategy be to make us laugh to disrupt the ritual? Right. At this, she turned to look at Hook-am with a sinister glint in her eyes. Today, I'll let Senior Hook-am go home early. Back with Baitu. A laugh echoed as it stared at Kwujongui hovering in midair. Then suddenly, Baitu charged straight towards it. All you could see was its massive mouth gaping open. Just as Baitu lunged, Kwujongui quickly dodged. Seeing this, Bai-an frowned slightly. It's small, but fast. What is that thing? A moment later, a chase between Baitu and Kwujongui began. It frantically pursued the small black object. However, Kwujongui easily twisted its body away, escaping Baitu's sharp fangs. At that moment, she started panting. The amount of divine power I'm using to move the massive Baitu is way more than what they're using. Hey. Let's switch tactics. Until I gather enough divine power, I'll have Baitu the serpent dragon coil up defensively for now. Just then, Kwujongui suddenly changed its shape. Its body writhed uncontrollably, and in a flash, Kwujongui transformed into a black beetle. Witnessing that scene, Bayan was momentarily stunned. Its form has changed into an insect. If it's an insect, could it be a plague god? If not, then a vicious beast? She turned to her subordinates. Chicken blood, Bayan thought to herself. It doesn't matter what it is. From the geographical advantage to the output of divine power, our side is vastly superior. Right after, she dipped the dagger into the bowl of blood. Bai-an slowly raised the dagger, then suddenly pointed its tip at her own throat. In that moment, Bai-an steeled her resolve. I just need to increase the perfection of my ritual, and it's over. A spirit beast specializing in solid defense. Bai-2, the serpent dragon. The optimal move is to increase the divine power supplied to it. Just as she was reinforcing her confidence, something happened that made Bai-an waver. It was when the mysterious thing that Zai Gixuang had summoned began its second evolution. From a black beetle, Gui continued to transform into a rhinoceros beetle. Bai-2 stared at it with its piercing green eyes. At the same time, Huk-am showed a look of shock when he saw Bai-an's state. Why is she trembling like that? Did something go wrong? He then looked up into the air. Before Huk-am were two conflicting streams of spiritual energy. The moment he saw them, he gritted his teeth. Huk-am carefully observed the creature before him. That thing isn't just changing its size or appearance. The divine power it possesses is also growing stronger. But how? Divine power is a spiritual resource provided by sorcerers who summoned the deity. So it's impossible to transfer such a large amount of divine power so quickly from outside Yu-Yo to here. As he thought this, Huk-am was stunned. Could it be? Suddenly, he shot to his feet. I've already done my part for the opening of the ritual, so it should be fine if I leave for a bit. Right? Huk-am casually ordered, "Hey, someone come and take my place on the drums." He hastily rushed outside. Huk-am thought to himself, this isn't the time to think it's impossible. I should be thinking about how they're making the impossible possible. Just then, Huk-am made a call. Ma Dong-sang quickly picked up the phone. His voice immediately came through. "Chairman, it seems they and their ritual altar are entering Yu-Yo at the same time." Huk-am continued in a pleading tone. "Please, Chairman, lend me your men. I will find them, stop their ritual, and bring you victory." At that moment, Ma Dong-sung looked out the window, a cold glint in his eyes. Immediately after, Ma Dong-sung gave a decisive order. "Become Huk-am's arms and legs. Round up every last one of those rats for me." On the other side, Huk-am shouted, "A vehicle that can move while a ritual is in progress is most likely a truck. Center a checkpoint on the Mapo Bridge, block all trucks from entering L, and mobilize every vehicle we can use." As soon as the words left his mouth, a fleet of cars immediately started rolling. His voice continued to ring out. "The chairman and the corporation will handle the cleanup, so aside from the high-level sorcerers, it's fine to eliminate everyone else." At that moment, Ma Dong-sung growled, emphasizing every word, "We have to show those newborn pups the power of Hoam. No, let them know the full cruelty of the great empire." The scene shifts to the Mapo Bridge, where the truck carrying Cheon Ki Chang is still speeding down the road. At the same time, a fleet of cars was chasing from behind. Donghan Dian quickly reported, "We've confirmed a truck entering via the Mapo Bridge. We will intercept it." He suddenly slapped the shoulder of the man next to him. A moment later, numerous cars blocked the entire road ahead. Daong narrowed his eyes as the man swung a club towards the truck. "Stop right there." I said stop. Nevertheless, the truck kept moving. Down below, Tugon turned to signal, "We'll go up and handle them first." As soon as he finished speaking, Lahio immediately refused. "You don't need to do that," he said in a nonchalant tone. "How can a car win against a truck?" Immediately after, Daong yanked a lever, and the truck barreled straight towards the group of people. Faced with this unexpected sight, they were momentarily bewildered. What the hell? That truck. Seeing the truck rushing towards them as if out of control, with no sign of slowing down, made the subordinate's heart sink. Why isn't it stopping? In an instant, the truck was right in front of him, and it slammed straight into the cars on the road. In a flash, a multitude of vehicles were destroyed. Dong Han whipped around. "That's them! That truck and those two sedans." He hurriedly gave an order. "Relay this to all members of the organization. Get after them now." In another development, Huk-am roared in frustration. "Hey, you bastards already know their exact location, and we have far more people." He questioned angrily. "So why? Why haven't you been able to stop that truck yet?" At the same time, the truck driven by Leo continued on its way. Just then, Soku suddenly jumped out, his eyes fixed on him. He bent his legs, as if ready to leap. A car from behind rushed forward. A moment later, Soku's body was seen lying motionless on the ground. At that very moment, the man lunged towards the truck, his hands gripping the side mirror. He tried to hold the vehicle steady. The man stared inside, but Dao kept driving calmly. Suddenly, the man grabbed a can of hot liquid, and Dao casually tossed it right at him. He screamed in pain and immediately fell to the ground. From behind, Donghan shouted in fear, "That driver is terrifyingly good. The escort cars are throwing our guys off as they try to get close." Besides, it's not easy trying to stop a truck that's driving like its life depends on it, you know? Meanwhile, cursed inwardly. Damn it, it just keeps changing forms and getting stronger. Gu Zhonggui had now transformed into a snake. She glared at it as Long thought to himself. Now it's not just dodging, it's even counterattacking. Senior Hook seems to have gone outside to use some kind of technique. If he's going to do something, he needs to do it fast. If that thing transforms a few more times, Min will be overwhelmed in this test of physical strength. On the other side, Yang kept reassuring himself. Just a little longer. If I can just hold on a little longer, I can win this battle of spiritual power. Even though I can't see it, I can feel the tide turning in my God's favor. He prayed silently. It'll be tough, but I hope everyone can hold their positions. At the same time, Anjay kept telling himself, just a little longer. Over here, another guy clung to the truck, and Cheon Wugon suddenly appeared on the roof. A moment later, his body was thrown off, and he muttered softly, just a little longer. Ra Yong tried to stay calm, but suddenly, he froze, right in front of me. Crap. A truck suddenly blocked the road. Seeing this, he quickly turned the wheel, heading back towards Cheon Ki Chang. He told himself, just a little more. Then suddenly, Ki Chang's body swayed violently. Outside, the truck was being attacked. His body lost its balance, and he fell, and the bell in Ki Chang's hand immediately slipped from his grasp. At the same time, the truck was sent flying and rolled across the road. After a moment, the truck crashed to the ground. Next was the heavily injured body of Ra Yong. Inside the cargo hold, Jisung's body lay motionless. Finally, there was Cheon, collapsed on the ground. Mi-do screamed from the other end of the line. Who did you say was hurt? Heymin quickly reported. The truck flipped over. Everyone is severely injured, including Cheon, who was on top of it. Without a second thought, she quickly asked, what about our shaman inside? What about Ki Chang, who was performing the ritual? His voice trembled. We can't check the cargo hold yet, it's jammed. Right now, the person who was thrown off, Cheon, is in the most critical condition. Mi-do ordered decisively. You have to find a way to check inside first. Cheon will be fine. He knows how to dust himself off and get back up. Hearing this, Min was a bit flustered. What do you mean? But Mi-do, he. At that moment, Cheon Wugon slowly sat up, his body trembling non-stop. Witnessing this, the group was completely stunned. Cheon Wugon quickly picked up the phone. He declared firmly, I guarantee I will protect Cheon Ki Chang and keep him safe before leaving my post. Moving is impossible now. Holmes' men are about to descend on us. After speaking, Cheon Wugon handed the phone back to Min. He hurried towards the cargo hold, staring intently at the truck's door. He put all his strength into his arms and pulled hard on the door. However, it didn't budge. Cheon cursed inwardly. Damn it, this door. A moment later, the door suddenly opened, and a heavy piece of metal fell straight to the ground. He quickly stepped into the cargo hold, where Cheon Ki Chang was lying motionless. He saw that the headphones were destroyed. Next, he saw that his ankle was swollen and purple. Cheon's eyes were fixed on Cheon Ki Chang, who was gasping for breath. Faced with this horrific sight, he screamed, Ki Chang. Just then, a group of men surrounded the truck. The worst-case scenario had happened. Golden Salacia was on the brink of failure. The scene of the two sides fighting unfolded immediately after. That moment was the height of despair. Right then, Justin Lee ended the call and muttered softly, this is a complete disaster. Justin Lee calmly finished his glass of wine, then quickly opened the desk drawer next to him. Inside was a handgun. When Cheon Ki Chang opened his eyes, he found himself in the middle of a nightmarish battlefield. He slowly looked around, his vision blurry. Cheon Ki Chang tried to crawl up, raising his head to look at the ritual table. Then, he turned back to where the fierce battle was raging. He stared at his empty palm. Is it over? Did everything I grasped for a moment have to vanish like a dream? As he thought this, he couldn't help but sigh. A beautiful, yet cruel dream, receiving care I'd never normally get, living in a place I'd never lived, eating food I'd never eaten, making new friends. I even had the chance to give things I'd never been given. In that moment, Cheon Ki Chang subconsciously thought of Ja-eun. Next was Do's blushing face and the image of the group laughing together. Finally, he remembered the smile on Mi-do's face. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Seeing you like this, it seems you'd be fine, even if that dream were shattered. Huh? The image of his younger self suddenly appeared before him. He continued, you'd be fine even if it shattered? Inside, Cheon Ki Chang immediately denied it. Of course not. I want to keep dreaming with the people who believe in me, using the only talent I have. a dream where I move forward every single day. Who in the world would want to wake up from such a beautiful dream? As he said this, his voice trembled. But, in this situation, what on earth am I supposed to do? The boy looked straight into Ki Chang's eyes. Do what you can do. He couldn't help but feel a little lost. What I can do. Immediately after, Cheon Ki Chang tried to get up, his body trembling. He raised his head and looked forward with a determined gaze. Cheon Ki Chang tried to walk on his broken legs, and his body immediately swayed forward. Cheon Ki Chang gritted his teeth and screamed, "What I can do!" A moment later, Ki Chang stepped out of the cargo hold. Cheon Woo-gon looked at him in astonishment. Ki Chang saw the ritual table set up shakily outside, his hand gripping the bell tightly. He clenched a dagger in his teeth, thinking, the only thing I can do to protect everyone. An enemy soldier couldn't help but feel confused. What is that brat trying to do now? At that very moment, he raised the dagger and the bell high. In that instant, Ki Chang became determined. I will pour everything I have into completing this death ritual. By now, Cheon Ki Chang was severely injured. Blood oozed from his scalp, flowing down and obscuring his vision. He could even feel the pain in his very cells, a hammering agony from the concussion. Every part of his body was injured, and pain from his broken fingers and ankles shot up his nerves. Before his eyes was an overturned truck. Debris from the vehicle was scattered everywhere, and chaos erupted from the crowd. The figures of the thugs and bodyguards became a jumbled, chaotic mess. They couldn't understand what was happening. Their eyes stared, as if they couldn't comprehend what was going on. But now, none of that mattered. Covered in injuries, he carried on. The kid was still performing the ritual. He had nearly lost his mind, but he continued the ceremony. The kid was doing the only thing he could do right now. That's how it was. The man outside was stunned by the scene. What the hell is he doing? Even in this situation, Hook-am sensed something was wrong. It felt like the dark energy radiating from that kid was filling the entire space. His whole body exuded a dense, dark aura. For someone like myself, who can sense spiritual energy, in that instant, he was in a strange space. Hook-am felt as if he'd been submerged, as if he were sinking into the deep abyss of the sea. His entire body was paralyzed, unable to resist. At the same time, a warning appeared. If you fail, you'd better be ready to get stuffed in a barrel. Hook-am coughed violently and returned to reality. He gasped for breath warily. That kid has reached a state of selflessness. On the other side, Cheon Ki Chang was proceeding with his ritual. At this rate, Baek-am, who's confronting him elsewhere, is going to lose. I have to stop him at all costs, Hook-am yelled, ordering the bodyguards. He's performing a ritual. Stop him, now. After receiving the order, they charged forward like a storm. Cheon Ki Chang's side was also ready for a fight. A bloody battle erupted, the two sides clashing fiercely with weapons, and some had unfortunately already fallen. Cheon Woo-gon was holding on, but it was a struggle. Damn it. If he hadn't been injured in the truck crash earlier, he could have handled Hook-am's group by himself. He advised confidently, "You're exhausted. You can't even carry an unconscious shaman and run away. You can't even manage that, so just give up." Though tired, Cheon Woo-gon shot back. A brain-dead idiot who can't even control his own bladder dares to stand there and run his mouth. Hook-am gritted his teeth in anger at the taunt. He grabbed a knife, wanting to finish Cheon Woo-gon off. "Before I end you, the humiliation I suffered back then." His hand gripped the sharp blade as Hook-am charged forward, but he was blocked by a car. "I'll repay you for all of it with my own hands." A group of men holding tools emerged. A foot stepped out of the car. Choi Do-ho appeared, still covered in bandages. Cheon Woo-gon was a little wary of him. Aren't these the gangsters who retired from the business? But Choi Do-ho quickly explained, "Sir, please don't ask how I got here. I had to come to repay the young master for paying all my hospital bills, and for how he and you treated my daughter to a meal." He slowly put on a mask. In Choi Do-ho's hand was also a gun. "All right, now," he shouted, firing a shot into the air. "Let's fight." On the other side, a phone's ringtone went off. A trembling hand fumbled with the controls as the phone's low volume slowly increased. Until it reached its maximum level, the sound seemed to converge on Cheon Ki Chang's location. Thanks to that, it became easier for him to continue the ceremony. A thick, black aura began to pour out. It reached Baek-too's location. The black energy targeted Baek-too's body, which began to swell abnormally. Baek-am remarked, without a shred of fear, "Pouring spiritual energy into a god that's already been devoured is meaningless." Baek-too writhed uncomfortably. Its chest was now abnormally large. Something was trying to break out from inside it. When it opened its mouth, a jet-black beak emerged. A large crow took flight. It used its massive wings to cover its body. Gu Jiang had completely transformed. Baek witnessed this through Baek Tu's eyes. What in the world is that god? He stared at the Gu Jiang, and Baek found it hard to form words. You bastard shaman. What the hell did you summon? It was now pouncing on Baek Tu. The name of the god that Cheon Ki Chang had summoned was something incredibly terrifying. The Gu Jiang. To be precise, it's a demon god that feeds on spiritual energy and fear to gradually mature. From small bodies, the Gu Jiang can transform into a new beast. It's like a continuous process. Its form gradually grows larger, and the process seems unstoppable. Now, the Gu Jiang has taken the form of a fox. Since being summoned, it had only fed on Cheon Ki Chang's spiritual energy to grow stronger. But now, for it, this was a delicious meal. Right here in Liu Yo, a lavish feast had been prepared for it. The Gu Jiang was gradually absorbing its favorite dish, fear. The fear of the young shaman, whose eyes were rolled back in his head, his mouth ceaselessly uttering strange sounds. While he performed the ritual in the middle of the chaos, it was everywhere. The fear from Cho's group. The men who were risking their lives, charging at the enemy as if they didn't care that they were outnumbered. Even Hook Am's men had to fall back. The knife in Baek Am's hand also dropped. It was fear born from despair. It felt like he had hit an insurmountable wall. Even though they were both shamans, he collapsed to his knees, utterly helpless. It was a fear born from the anxiety that he might lose, despite everything he had done. Hook Am was terrified, not daring to believe the truth. Why? I prepared so meticulously for this, so why? At this rate, I'm going to get stuffed in a barrel. The Gu Jiang was growling, attacking Baek Tu. To reiterate, the Gu Jiang is a demon god that feeds on spiritual energy and fear. It announced in a low voice, absorption complete. The Gu Jiang only held this form for a moment before its head suddenly snapped to the side, twisting and turning, as another cloud of black smoke rushed forward. It enveloped the entire Gu Jiang, the two seeming to merge into one. Baek Tu had to wrap itself around a building to dodge. Baek panicked when he realized, has that brat's spiritual energy vanished? He struggled to his feet. Baek rushed out to check the situation when a hand suddenly reached out from the black smoke. A large body had been formed. He gaped, unable to believe his eyes. Baek Am's face couldn't hide his shock. The Gu Jiang had completely transformed. Human fear itself had been personified, and its true form had officially descended upon Huayam. According to the distribution map of the Yoi Gu Jiang, it was an existence whose legend had spread across all 8 provinces. But in the central region of Yini, there was the Dark God. In Gangwon Province, the Yadui Dark Demon. In Jeolla Province, the Yusini Dark God. On Jeju Island, Yedachich Hobang. Yet, the darkness held a great mystery. There were no descriptions of its exact form. Because it was a shapeless creature, the reason is that everyone has a different object of fear. Its face was gradually transforming as it looked down at a figure in white inside the building. And the person inside was also terrified, as a familiar image became clearer and clearer before her. And the object of Chairman Bekam's fear was none other than Chairman Ma Dong-sang. Seeing that fearful expression, Gu Changui gloated mockingly. You truly are an incompetent loser. Baekam stared at the giant head, stammering for words. Taehan Min. Chairman, it's not like that. Her voice trembled so much her words were unclear, and her pupils were gradually engulfed in black as she lost consciousness. It dragged her into a dark space. There were only 2 people in this place. Baek kept trying to justify herself. It's just that the kid was too strong, so Besides, a few variables came up in the middle of it all. She was extremely tense at this point. It wasn't my fault. It's the fault of those who couldn't stop that kid's sacrificial rite. Her body wouldn't stop trembling. Really. Faced with the other's silence, Baekam knelt down. It really wasn't my fault. Back in reality, she was drowning in despair. The others rushed over in a panic. Chairman Baek, what are you saying? A man asked, kneeling beside her. You have to calm down and continue the ceremony. What on earth did you see? He acted this way with a hint of panic in his eyes, then turned his head in the direction Baek was looking. In that instant, the man's eyes also went dark. Sergeant Kim. Everyone present was plunged into an illusion created by their own fears. Someone once said that fear is like a contagious plague. Guchangui just stood there, its hands seemingly embracing the building. It suddenly turned its head in another direction. Among those trying to stop Cheon Ki Chang's sacrificial rite, the ones with divine energy had begun to panic. In just a moment, not far away, a masked figure stood watching. Huam's body trembled slightly. Behind him, Sang-hun, who had just finished fighting, ran up. Master Huam. They're resisting too fiercely, he said. placing a hand on the masked man's shoulder. Either call the chairman to request more support, or if you have a better idea, now's the time to use it. It was then he noticed the man's eyes were pitch black, with tears streaming down his face. I still have a family to take care of. Chairman, please spare my life. Sang Hun, startled, took a few steps back. The sight of this scared him stiff. Huam, the commander, had completely lost his mind. Gathering his courage, Sang Hun touched him again, only for Huam to fall to the ground from the gentle push. Sang Hun's expression changed drastically. Seeing his unusual behavior, it was highly likely this was a phenomenon that only occurred when a Salsine-level shaman's sacrificial rite had succeeded. Huam was now kneeling on the ground, clasping his hands and begging, "Please, spare my life." Sang Hun then looked at the others who were still fighting, and saw that the number of casualties was already too high. We no longer have enough forces to break through that front line. Sang Hun helped him up, and using his last bit of strength, walked towards Ji-yu, placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Give the order. Help our people retreat. Continuing like this is just uselessly stubborn." Ji-yu immediately objected, "But if we can't deal with them, I'm afraid the chairman won't accept it, big bro." Sang Hun didn't get angry at this. This was the result of a battle he himself had started. His attitude was extremely calm. If he can't accept this result, then that's still the end for him. The others all took another look at the scene. Deho suddenly collapsed right next to Cheon. The wound on his stomach was soaked in blood. Choi Deho. Despite this, Deho held on. "My wound just tore open. I can still take it. Please worry about Cheon Ki Chang first." The man looked at him worriedly for a few more seconds, and after considering, decided to follow Choi Deho's wishes and leave. "Cheon Ki Chang, are you okay?" His condition wasn't much better than theirs, his whole body covered in injuries. Cheon Ki Chang neither looked up nor answered. Cheon worriedly called his name. Just then, Cheon Ki Chang brushed back his hair, revealing an exhausted face and ragged breaths from overexertion, his eyes streaked with red. "Let's end this." As soon as he finished speaking, the towering Guchang-gui made a new move. It grabbed Bak Tu's serpentine head, its fist tightening, making Bak Tu tremble. Guchang-gui's two hands brutally ripped Bak Tu's mouth to the sides, forcing Bak Tu to endure the pain of tearing flesh. Against its immense strength, it was soon torn in half. Its body quickly dissipated. That moment was captured in Cheon Ki Chang's eyes. He squeezed his eyes shut as two warm streams of tears flowed out. Immediately after, his body, which had reached its limit, collapsed. And then, the next day, the fortress that had once protected Hook Am Construction's stock price finally crumbled. Life returned to normal with the hustle and bustle of the employees. All departments plunged into a frenzy of work. A manager ordered his staff to act quickly. Sell it all. Don't just sell Hoam. Sell the stocks of the subcontractors and partner companies too. How could such a large construction company collapse overnight? People would think of reasons like these. A completed construction project collapsed. A large-scale real estate crisis. Breaking news. The government announces a directive regarding the designation of a new large-scale greenbelt. Corruption related to redevelopment. An investigation team formed, especially concerning the Shinsong area redevelopment project valued at 5.7 trillion won. However, the worst reason that brought it down wasn't any of these. Amid the chaos, the manager happened to catch the latest news being broadcast. Damn it. What the hell? Who would have thought the owner himself would create this damn risk? The subject's arrest information was announced. Chairman Ma Dong-sang, in the picture, was the restrained suspect. The prosecutor's office issued an accusation stating that the chairman had murdered a company employee, leading to an emergency arrest of Chairman Ma Dong-sang on charges of conspiracy to murder and disposing of a body. His very existence was the final nail in the coffin for Hook Am Construction's collapse. Other sources said that's not all. Kim Kwang-jang, alias the former CEO of Hoam, at that time under pressure from Chairman Ma Dong-sang, many directors and employees of the Hoam Group are still coming forward to report internal issues. After losing the battle of spiritual power, people inside Hook Am began to expose the chairman's wrongdoings to save their own lives. Dong-sang on the screen had the same look as always, his expression unreadable. The whistleblower stated that Chairman Ma's other crimes included taking bribes, corruption, and kidnapping the families of his competitors. In addition, there were also opinions that the predecessor of Hoam Investment was a nationwide criminal organization. They all agreed that the act helped increase. The one with the highest chance of survival right now is Song Ma Dong, who's been put behind bars. The screen went dark, and the news report ended. In another room, a strange ceiling came into view. Cheon Ki Chang put a hand to his forehead, trying to recall what happened. I remember passing out after winning the counter ritual. Was I taken to the hospital again? Just then, a familiar voice called out, "You're awake, Cheon Ki Chang." He turned to see the patient next to him, Choi De-ho. Cheon Ki Chang shot up like a spring. "Why are you here? Are you injured again?" He reached out to touch his head. "My wound just opened up a little. Don't make such a fuss." His hand, still covered in bruises, quickly pulled back. "More importantly, I heard you took care of my So Hui while I was in the hospital and even got revenge for me." Choi De-ho looked at Cheon Ki Chang sincerely. "Thanks, kid." A gentle smile formed on Cheon Ki Chang's lips. "If you're really grateful, then promise you'll work with me for a long, long time." He happily agreed, without a second thought. Of course, in this tough economy, it's not easy to find a job that pays this well. Cheon Ki Chang quickly waved his hands. "That's not just about you not quitting. I want us to walk a long path together. One where you don't get hurt anymore." Choi De-ho ruffled his hair again. "All right, I'll do that." While they were busy talking, a group of people entered through the door. The young man's eyes trembled slightly. These were the people who had fought alongside him. They were all thrilled to see that he had woken up. The whole group then jumped in, happily calling out in unison, "Cheon Ki Chang." Du-ga-eun walked over to check on him. "It must hurt a lot, right?" Everyone gathered around him, chatting away. Just then, Cheon Woo-gon came over and opened some kind of box, confusing Cheon Ki Chang. Looking over at Mi-do sitting nearby, he seemed to understand and called out. "Team leader?" he asked, a bit puzzled. "I remember winning that ritual battle. The curse. It still hit its target. Right?" Cheon Ki Chang asked, a little worried. "I know that if Hoam's stock price didn't plummet, Golden Cross would be in danger, so this is the stock that's been temporarily halted." After listening, she remained silent, looking for something. Then, Mi-do held up a stock ticker. "This is the stock that's been temporarily halted." Seeing it, he froze in disbelief. Then, Cheon Ki Chang snapped out of it and looked up with a smile. Mi-do burst out laughing and said, "A huge success." She went on to explain that Hoam Seol Jeon's stock price had dropped by 30% in a single day. Mi-do even held up her hand to announce that tomorrow, when the trading halt is lifted, it would plummet once again. The two of them high-fived, celebrating their success. But he had to admit, "We were really lucky. Everyone had to take a huge risk this time." But she still gave him all the credit. "This result is all thanks to you." Mi-do then ruffled Cheon Ki Chang's hair and said, "This time, you won a complete victory all on your own." Just then, Du-ga-eun appeared, cutting in. "Sorry to ruin the magical atmosphere between you two." Then, she smiled and said, "So, I just want to know, how much did Golden Cross make from this case?" Hearing that, Mi-do scoffed. "What you're curious about isn't how much the company made, but how much you're getting paid. Isn't that right?" But Du-ga-eun argued back, "Hey, why would you say that? You always make me out to be some materialistic person." Mi-do retorted, "If the company makes a lot, we all get a bigger cut. That's just common sense, isn't it?" Over on the side, De-ho wearily added, "I've already done work that's worth the salary I get each month, so it doesn't matter how much of a bonus I get this time." Just then, NJ voiced his opinion. "Compared to the people who have to run around in the field, our team has it much easier. We're with Choi De-ho. It doesn't matter how much we get." Hearing this, she shot back, unconvinced. "Hey, what's wrong with you people? Cheon Ki Chang, you're curious too, aren't you?" But Cheon Ki Chang didn't want to argue. "I'm fine with whatever. I know the company will figure out a fair amount. What's with that? Why are even you against me?" And so, everyone continued their lively argument in the hospital room. The next day, at the office meeting, Justin began to speak. "I haven't prepared the commission fees for everyone today." Ga-eun flinched upon hearing that. "Huh?" Seeing her reaction, he turned and smiled. "That's because it's such a large amount of money that it can't all be withdrawn at once." Hearing this, Cheon Ki Chang raised his hand and asked, "So, exactly how much will I and everyone else be receiving?" At that, Justin Lee took out a piece of paper and wrote something on it. Once finished, he slid it over to where he was sitting. Cheon Ki Chang looked at the paper hesitantly. The moment he opened it, everyone gasped and started murmuring, "How many zeros is that? Tens of millions. Damn, we're rich, for real." On the other side, Justin came out and explained that if it were to be paid out in cash immediately, it would be a sum so enormous that the payout would have to take 5 years. Then, Justin Lee held up the paper and said, "And that's just a small fraction of the total amount our company earned this time. And yet, it's already this huge." But Justin didn't forget to extend his hand. "Thank you. It's all thanks to you, Cheon Ki Chang. Not only did we pull back from the brink of disaster, but the company's position in the industry has become much stronger. Seeing this, he still replied shyly, "All I did was perform the ritual. You were the one who invested the money, set up the strategy, and even declared all-out war to protect me." The director shouldered it all. Then, Cheon Ki Chang shook his hand and added, "It's just lucky that everything went so smoothly." Seeing his personality, Justin had to admit, "Now I understand why team leader Me likes you so much. You're not soft or weak at all." Justin Lee saw him for who he truly was. "You're simply not afraid to show your kindness and resilience. Now then, I have another matter to discuss. I'd like to make you a new offer, Cheon Ki Chang," Justin Lee said, looking him straight in the eye. "In addition to the bonus you'll be paid for this case, I will give you a share of Golden Cross's stock. From now on, instead of just being a shaman who performs rituals based on our decisions, I want you to officially become a partner and help grow this company together with us." The next day, at Shaman prison, an inmate was waiting. Sung-ho entered, gesturing for the person behind him to come in, and then announced, "Chairman, I've brought Master Hook-am, as you requested." The chairman saw him and immediately asked, "Hook-am, seeing me behind these bars like this, does it make your heart feel a little lighter?" On the other side, Hook-am vehemently denied it, falling to his knees and stammering, "Oh, that's absurd. What you just said is completely ridiculous. I've never been a whistleblower, nor have I ever cooperated with the police. If I had, when Attorney Yen came to find me, why on earth would I have followed him to this prison to meet you?" But the man didn't back down and retorted, "I know a coward like you would never have the guts to do something like that. Besides, I've already given the order to dispose of all the bastards who dared to snitch, and anyone who cooperated with the police investigation. Did they really think they could live in peace just because Ma Dongsang is in prison?" The more Dongsang spoke, the more furious he became, grinding his teeth like a savage tiger. "Even if they pull my fangs, my claws are still sharp." And he clenched his fist, saying, "They've worked under me for so many years and still don't understand what I, Ma Dongsang, am capable of." "Hook-am," he called. Hook-am trembled as he answered, "Yes, sir." Dongsang then said, "Chairman, while you may not be the traitor, you still bear a heavy responsibility in this matter. So, he offered a deal. I will spare your life and your families. In return, you will do one thing for me." Hook-am was eager to hear. "Yes. What is it?" "I'll do anything you ask." What Dongsang wanted at that very moment was the S-Class Shaman and the Justin Lee of Golden Seal Ltd. Place a hex on them and hunt them down. Upon hearing this, Hook-am was horrified, which made the man admit, "Yes, that's the kind of man I am. Whoever humiliates me, I will pay them back tenfold. If they've stolen what I spent my entire life building, then it's only right that I take everything from them, isn't it?" Seeing this, the man hesitated in silence. Then Hook-am stammered, "But that's impossible, sir." He struggled to explain. "Chairman, you know that shamans practicing in Uido have a mandatory rule they must follow. Hexes can only be placed on businesses. They must never be used on people within our own circle. If I violate that rule, they will surely find out and intervene." But the man was adamant, saying, "If you don't do it, I will hunt down you and your entire family." Hook-am still wanted to plead, "Chairman." However, Dongsang cut him off resentfully. "No exceptions. Either you hunt them down, or your family dies. Cast the hex. That is what you, my dog, are supposed to do." Helpless, Hook-am stood up and said, "But, no matter what, asking me to cast a hex, to hunt down an opponent with spiritual power on par with an S-Class shaman is nearly impossible, with my level of spiritual power." It was then that the man began to instruct him, "I know of something in our world that can temporarily increase a shaman's spiritual power for curse rituals, and if I'm not mistaken, its name is Child Gu." And Dongsang had already arranged everything. Attorney Yen has already inquired and found it. What he wanted him to do was use it to hunt them down. Then, Dongsang walked away, speaking cryptically. That's all I'm going to say. That night, inside the Hoam investment building, a magic circle had been laid out. The sacrificial offerings had also been brought in and were ready. All sorts of talismans were plastered on the walls. Below, there was a strange box sealed with written charms. Sung-ho appeared and said, "I went through a lot of trouble to get this. There were none available in the country, so I paid a large sum to a broker in China to smuggle it in." After hearing this, Hook-am, somewhat surprised, picked up the mysterious box, but he also felt a strange premonition and thought, "A Child Gu?" He couldn't believe it and yelled, "These crazy bastards. They actually did it." He even turned to glare at the man who was avoiding his gaze. Then Hook-am turned back and as he prepared the ritual, he thought, if a shaman dares to handle this kind of cursed object, he cannot escape divine punishment. This is an item far beyond my limits. Even the evil god I serve cannot bear the calamity it brings. However, he hesitated for a moment and stopped. If I use this for the ritual, the best-case scenario is I end up half paralyzed. In the worst-case scenario, an incurable disease will be unavoidable. And yet, Hukam had to do it for his own sake. But if I don't do this, death is a certainty. Thinking of his family, he couldn't refuse. And it wasn't just him, but everyone who depended on him would also be in danger. Not wanting to get them involved, Hukam finally made his decision. Compared to the punishment of the gods, the cruelty of man is far more terrifying. I'll do this alone. Assistants and anyone else involved, leave this room now. He even threatened, if you want to live. Suddenly, the sound of crying rang out, growing louder and louder. Blood trickled from a man's ear. The crying continued endlessly. That red liquid kept flowing down slowly. In the silence, there were incessant sobs. The man with his head down was doing something, then his whole body trembled as he tried to crawl forward. In his mind, only the sound of a baby's cry remained. Does anyone here know the method for creating a child goo? Prepare a newborn child, taken before it has even had its mother's first milk. Then, feed that child a porridge made from the milk of a healthy cow, honey, and various herbs that stimulate the appetite. When the child becomes plump and its stomach has expanded as much as possible, begin to starve it. Do not give it even a single drop of water. Just continue to starve it. At this point, you must absolutely not soften your heart and feed it anything, because the hunger and thirst it feels are the core ingredients for creating the child goo. And just before it takes its last breath, prepare a jar for it to crawl into. Inside the jar, smear the same milk porridge it was once fed. The starving child, that tiny creature wanting to live, will use its last ounce of strength to crawl into the jar. It will willingly crawl into the jar from which, once inside, it cannot escape, because it has exhausted all its life force. Once it's inside, seal the jar, bind it tight with rope. By doing this, the shaman will obtain the most wicked hunting dog, created from the purest of entities. The echo still rang incessantly. Justin Lee spoke up. Let's wrap up the important matters here. How about we go for a celebratory dinner to mark our new partnership? With that, he took out a black card. The director's corporate card. A moment later, everyone followed him out. I'm not taking you home tonight, so drink in moderation. The boss is treating, so shouldn't we pop some champagne? Is that okay, sir? All right, let's go. Suddenly, something black materialized. Justin Lee turned his head and asked, You know, it's been a while since I've had omakase sushi. What do you think, Ki Chang? Cheon Ki Chang replied, Omakase? I've never had that before. Is it any different from regular sushi places? Meanwhile, somewhere else, a flood of water was still surging violently. The glass barrier had cracked and was continuously breaking apart. Mi-do suggested, Let's go to Restaurant Hu. No place is better than that, and it's private too, Justin Lee agreed. Ooh, an excellent choice. Model. Guy leaned in and whispered, It's just like a normal sushi restaurant, right, Miss Jia-on? She helplessly reminded him that the more he asked, the more he revealed how broke he was, so he should just stop. Meanwhile, a dark shadow was circling in the air, as if searching for something. At the same time, In-hee seemed to sense it too. He gulped. Cheon Ki Chang felt a chill run down his spine, and his face darkened with fear. Outside the door, a child was crying. The other two also turned their attention to it, a creature with a bizarre shape, something they had never seen before. However, the three who possessed divine power immediately recognized what it was. It was the embodiment of an ancient child effigy curse, calling out to Cheon Ki Chang. Among them, the one who remained the most level-headed and could calculate the situation the fastest was Mi-do. She was trembling with fear. 8 or 9/10 of it was because this was a curse sent by Ho-hum. Were they insane? To break the only rule of Uido just for a personal grudge? She gritted her teeth, telling herself to stop these useless thoughts. Her hands clenched with determination. She focused only on how to keep Cheon Ki Chang and the director alive until those people arrived. Just then, the elevator arrived. Justin Lee asked in surprise, Why did everyone suddenly stop moving? Did someone forget something in the office? Mi-do shouted an order. Everyone, freeze! His foot, which was stepping forward, had to stop in its tracks. Justin Lee froze, not daring to move. The elevator seemed to sink, and the cable was on the verge of snapping. In an instant, it snapped in two, and the elevator plunged. Mi-do's voice rang out with a warning. From now on, every move you make could lead to death. So don't anyone move a muscle. She seriously assigned their duties. Uncle Cho, protect Mr. Jang Pyo. Since we don't know what might happen, each of you, stick close to protect the director and Cheon Ki Chang. Outside, the child effigy was trembling. It pressed its face against the glass door, causing the pane to nearly shatter. Mido reached into her coat to get something. The talisman from Great Master Sang-mi that I brought for protection. What a waste, she thought, but I have to use it now. However, the moment she took the talisman out, it burst into flames. Mido couldn't believe it, wondering, how high must that thing's spiritual level be? Just then, the glass seemed unable to withstand the effigy's force any longer. It lunged straight inside amidst the shattering glass. The child effigy looked around as if searching for something. Cheon Ki Chang's eyes widened in terror. As soon as he looked up, the effigy was right in front of him. It chanted a spell, Ajin e bak e te han e gui. His eyes were bleeding. Is this the natural consequence of having to endure the curse's backlash because I sealed it away? The child effigy continuously chanted, E munbak e munja. Seeing the dangerous situation, Mido rushed forward. Don't! The scene suddenly changed. The director looked worried. I clearly warned them. Those within Yoido are absolutely forbidden from casting curses on each other. Her expression was one of helplessness, because if this continued, this place would eventually turn into a battlefield where shamans slaughter one another. With that, the director raised her arm. As expected, humans really are creatures with short-term memories, aren't they? Han Ji-yeon's fist clenched tightly. Back in the present, the man had collapsed to the ground, and the child effigy was bound by chains. Mi-do let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness those people made it in time. The Curse Control Bureau was also part of the Financial Supervisory Commission. The scene shifts to Ho-hum Investment at night. Lee Tae-ha's elevator was slowly ascending. With a ding, the doors opened. A determined footstep strode forward towards the Supervisory Institute. Following behind him was a procession of solemn-faced individuals from the UEO's supervisory organization, the Financial Supervisory Commission, or FSC. The Supervisory Institute, an organization under the FGS, was established in the early 2000s, a time when businesses recklessly performed curse rituals to gain advantages over each other. The Supervisory Institute, at the time the first curse rituals were incorporated into Uedo, was the very embodiment of the chaos of Uedo in the 2000s. Initially, curses were only cast on businesses, but then, brutal phenomena began to erupt. Hexes were inadvertently cast directly on business owners and the politicians who held decision-making power. A photograph was torn to shreds. This began to lead to actual loss of human life and a drain of talented individuals from the country. The plane to Singapore carrying the family of the owner of the Gangsong Shipbuilding Group crashed into the sea. The TV screen flashed with urgent news. Assemblyman Do Bong was found dead in his home. Along with that were newspaper articles debating the truth behind the death of CEO Bak Se-hwan of the 71 Construction Group, who fell from a great height. The three-car pileup accident involving Mr. Jeo. At that time, the FSC had considered stopping curse rituals with executive orders or legislation, but they abandoned that idea, because doing so would be tantamount to officially admitting the effectiveness of superstitious beliefs to the entire public and to investors. Instead, the Financial Supervisory Commission established the Supervisory Institute. At the inauguration of the institute, the sole reason for this organization's existence, where the top contemporary shamans were recruited, was singular: to prevent shamans in Uedo from casting deadly curses on people. They would respect the freedom of the market economy, but the moment someone crossed the line, they would become judges, forcefully suppressing all violations. Ki-eun's hand gripped his weapon tightly as he slowly faced the gloomy aura ahead. His subordinate, who followed behind him, went deep into the aura. Someone vomited, unable to bear it. Another person commented disdainfully, "This is definitely a curse ritual, but looking at how contaminated the area is, it seems he even used ancient black magic." "You should be careful, sir." Team leader Ki-yu showed no fear and gave the order, "Reserve team, break through and sever the spiritual channel immediately." His subordinates quickly followed his command, shouting in unison, "Yontae Han Tin, Taehan Sumun, General's Step, General's Step." With that, their bodies seemed to be clad in armor as they charged forward. Ki-eun forcefully kicked the door open. The sword in his hand glowed in response. Inside, someone was trembling. A shaman and a cursed tool. He held up the implement in his hand. Pathetic. Just then, a voice rang out. "How did that guy find me again? How is that possible? I definitely broke free from the restraints. Do you really think I'll disappear that easily, huh?" With that, it charged forward aggressively. This action startled Ki-eun a little. His feet shifted slightly. and a series of moves were executed in a flash. In an instant, Ki-un appeared in front of the guy. The Taehan sword was pressed against his neck. "You, entity that should not exist." He raised his sword and commanded, "Return to the void." Then, with a single slash across the torso, the creature was instantly erased. He stood silently, looking at the discarded object. Ki-un gave a serious order: "Put this shaman under surveillance and take him to the emergency room. Seize the cursed object and transfer it to headquarters." Everyone got to work, collecting all the items in the room. Ki-un also put away his weapon. Meanwhile, over by Cheon Ki Chang, the Donggo was emitting an oppressive aura. It kept calling out, "Mommy, Mommy," before dissolving into a pile of dust. "I'm so hungry," it cried, then vanished into the wind. Jia-un collapsed onto the ground, sighing in relief. "We're alive." Mi-do quickly rushed to check on Cheon Ki Chang's condition. She worriedly thought to herself, "Damn it, his pulse and breathing are both completely erratic." Mi-do gritted her teeth in frustration. Even though that thing only appeared for a short time, he still suffered the full consequences. Did he really have to take a direct hit from that insane spiritual power? Her hand gently stroked his hair. Mi-do screamed, "An ambulance! Somebody call an ambulance, as fast as you can." A moment later, Cheon Ki Chang was loaded into the ambulance. "Family, where is the patient's family?" a paramedic called out. She followed, praying ceaselessly. "Please, not this time." Mi-do pleaded, "Please, don't collapse in front of me like this." They couldn't find any significant external injuries on his body. In fact, his body was in excellent health. However, from that day on, Cheon Ki Chang never woke up. Mi-do was keeping a constant vigil by his side when a sound caught her attention. A person entered the room and said, "I'm here to take a statement regarding the Donggo incident caused by the Hoam group." The director observed the situation and commented, "His condition is quite bad, isn't it? You are team leader Mi-do from Golden Xia Lei's TD1, correct?" Mi-do replied politely, "There's no need for introductions. I'm not sure if you remember, but we've met once before. What's that she's taking out?" Then, she pulled up a chair and sat down. The director spoke first. "When the shaman affiliated with our company had a confrontation with Ilsen Dodong, you personally stepped in to mediate and settle things. Since you're here now, I have a question for you." She began to question the director. Did the Supervisory Institute really not know that Hoam was performing a death ritual targeting Cheon Ki Chang? Or did you all deliberately turn a blind eye, intending to eliminate a shaman kid who specializes in death curses, just to avoid future complications? The director calmly stated, "There were no internal directives within the Supervisory Institute regarding discrimination against shamans who specialize in death curses." Mi-do slowly walked closer, her hands gripping the director's shoulders. "Look me in the eye and answer me," she demanded. "Look at the child lying right there and say it." Mi-do was furious. "A person like you, who can see through every ritual in all of Yoido." Her gaze was piercing. "You're telling me you really didn't know Hoam planned to perform a death ritual and cast a curse on that child? You truly had no idea that they brought an absurdly powerful cursed tool like the Donggo into Yoido?" The director replied calmly, "To be honest, I don't support the activities of shamans who specialize in death curses here in Yoido. In fact, to be more precise, I believe no shaman of any kind should be allowed to set foot in Yoido." With that, she removed Mi-do's hands from her shoulders. Stock prices should rise and fall based on a company's actual performance and vision, not be swayed by mystical spiritual forces. That is my belief. Mi-do stepped back in disbelief. "You're lying. If that were true, wouldn't your own people's livelihoods be cut off?" The director confidently stated. "Then they can just go back to being ordinary shamans. Shamans are meant to be nothing more than a rope that connects ordinary people to the divine." She prepared to stand. Of course, realistically speaking, that can't be achieved overnight, and the investment firms that have tasted the profits brought by shamans won't let go of this world so easily. The director slowly walked toward the hospital bed. "In the meantime, people like us must exist as a minimum safety net." She gazed intently at Cheon Ki Chang. "I am truly sorry that this young shaman was affected by Hoam's curse. As for bringing forbidden cursed tools into Yoido, the Supervisory Institute will monitor more strictly in the future." To the director's surprise, Mi-do suddenly dropped to her knees. "We only exchanged a few words," the director thought. "There's no need to go this far just to apologize." Mi-do sobbed, pleading, "Please, help me. We've done a thorough examination, and the MRI results show nothing abnormal, but the fact that he still won't wake up means his soul must have been affected. But we can't find a single clue." Mi-do's face was lowered in anguish. "I know the reason all the shamans in Yoido fear the Supervisory Institute. It's because of you." Her voice was filled with sincerity. "Please, I'm begging you. Help Cheon Ki Chang wake up. People who work in Uido tend to be a very proud bunch, and that's only natural. While their business relies on client cash flow, the amount of money they move is, at minimum, in the tens of billions, and at most, up to the trillions. Stock ticker, Cheonmu Industries. Order quantity, 30,000 shares. Buy order received. Order matched. Confirmed. Stock ticker, Robinchem. Order quantity, 150,000 shares. Buy order received. Order matched. Confirmed. Stock ticker, Naples. Order quantity, 2 million shares. Buy order received. Order matched. Confirmed. Once you're operating with that much money and start getting performance-based commissions. October 2025. The average daily trading value hit 16 trillion won. The domestic stock market had reached its most prosperous period in history. Someone cheerfully raised a glass. A toast to our record-breaking performance this past quarter. Afterwards, they handed out crisp, white envelopes. They start to see ordinary people, living off salaries that amount to pocket change, as pathetic. And then, a young man bumps into an old woman. The two turn and look at each other. The man's face is filled with utter contempt. They fall under the strange delusion that they are superior beings, of a higher status than everyone else. This was what the director of the Supervisory Institute had thought for a long time, and it was precisely why she understood the heavy weight behind Mi-do's act of kneeling. She thought to herself, if a shaman were simply a tool for manipulating stock prices, she wouldn't need to humble herself to this degree. After all, when a tool breaks, you simply replace it. The director continued her assessment. For her to go to such lengths, it must mean that to her. This shaman boy is much more important than a mere tool. What a headache, she thought. It's just like how the Financial Supervisory Commission always issues rulings impartially, without favoring any particular investment firm or bank. The Supervisory Institute must act with the same impartiality. The organization's guiding principle is to not cover for any specific mage or the company pulling their strings. But she gave a wry smile and said, still, no matter how you look at it, we bear some responsibility in this. Mi-do bowed her head and listened. Then, the director turned to someone and asked, so it should be all right to help them a little, right? At some point, Nam-jin had appeared behind the director. She smiled faintly. If that's what you wish. A second later, Nam-jin's hand gently moved closer to Cheon Ki Chang, and a light began to shine from her palm. Mi-do watched, tense and focused. A moment later, Nam-jin stood up straight, having finished her assessment. The director hurriedly asked, what's the boy's condition? The words that followed left her stunned, hollow, completely empty. The director's gaze seemed to pierce through to Cheon Ki Chang's inner world. It was a beach with crashing waves. The inner self of someone born with the destiny of being a vessel. To serve a god must always be filled with something. It could be the form of the god or their divine power. Nam-jin explained that the thing filling this boy's inner world, however, was something else. Before her was a pitch-black membrane, a colossal amount of negative energy, and nothing more. It slowly began to pull Nam-jin herself in. She continued, explaining that the boy being bedridden wasn't because of the death curse. Nam-jin clarified that the curse released by the bronze bell was simply adding a few more drops of negative energy into a vessel that was bound to explode sooner or later anyway. She pointed out the real issue, the true reason he's in a coma, is because there is no master worthy of the vessel to suppress that fiercely fluctuating negative energy. Mi-do was a bit confused. What does that mean? The director explained it in detail. It was a form of divine sickness. Nam-jin's diagnosis indicated this happened because he had not yet received his initiation rite. Mi-do let out a sigh of relief. If that was the case, then it was a stroke of luck, because at least it wasn't the worst-case scenario. He just needed to undergo a proper initiation rite, and he would quickly return to normal. But Mi-do's fledgling sense of relief instantly vanished, replaced by another concern. Wait a minute, she thought frantically. But how, and who can we ask to perform a proper initiation rite for him? Even though he had never gone through a formal initiation rite, the powerful displays Cheon Ki Chang had shown up until now worried Mi-do. It had now become a stumbling block in her extensive calculations. If he could emit that terrifying level of divine power and negative energy without a patron deity, then ordinary gods wouldn't be able to handle his power. Mi-do's heart was in turmoil. Finding a god compatible with him was already difficult enough. But the bigger problem was the existence of a mage skilled enough to help Cheon Ki Chang perform the initiation rite to receive such a god. She kept running through the possibilities. Normally, an initiation rite is performed by a senior mage with greater divine power than their junior. In this world, the ones capable of performing the rite for Cheon Ki Chang. Mi-do thought of Tae-ha. They were all competitors. Suddenly, she realized, if there was one, the only person who wasn't a competitor. But the director immediately refused. I won't do it, she said bluntly. To be more precise, I can't do it. I am a servant of an earth god. The nature of my vessel is completely different from the mages who serve celestial gods, the ones who are able to perform the initiation rite. The director reluctantly reminded her. Besides, how many times have I told you? The Supervisory Institute is a neutral body with the unshakable principle of not assisting any mage affiliated with a specific company. Mi-do pleaded in a small voice. Please, just think of this as saving someone's life. She tried to make her case. I also, truly, from the bottom of my heart, want Cheon Ki Chang to wake up. Which is why I'm desperately asking you. This isn't about the company's interests or anything like that. Her words left the director stunned once again. Geez, she sighed helplessly. I'll introduce you to someone. The scene changes to Mount Samshin in Gyeongju. According to the director, this was a mage with top-tier abilities outside the city, and one who had just recently received a god. However, don't get your hopes up. That person is very difficult. When they arrived, thousands of people were already lined up in front of them, all there for the same purpose. Jugon remarked, looks like this place is the real deal. The number of people flocking to a shrine in the middle of a mountain says it all. Mi-do was speechless too. The sheer number of people doesn't tell the whole story, Jugon. What's important is what kind of people are gathered here. She observed her surroundings, noting their commonality. They were couples who looked like husband and wife. Moreover, they seemed very affectionate, and were also on the older side. From this, one could infer that the god served by the mage they were about to meet was. Inside, someone was sitting. It was Grandmother Samshin. Suddenly, Alex humbly stepped inside. He leaned down and whispered something. Mi-do whispered, the grandmother says there are guests outside. Please call them in. On the way, Mi-do thought to herself that although people called her grandmother, which sounded a bit funny and easy to underestimate, Grandmother Samshin was one of the three supreme gods of the shamanistic faith. In terms of rank alone, she was a deity as important as the Heavenly Emperor, also known as the Jade Emperor. She prayed silently. If it's her, she can definitely save him. Alex led them to the door and knocked. Please come in. They placed Cheon Ki Chang in front of the mage. Mi-do began to explain, I need to perform an initiation rite for this person. I came here on the recommendation of the director of the Supervisory Institute too. Let me explain his condition in more detail. But the young woman said it wasn't necessary. Mi-do pointed to the painting behind her. I've already heard the whole story from the grandmother. The young woman shyly made a request. Also, please don't stare into my eyes too much. I'm a bit afraid of strangers. Her words left Mi-do frozen for a few seconds. She stared intently at the embarrassed person before her. Mi-do's eyes widened in disbelief. This mage is really the vessel for Grandmother Samshin? Forget having an aura of authority. She seems to have trouble with even basic communication. A moment later, the vessel suddenly let out a strange smile, her eyes turning sharp, completely different from before. The bell in her hand shook continuously. The goddess had descended. The possessed vessel snapped at Mi-do. Just a stray cat who steals food dares to doubt my vessel? Mi-do was instantly terrified. The atmosphere had completely changed. The goddess coolly swept her hair back with her hand. A second later, Grandmother Samshin stood up to do something. Her feet moved slowly forward. The goddess confronted Mi-do, causing her to tense up as her face filled with angry reproach. Didn't my vessel tell you not to look into the girl's eyes? Mi-do trembled with fear. The aura around this person had completely changed. The divine power was so overwhelming it was hard to breathe. Had she entered a state of divine possession? The Grandmother Samshin asked coolly, You want my help to perform the soul-binding ritual for this vessel and wake him up? Is that your request? The woman bowed her head in confirmation. Oh, so that's it, is it? She sat down in front of them, saying cheerfully, Let me show you the fastest way to wake this kid up without needing any soul-binding ritual. The solution left Mi-do in shock. Let me, a being overflowing with heavenly yang energy, share a bed with this boy. She asked provocatively, What do you think? Me sharing a bed with this kid, are you okay with that? The scene changes. The surface of the sea had turned dark and foreboding. Cheon Ki Chang was sitting in the middle of the water. He lowered his head, deep in thought. Cheon Ki Chang thought to himself, after being struck by the energy of a childlike entity, I just kept recoiling. His hand lightly touched his chest. Even though they said I was dead and had passed on to the other side, I can still feel my body reacting to external stimuli. He couldn't stop thinking of a way out. How can I break free from this situation? Right. Maybe I should try diving deeper inside. He thought about it, then shook his head. No. If my team leader is alive, she'll definitely find a way. My interference will only complicate things. Cheon Ki Chang slowly stood up. But when will I stop relying on my team leader? At the very least, when I'm the one in danger, I have to be able to overcome it myself. He was standing at the edge of a wave. The next second, Cheon Ki Chang stepped down, determined to become a true partner. Cheon Ki Chang eagerly entered his own spiritual vessel, but he immediately regretted his decision. He was born with powerful yin energy, and with all the trauma he'd accumulated over time, it had created a chaotic mess inside his spiritual vessel. His hands flailed in the water. His entire body felt like it was sinking from exhaustion. Cheon Ki Chang's eyes slowly closed. It was a state so chaotic that even the master of the vessel could be swallowed whole just by entering. Suddenly, a voice called out, waking him. You lost consciousness, so I came to save you. Are you really going to stay unconscious even inside your own mind? You idiot! A blinding light appeared. Cheon Ki Chang stared blankly towards it. In the middle of the sea, two giant hands rose up. In one palm was Cheon Ki Chang, and another one appeared on the other side. It was the grandmother Samshin. She scolded him. Snap out of it before we talk. The grandmother Samshin was frantically cursing at the idiot. Cheon Ki Chang was completely bewildered by the sight. After a moment, she began speaking non-stop. The two of them talked for a long time, and he nervously bit his nails as he listened. So, you're saying? Cheon Ki Chang seemed to understand. My team leader brought me to you while I was in a coma, and for me to get back to normal, I have to receive a divine descent. Is that what you mean? The grandmother Samshin calmly nodded at his question. This made him even more anxious. If that's the case, then please perform the divine descent ritual, or whatever it is for me. I was planning to continue my work in Lu Yao anyway. Cheon Ki Chang stated his terms. Even if I have to be a shaman for the rest of my life, I won't regret it. Because I'll have people with me. That path probably won't be too lonely. This made her burst out laughing. Should I call that brave? Or just arrogant? The grandmother Samshin pointed a finger and scolded him. You idiot. I have no reason, and no responsibility, to perform a ritual for you. She corrected herself. No, it's more accurate to say, I shouldn't. I am a celestial god. Helping you receive an evil god is already morally questionable. Not to mention you're one of those Hu-Yi-Lo shamans who use deities to make money. Cheon Ki Chang was confused. Then why did you accept the offer? And you saved me just now. The grandmother Samshin said, it might have been just a whim, or maybe it was personal curiosity, a desire to test a young shaman. Then she continued her scolding. Hey, idiot. Now I'm asking you seriously. Why do you want to become a shaman? Cheon Ki Chang began to explain. To be swallowed by yin energy, where the supernatural becomes your everyday life. Why would you choose such a harsh fate? He lowered his face for a moment, his eyes becoming vacant. Cheon Ki Chang's voice stammered. Because it's the only talent that helps me make the people by my side happy. He recalled his past. It's the only way for me to be fully recognized for who I am. The Emily Silver nursing home, the things he had done, and with them, the people he cared for. Cheon Ki Chang bowed his head and confessed, cursing someone, and using that to make money to share with others. I know it's not something to be proud of. He clenched his fists. But even so, he said with sincerity, because of this work, I'm surrounded by people who are truly on my side. The emptiness in my relationships is gone, and I can also give back to them. Cheon Ki Chang declared his noble ideal. Money, fame. Honestly, none of that really matters. I just want to keep doing this to make my people happy. He smiled with satisfaction. And I also want to be truly happy one day. Cheon Ki Chang bowed his head to the ground, pleading, please help me. Please perform the divine descent ritual for me. The grandmother Samshin. The grandmother Samshin smiled, pleased. If nurtured well, he might just become a vessel capable of taming even the worst of evil gods. She mused that chaos isn't created by evil gods, but by the overwhelming greed of the shamans who worship them. The grandmother Samshin teased him. Hey, kid, shouldn't you be calling me grandma? Are we friends? Finally, she agreed. All right, I'll help. As for the rest, let's talk after you get out. The space blurred for a moment, and in reality, Cheon Ki Chang slowly opened his eyes. Welcome back to the world of the living, little shaman. The grandmother Samshin, lying next to him, spoke up. Why do I get the feeling my only job was to wake you up? The current scene left him horrified. Cheon Ki Chang frantically pulled the blanket to look underneath, then shrieked. What is this? What's going on? It's not the situation I'm imagining, is it? Is it now? The grandmother Samshin leaned in, teasing him. How would I know what kind of situation you're imagining? Why don't you tell your grandma what you're imagining? Cheon Ki Chang turned beet red with embarrassment. His muffled scream echoed throughout the room. A while later, the grandmother Samshin spoke seriously. Right now, I've only used my yang energy to neutralize your yin energy, barely waking you. If you don't undergo a proper divine descent ritual soon, you'll lose consciousness again. She informed him. Therefore, I will prepare the ritual as quickly as possible. Then she spoke again, shyly. Especially you. Cheon Ki Chang quickly cut in. I'm just as embarrassed, you know. Besides, all you said we were doing was transferring body heat. He looked over at Mi-do with worry. Why say that Kyo is misleading people? She was just reminding me that we don't have much time for idle chat. Even so, his hands were clenched. Please, let's skip the small talk. Mi-do asked calmly. The god dissension ceremony. How do you intend to proceed? Considering the size of John Sung's vessel, I assume this won't be an easy dissension. I heard that when the vessel is large, impure things like evil spirits and ghosts are drawn to the ceremony. The grandmother Samshin gently explained. When the god dissension ceremony begins, the demon gate will open, and just as you said, such things will gather. That's because the true guest meant to fill the vessel always appears last. Therefore, until that true guest appears, he said that I, my god, and my most trusted followers will protect Cheon Ki Chang. If necessary, we will even use force. He then offered reassurance. So, no one should worry too much. Just focus on your mindset, he added as a reminder. The mindset to accept a being that is not yourself, inside of yourself. By evening, the ritual preparations were still not complete. The grandmother Samshin's followers and confidants were all top-tier professionals. The altar for the god dissension ceremony was completed in just under a day, which also meant that Cheon Ki Chang's preparation time was running out. Ki Chang's eyes grew anxious. He recalled the grandmother Samshin's words, the mindset to accept a being that is not yourself, inside of yourself. Suddenly, a finger gently tapped his shoulder. Mi-do approached, bringing Ki Chang a cup of hot water. She sat down and asked kindly, the ceremony is about to start. Are you hesitating? Ki Chang replied helplessly. It's not like I have any other choice. I heard if I don't receive the god's descent, I'll lose consciousness again. Mi-do repeated insistently. I'm asking if you are hesitating. I'm asking if you're okay, she continued. If you receive the god's descent, you will never be able to return to the world of ordinary people. You will have to serve the gods for the rest of your life. Mi-do seemed to understand. I was afraid of that too. That's why I think that even if you're acting strong, you must still have fear in your heart. She bowed her head and expressed, on the other hand, I feel guilty. If I hadn't brought you to you, maybe you wouldn't have been struck by the blood corpse. And if you hadn't been struck by the blood corpse, maybe you wouldn't have needed to receive a god's descent. Cheon Ki Chang spoke up to comfort her. Mi-do, it was my choice. He reminded her, I was the one who personally asked the grandmother Samshin to perform the dissension ceremony for me. I was the one who took full responsibility, and I was the one who asked to come to Lu. Cheon Ki Chang didn't shy away, surrounded by his chief and colleagues who had performed the ceremony. This is the dream I've decided to keep dreaming. It is the life I chose for myself. Then, he expressed his true feelings. Of course, I'm scared. They say a being that isn't me is going to come inside me. So please, don't apologize anymore. Just cheer me on. Cheon Ki Chang gave a naive smile, so that I can get through this. In Mi-do's eyes, the young man looked incredibly mature and truly brilliant. Her hand gently intertwined with his. Mi-do's face leaned in close, and then the two shared a passionate kiss. The next moment, she said, This is my way of cheering for you, Cheon Ki Chang. If you're going to receive a god's descent, bring back the noblest god of all. A short while later, the ceremony began. The grandmother Samshin stood imposingly behind Cheon Ki Chang. The god dissension ceremony is a ritual that acts as a guiding beacon, helping the vessel receive the correct god it is meant to receive. The grandmother Samshin explained, the purpose and principle are simple, but his eyes were sharp. There are more variables in a god dissension than people think. The first variable, false guests who want to worm their way into the divine vessel. They crave the vessel's shell, which can influence divine power and the mortal realm. The more attractive the vessel, the more desperately they will rush in. The second variable, the fickleness of the true guest. Even if it's a suitable vessel for them, there are still gods who will play games, trying to assert dominance over the vessel. The third variable, the state of the vessel. The god dissension is a terribly draining ritual, both mentally and spiritually. During the process, if the vessel gives up or falls into a state where they cannot continue, the ceremony will immediately be halted. The grandmother Samshin asked, "Despite all these variables, are you still willing to receive the god dissension?" Cheon Ki Chang replied, "Well, this is the only solution anyway. You already know the answer. Why bother asking?" The god chuckled. "Even when buying an item at a shopping mall, people read the return policy. This is just a formality." Even so, the grandmother Samshin complimented, "That determination and that look in your eyes are excellent." He turned his head and signaled to the others. One man stepped forward, another began to blow a horn, someone else drew a string, and a few played zithers. A man of profound learning, with a sharp eye for people, and the deep wisdom of a sage, I shall descend. The staff tapped Ki Chang's left shoulder, then his right. The grandmother Samshin recited the incantation. "Even if it is not a god of noble birth, it is still a god. Oh, noble and venerated ones, find a vessel worthy of your majesty and come forth yourselves this night." A black aura suddenly appeared, enveloping the entire room. Outside, two figures stood guard, the great general under heaven. A magical aura continuously radiated outwards. Several red gates materialized. They exclaimed in disbelief, "Good heavens, it's like the night parade of 100 demons." A series of red doors swung open, and a bizarre creature stepped out. "How long has it been since I've smelled the scent of a vessel so full of yin energy?" The demons quickly swarmed out. "A great feast! A great feast!" Torrents of black energy surged forward. Alex stood blocking the door. He announced calmly, "From this point on, we are only receiving the true guest." Seeing this, a demon laughed provocatively. "The mortal realm. The moment we set foot here, it's already this amusing?" Alex shouted in annoyance. "It seems they're trying to be selective with their god." The vessel even hired a shaman as a bodyguard. Another one spoke up. "With a scent this sweet, they shouldn't have hired just one, but 100. The man in white warned, "Get lost. I don't have time to waste on things like you. A mere human. How dare he rush forward, thinking he can distinguish the real from the fake?" The demon charged. The next moment, a head flew into the air. Alex had acted with swift precision. The crowd of demons and monsters was stunned. He slammed his sign into the ground. "Who is real and who is fake? I will be the one to decide," Alex declared defiantly. "You motley rabble, if you wish to avoid permanent annihilation, then crawl back to your corner of hell immediately." They charged forward in anger. "You bastard!" The scene changes. From a nearby mountain, two people were observing. Mi-do was worried about the current situation. She looked anxiously at the watch on her wrist. It's been over 5 hours since the god dissension ceremony began. Mi-do assessed the situation. "He must be physically exhausted, but so far, it's been going fairly smoothly," he said, encouraging him. "Just endure it. Cheon Ki Chang, you're better at bearing pain than anyone I know." Meanwhile, his eyes were glazed over. Cheon Ki Chang counted the seconds, each one feeling like a minute, and each minute stretching into an hour. As he tried to feel anything in that frozen river of time, the only things that came through clearly were exhaustion and pain. It seemed Cheon Ki Chang was at his limit, his body and soul screaming for him to stop. Despite this, the Samshin's voice echoed steadily in his ear. "Snap out of it, you fool," she urged sternly. "This is the final stage. The divine advent ceremony is nearing its end. Hold on to your consciousness. See your prayer through to the end." The Samshin continued to encourage him. "Scream with all your might. Pray for a divinity worthy of you to descend." In his heart, Cheon Ki Chang resolved himself. "Even so, I have to bear it." His entire body trembled at his fate. Suddenly, the gate was violently thrown open. The Samshin gestured to calm him. "Don't panic. The true guest's candidate has arrived." A massive figure appeared outside the gate. No one moved to attack as its feet stepped quietly inside. "I, the demon god general, have descended. Offer up the feast and the worthy vessel," he announced, introducing himself as the demon god general. "Bat Trong, the 8-armed demon," the Samshin sneered. Such arrogance. How dare he speak of status before proving his strength? As if on cue, he began to boast. "I am the general worshipped by demons. I am a supreme being with 4 pairs of ears, each pair holding power rivaling a celestial lord." Then he demanded, "And who are you to tell me to prove my strength?" The Taehan sword in her hand pointed forward. The Samshin provoked him. "Call me the ancestor who's about to put you in your place." Just like that. Bat Trong was practically seething with rage. The Samshin looked on with an expectant expression. "Here it comes." A white tiger appeared before them. "Master, do you truly see me as a mere mortal? The personification of divine death?" The tiger of calamity slowly approached. "I am the god of pestilence, the deified terror of disease. the Samshin thought to herself. An old god, an ancient and forgotten being, carrying the resentment of being forgotten. The Tiger of Calamity padded forward. Her own footsteps also moved forward. A moment later, she froze. The Samshin gave a mocking smile. He hadn't even posed a threat yet, but her body had already reacted. The Samshin looked up. Even though I'm wearing this human shell, what is this humiliating premonition, she wondered. Damn it. What kind of monstrous pressure is this? The Tiger of Calamity spoke up. You found a vessel worthy of me. Bring him out. The Samshin's eyes darted, calculating. According to him, the proper procedure would be to lead him directly to where Cheon Ki Chang is hanging. She was worried. But I don't know if that child can handle a divinity of this magnitude. The Samshin's hand tightened on her sword. I'll have to file him down a bit, so he can enter the vessel without overloading it. A moment later, her voice rang out, sharp as steel. I will hand over the vessel. But first, the Samshin pointed her weapon straight at him. I have to teach you some manners, you little tiger cub. The Tiger of Calamity's front paws sprang into the air, its sharp claws extended, ready to fight her. The Samshin blocked the attack with her sword. The Tiger of Calamity leaped back, creating distance. In the next instant, a stream of spiritual energy appeared, flying swiftly to strike the Samshin. After a while, she was at a disadvantage. The Tiger of Calamity assessed her silently. This divine power is borrowed, isn't it? Is it really okay to treat it so roughly? Samshin, did you really think you could stand against me from the start? Especially while in a human shell? He reminded her coldly. While I was away, it seems even the celestial gods have grown quite foolish. However, the Samshin thought, it doesn't matter, because I'm not fighting to win. She explained, my role is to drain your power, to preserve as much control as possible for the vessel who will receive you. The Samshin was resolute, and this child, my vessel, surely understands that, so he will have no complaints. She reasoned that the shaman who performed the previous Advent ceremony for this child had done the same. The Tiger of Calamity sneered. That's what I call foolish. It lowered its body, preparing for another attack. An instant later, it pounced. The object in the Samshin's hand made a soft sound. A field of grass with bright flowers appeared at her feet. A branch suddenly shot up from the ground, binding the Tiger of Calamity in midair. Even if I don't intend to win, I don't plan on losing easily either. You little tiger cub. The rustling leaves blew away just as the dawn light shone through. By now, the Samshin had been defeated. The Tiger of Calamity stood before Cheon Ki Chang, drooling. You had better prove you're worth the effort I've expended. Oh vessel. If you don't, I will tear you to shreds. He retorted coldly. That's my line. Cheon Ki Chang was filled with hatred. After making so many people suffer, you'd better be worth the cost. The vessel's words struck a nerve with the Tiger of Calamity. Without another word, it opened its mouth wide and, in a flash, swallowed Cheon Ki Chang whole. He opened his eyes and looked around. The Tiger of Calamity's booming voice echoed. The tiger's maw. This is my insides. From now on, I will test you. It warned him carefully. If the results do not satisfy me, you will be torn apart by the vengeful demons in my gut, and then digested in my stomach. And that will be the end. Cheon Ki Chang finally understood. So, this is why it brought me directly into its stomach? The Tiger of Calamity asked again. Once you have my power in the mortal realm, what do you wish to achieve? His hand clenched into a fist. My own happiness. The creature sneered. You madman. Then you should have received a celestial god or an ancestral god, not some helpless, evil god of bones. I wish I could have, he blamed himself. But I don't have that kind of gift. Cheon Ki Chang confessed. All I have is an overflowing yin energy. I never had a choice from the beginning. But then he realized, constantly blaming my tools, blaming the circumstances I was given. I don't want to waste my life like that anymore. The heartfelt words poured out. Even if my only talents are performing cursing rituals and being a vessel for an evil god, I still want to seize my own happiness. His hand clenched tighter. From the very beginning, a shaman borrowing the power of an evil god to live happily. Cheon Ki Chang questioned back. Isn't that the greatest ambition of all? He made his point. That's far more difficult than seeking personal revenge or becoming a terror to mankind. The Tiger of Calamity understood. Indeed, all my previous vessels used my power for similar purposes. It recalled the past. To take revenge on some clan, or to spread disease, promising to lift the curse in exchange for monopolizing wealth. All of them were trivial matters, not difficult for me at all. Cheon Ki Chang looked at the crawling demons and unconsciously broke into a happy smile, seeing that the beast hadn't acted yet. It was clear that it had taken an interest in him. He remembered what the Samshin had told him. A god borrowing a human body isn't a grand affair, especially for evil gods. There's no such thing as a noble cause. He explained thoroughly that, to them, humans were merely a small window through which they could gaze upon the world. The three gods seemed to understand everything, so to win their support, one must pique their interest. In other words, he had to prove he was different from the previous vessels. Cheon Ki Chang repeated the words, "Create resentment, draw attention." "I understand. Is there anything else I need to remember?" The god's gaze was stern. "There is one more thing. Your true guest will test your strength. The three gods have given their instructions, so unleash your power without restraint. At times, you must show them that the vessel can overwhelm the one being served." At this, Ho-Hoan said to himself, then asked, "That is enough. Finally, let me see your demonic energy. It will become nourishment for me." Cheon Ki Chang cupped his hands together and replied, "As you wish." Black energy appeared in the void between his hands, a stream that slowly flowed downward. Ho-Hoan gestured, "That's enough. That amount can be analyzed by my skeletal spirits." But Cheon Ki Chang didn't stop. In an instant, the black energy had completely enveloped him. Ho-Hoan began to tremble uncontrollably. "I said, that's enough. You humans are unbelievable. Was this kid?" The three gods struggled to sit up. This was going to be etched deep into their memory. He gave a sinister smile. "You are not an obedient tool, but a rebel with ambition and will." The three gods looked utterly pleased. With this, their debt was considered paid. The old god Vanthan cursed under his breath. The scene changes, and a voice is heard. "How pitiful. What should I do?" An old woman was sitting and sighing. "So pitiful. What should I do?" She was extremely worried. "My poor grandchild. What am I to do?" Cheon Ki Chang's descent ritual had been a success. Everyone gathered at the main gate. The three gods looked seriously at the person before them, and on Cheon Ki Chang's side, everyone was silent. A moment later, he raised his hand to his forehead. Cheon Ki Chang bowed to thank the three gods. Both Mido and Cheon Wugon also bowed their heads in gratitude. The three gods gently reminded him, "Do not forget, Cheon Ki Chang, for what reason you accepted the gods." With that, the three of them turned and left. Cheon Ki Chang no longer had to worry about losing consciousness. Hearing this, Justin Lee let out a relieved smile. He threw his arms around Cheon Ki Chang and patted his shoulder. "You worked hard. I wonder if this counts as a workplace accident?" He scratched his head in embarrassment. "While I was away, you probably couldn't close any big deals, so I should be the one apologizing." Mido spoke up to reassure him. "You don't need to worry about that." Cheon Ki Chang. With the Hoam case, the company could do nothing for the next 2 years and still absolutely not go bankrupt. "Is that so?" Justin Lee sounded a little miffed. "Manager me, when you put it like that, it sounds depressing. There's no such thing as enough money." After saying that, he still seemed happy. "Anyway, I'm just glad I can see you healthy like this again. Now then, shall we talk business, everyone?" The door to the dark room was closed. A hand turned on a controller, and the screen displayed Modern Chalet. Second half-year hunting strategy. Mido began, stating that after reflecting on the experimental mistakes of the first half of the year, she had calculated that they had been thinking about how to both protect their shamans and maximize their profits. Mido pointed at the screen. "First, let's compare our situation to baseball," she explained. "In baseball, there's something called the ace pitcher's dilemma. When a well-trained ace pitcher takes the mound, the probability of winning the game is higher." She then presented the solution. "But if you make this player pitch in every game, you'll exhaust him, shortening his career." Finally, Mido concluded. "It's the same for Cheon Ki Chang," she analyzed. "Even though he has received powerful gods through the descent ritual, if he continuously performs the rite of slaughter, his life as a shaman will be worn down." Cheon Ki Chang thought to himself, "It seems like every time I've performed the rite of slaughter, I've ended up in the hospital. It's only natural for everyone to be worried." Justin Lee crossed his arms and added, "I understand. I understand the opinion that Cheon Ki Chang shouldn't perform the rite of slaughter too often." He proposed a solution. "So then, explain the method you mentioned for achieving maximum profit." Mido had a suggestion. "We will confront a powerful enemy to raise Cheon Ki Chang's brand value." She had already calculated that as his brand value increases, his current nickname, the Sudden Death Shaman, will be elevated to something like King of Slaughter. A moment later, Mido mentioned needing someone else. "If that's the case, who would dare to stand in opposition to the position we hold?" Justin Lee assessed. "Raise his brand value. Even without performing many rites of slaughter, the opponent will get scared and cut their losses on their own." He praised the idea. "Not bad. But the sacrifice for this reputation boost will be very important. However, Mido said, I've already thought of an opponent. The scene shifts to a tall building. Inside a room, someone was standing before a bathtub overflowing with bright red blood. A few bubbles gently rose from the liquid, and then suddenly, someone emerged from below. She spoke with disdain. Insolent. How arrogant. Canada Akia clan's luxury shaman. Manhwa. She stepped out of the tub. The sudden death shaman. Jang Pyo continued. Arrogant is right. To dare, as a wet behind the ears rookie, to confront a master. Manhwa's hand gently grasped her robe as Jang Pyo approached, fawning over her. But don't you worry. His face revealed a sinister look. You are the #1 shaman from the Canada Akia clan. The luxury shaman. Jang Pyo. She reveled in the pampering. I am Manhwa, after all. Back in the meeting room, Justin Lee's voice rang out. Wait. Are you saying you're going to use a luxury shaman as a sacrifice? How? He reasoned. Isn't she Salas's wish? Cheon Ki Chang interjected. If we just project killing intent directly at the company the Salas shaman belongs to, theoretically, it's possible. Mido praised him, satisfied. Now you're starting to understand how this world works, Cheon Ki Chang. She declared with full confidence, we'll force the queen into retirement and seize the royal title. The scene changes to Canadian. The door to a room is opened by someone. The two from before entered, looking stunned at the person in front of them. The next second, he exploded in anger. Manhwa, you've heard the news, right? Those bastards at Modern Chalet took a 1.5 trillion won short position against the Hansung Bridge's long position we're holding. The man trembled with fear. It seems they're planning to send killing intent to our company, to force us to cut our losses on the position. What on earth are we supposed to do? He was flustered, at a complete loss. Should we close the position before they project their killing intent? If we close it, this quarter's performance will be ruined, and my father will be furious. Manhwa demanded in a cold voice. Don't close it. If you close the position, I'll use the killing intent I've prepared on you, the director, instead. She snapped. That insolent brat. That insolent sudden death shaman. I'll show them who I am. The Canada Akia clan, instead of sending killing intent to Hansung, as Zhangbi Jison turned his attention to Golden Sen, 1TD1, Jang Pyo, who was leading his men against him, curled his lips into a cunning smirk. Truly the best. He greatly admired that he chose to attack instead of defend. A ritual battle. Both sides sent waves of killing intent at each other. Duga-un calculated silently. I heard they're a duo of 2 long-range shamans. This time, I absolutely have to do my part. Lu Lom. She looked up at the person in front of her, her heart filled with resolve. I can't let him keep getting covered in wounds all by himself. A death match where one side must be completely finished had begun, and the news spread quickly throughout the world. Scene change. That evening, in a skyscraper, a few people were chatting. Taeha speculated, a glass of wine in his hand. It's probably some kind of inferiority complex. I mean, the reason she made that challenge. He judged that as long as Cheon Ki Chang was there, she would always be second place. Manhwa's face tilted up slightly to look at someone whose face was washed out by a blinding light. Taeha seemed a little sad. I only became #1 because I dragged Cheong down, not because I achieved it on my own. So she probably feels like she's never truly been acknowledged. After saying that, he took a sip of wine. Taeha thought to himself, whether it's a desire for recognition or an inferiority complex, the fact that this ritual battle is happening is as wonderful for us as this glass of wine. Then, he turned his head and gave an order. If Cheon Ki Chang loses, it's like we got revenge for that bodhisattva without even lifting a finger. And if Manhwa loses, we'll find out what kind of new god Cheon Ki Chang has received. His mood was incredibly cheerful. To be more precise, we just need to sit back and enjoy the show. Taeha's gaze turned toward the stormy horizon. It's starting. The battle to decide who's the top dog among the underdogs. On one side, Ki Chang trained relentlessly, his face filled with the determination to win. Suddenly, the familiar red door appeared in the sky, and Ho Hoan stepped out, full of vigor. On the other side, Manhwa was performing some kind of dance with a fan, her eyes glancing up at the sky. This time, a brown door appeared, and a log emerged from within. A moment later, Dok Gak appeared majestically. A massive god with white angel wings appeared behind a shaman. The god's expression was gentle and benevolent, a stark contrast to the person in front, who had an extremely serious and gruff expression. A shaman's power is determined by the god they receive. A quick flashback appeared. Manhwa was strolling leisurely down the street. When Manhwa first set foot in Liu Yu, She had one hand resting lightly on the strap of her handbag, her eyes gazing into the distance. Nakhwa raised a hand to brush back her short hair, looking up at the sky. Suddenly, her expression became puzzled. She didn't know what she was looking at. It turned out that what Nakhwa saw were guardian gods standing atop tall buildings. One had a grim face, its black hair stretching out into the air, and it confidently held its arms out to the sides. Another looked benevolent, with its arms crossed and an aura as bright as the sun. The last one had a sword at its hip and emanated a murderous, dark purple aura. After witnessing that scene, Nakhwa's expression was unreadable, but she felt incredibly dejected. She was in despair. The truth is, those protected by the gods must also meet their requirements. And for gods with radiant auras and righteous appearances, it's even harder. Shamans who perform wishing ceremonies by default worship angels of noble lineage, while those with different qualities are protected by other kinds of gods. These evil gods have very dark auras, a mysterious dark purple, and their heads are just skulls with no neck bones or anything. As for other shamans, they worship calamity gods, plague gods, and evil gods of great renown. Honestly, Nakhwa was very envious, because her guardian god was something very weak. In contrast, what she received was just a dakabi, nothing special. Nakhwa turned her head to look behind her, her gaze heavy. Gak was still following her. The two of them stood there looking at each other for a long time. Nakhwa scoffed inwardly as she looked at him. That's right, that's the dokabi. She knew Gak's origins very well. In folktales, he would carry his stone-studded wooden club and go bully the elderly, a dakabi who preys on the weak, the trickster from the textbooks. On the other hand, Gak also appeared at night to scare little kids. Yes, they would be cowering under their blankets. A dakabi can only scare children, and so, she knew full well that she had to keep moving forward, not expecting any blessings from the heavens. Cheon Ki Chang, Nakhwa, wasn't the type to just complain about the reality she was given. She stopped looking at Gak and then turned on her heel to walk away. Nakhwa's pace was still slow, still steady. However, her will had been strengthened. Her expression was no longer vacant like before, but now filled with determination. Though she wasn't born first class, the ferocity she possessed was. And through that change, she tried to find her own strengths, tried to hone her skills. Because the nature of her god, the dokibi, is that it gets stronger the more it fights. And so, sometime after that day, while Nakhwa was exhausted from her efforts, Gak also had undergone many changes, and so her dokabi's divinity continued to grow. Until the time was ripe, until enough had been invested, her efforts finally paid off. Finally, reaching the pinnacle a dokabi could achieve, Gak was now much stronger than before. He emanated a powerful black aura, and with that very aura, Nakhwa synchronized herself with him. The presence of them both became much more formidable, the peak that a low-class divinity could climb to. And then, the result came. She received an incredibly prestigious title. She obtained the title of Demon King. And so, Nakhwa no longer hesitated before the great challenges she once shied away from. Gak also walked majestically right behind her. Returning to the present, a voice rang out. So what? Ho-Hoan sneered while holding Gak's head in his mouth. Are you looking for sympathy? Since when do your tormentors go easy on their opponents? The two of them stood on the rooftops of two towering skyscrapers. Ga-eun's jaw dropped at the sight. She couldn't believe it. Jang Pyo had the same expression as Ga-eun. They even shared the same thought. There was no time to react. She looked in bewilderment at Ki Chang, who was already panting heavily even before receiving the god's descent. Ga-eun continued her train of thought. Ki Chang closed his eyes to compose himself for a moment. I thought his strength had already surpassed mine. The more she looked at him, the more Ga-eun's cheeks puffed out in frustration. But now, her gaze grew more complicated, her brow furrowed. Just how wide has the gap between us gotten? Damn it. Then, his eyes swelled wide open, his pupils turning completely red. He said, finally, Ho-Hoan. Ho-Hoan was also getting annoyed, so he retorted irritably, telling him to stop rushing. He was already bored and planned to end it, and he did just that. Ho-Hoan tossed Gak's head up into an arc before crushing it with his jaws. At this point, it was unclear if Gak had any consciousness left, but there was nothing more he could do. A sickening crunching sound echoed out. Red fluid immediately gushed out like a fountain, causing the onlooker to freeze in place. His face darkened. It was a confrontation where killing intent clashed with killing intent. And then, Jang Pyo suddenly gritted his teeth as he realized the price of their recent duel. His eyes widened in horror. The loser would have to bear the full force of both their killing auras. At that, Jang Pyo looked over at Nakhwa, who was starting to pant heavily nearby. Her gaze began to tremble, her pupils unable to stay still. Black, fishnet-like patterns were slowly spreading across Nakhwa's neck. The next second, Nakhwa raised a hand to her neck. She let out a gasp, and the scene that followed was even more horrifying. Red fluid gushed continuously from her neck, right from where those patterns had appeared. Nakhwa's hand suddenly went limp, and both her fan and her knife clattered to the ground. The floor was gradually being stained, a deep, crimson red, with her blood. Is this how it ends? I spent my entire life struggling to overcome those monsters. In that moment, Nakhwa began to feel a wave of self-pity. She clutched her neck, as if she couldn't believe this reality, her face a mask of disbelief. Just when she thought she had finally overcome them, she hadn't even sat on the throne for long before another monster appeared. Was this the limit of her power as a shaman? As she staggered, about to collapse, it seemed fate had run its course. And indeed, the next second, Nakhwa fell, her ceremonial hat tumbling from her head. Jang Pyo quickly moved forward to catch her, his eyes strangely filled with concern. Nakhwa tried to whisper weakly as the red fluid continued to pour out like water. How ugly. I don't want you to see me like this, she panted, quickly getting out her last words. I'm sorry. But Jang Pyo had another plan. He just frowned, as if looking at her one last time. Jang Pyo reached out and plucked a few strands of her hair. With his other hand, he pulled a talisman from his chest. Next, Jang Pyo placed the strands of hair onto the talisman. He suddenly clenched both items in his fist with all his might, then brought them to his lips and kissed them. Nakhwa stared blankly as he performed this ritual, finally realizing it was the great killing ritual. Just as she suspected, the patterns on her neck began to fade, and the red fluid stopped flowing. She stammered, unable to believe it. You! On Jang Pyo's hand, those same patterns began to appear. But Jang Pyo showed no regret. He spoke affectionately, saying she had saved his life once before. Then, Jang Pyo smiled reassuringly as the fishnet pattern spread all the way to his neck. What was there to fear in returning something he had received? As soon as he finished speaking, a flood of memories resurfaced. Back then, Cheon was deeply pessimistic, his hair hanging limp over his face. Cheon was listening to a doctor's diagnosis, fiddling with his hands impassively. He had seen the test results, but the answer was always the same. Jang Pyo was all too familiar with these useless diagnoses. We haven't found anything. I really don't know how to tell you this. He just sat there silently, playing with his fingers, not saying a single word. For now, I'll just prescribe some painkillers for you. While waiting for his prescription in the lobby, Jang Pyo was lost in thought again. Just then, a voice rang out, describing his symptoms perfectly. Pain of unknown origin. Like having nails driven into your peripheral nerves, right? Hearing these words, Jang Pyo looked up in astonishment to see Nakhwa standing there with the air of a wealthy woman. She had her hands tucked into the pockets of a long, red coat, and on her face was a very stylish pair of black glasses. Nakhwa spoke first, explaining, "That's a divine illness. If you leave it be, someone's going to die. Either you or your family." Jang Pyo was stunned, thinking he was being manipulated by some heretical cult, but he jumped to his feet, driven more by curiosity than anything else. "How do you know my symptoms?" Hearing this, Nakhwa found Jang Pyo a little amusing. She scoffed. "What heretical cult? You really will say anything that comes to mind in front of people." Then, Nakhwa took off her glasses, tilted her head, and coaxed him. "Let me cure you, okay?" Sure enough, Jang Pyo successfully became her first client. He just sat there with his head down while Nakhwa danced wildly around him. After the ritual was complete, while Jang Pyo was feeling a bit dizzy, she eagerly asked, "Got money to build a shrine, kid?" He looked at her innocently and shook his head. Nakhwa, who was sweating as if she'd just taken a shower, fell silent as she tried to figure something out for him. After that, the two of them went strolling through fashion stores to pick out clothes, but it seemed like Nakhwa was the one buying clothes for Jang Pyo, as she held up a few outfits to him. Jang Pyo obediently tried on a few outfits, and she looked in the mirror, judging his appearance. "Well, you look decent enough." From then on, wherever Nakhwa went to perform rituals and hone her spiritual energy, Jang Pyo naturally followed. He would silently watch her make offerings to the gods and bow to the heavens and the earth. At some point, a smile had appeared on Jang Pyo's once pessimistic face. Back in the present, he didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself to protect Nakhwa. Jang Pyo reached out to caress her face and whispered, "If the star disappears, the ship cannot set sail." The red fluid was now pouring from his own body. The scene grew more and more gruesome. Suddenly, a wooden door appeared right next to the headless Doc Gak. As time passed, the door slowly opened, and a stream of white energy shot out from the eerie space. Then, Doc Gak kicked the door open and let out a mighty roar. Jang Pyo's evil god had entered the fray. Jang Pyo's evil god. Though blood was pouring from his neck, he still managed to shout out a command. Doc Gak, live up to your name. Hearing this, the being grabbed its own head, trying to do something. The next second, Doc Gak's head was being torn from its body. He then decisively threw his own head towards the other Doc Gak. It seemed as though he had collapsed and could no longer move, but unexpectedly, Doc Gak caught the head in one go. Then, he quickly joined the head and his body back together. A new body had been created. Jang Pyo called out with a faint smile on his lips. Manhwa. His eyes sharpened as he continuously called her name. He stared straight ahead with a smirk, repeating his call over and over. Manhwa. He embraced her, his hand cupping her cheek. A sharp object pierced through his neck. He looked into her eyes and spoke with incredible gentleness, pressing his forehead against hers. He slowly said, "Please, continue to shine." After that, he completely lost all signs of life and collapsed onto the floor. Manhwa sat frozen, her eyes wide with a haunted look. A close-up on his face, eyes closed for the last time, with bloodstains splattered on his neck. Manhwa's crimson lips were pressed into a tight line. When he called her a star, she decided to become one. Her sharp, cold gaze peered from behind her fan as she uttered, "I will shine." She stood tall, raising her arms high as she proclaimed it. At the summit, strange patterned veins bulged on the back of Doc Gak's neck. His shoulder blades rose to an unnatural height. Doc Gak revealed his true form, muscles bulging, his face hidden behind a demonic, bared teeth mask. He stood imposingly in midair, facing Ho Hwan, while Yisung's eyes widened in utter shock. His face went pale as he stared in disbelief, as if asking himself how this was possible when the fight was already over. Ja-eun stepped forward, exclaiming in terror, "It's a grand slaughter. The divine power of their support shaman is gone." Her gaze didn't waver as she stared straight ahead with a look of fierce determination and said, "Get ready for round 2. Keon Yisung, something bigger is coming." His face was tense. Reflected clearly in his pupils was the image of Doc Gak. Doc Gak hunched over, the muscles all over his body tensing. He brandished his forearms in the air, his face splitting into a challenging, bared teeth grin. Ho Hwan appeared in the city's night sky, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Just a moment ago, you were getting beaten so badly you couldn't do a thing. And now you dare to glare at me?" His feet stood firm against the city's night sky as he made a cold, bloody declaration. "I'll just have to tear it out." He leaped up, moving with incredible speed. He unleashed a furious assault, letting out a roar as he charged at Doc Gak. Doc Gak used his massive hands to clamp down on Ho Hwan's leg. He stood his ground and repelled the attack. His two hands locked down Ho Hwan's legs, while his lower arms drew back to prepare another vicious blow, an incredibly powerful punch aimed right at Ho Hwan. Violently shaken by the impact, he roared with his mouth wide open, sending spit flying. Due to their link, Cheon Ki Chang was also severely affected, coughing up a large mouthful of red blood. Doc Gak relentlessly landed crushing blows on Ho Hwan's body. He opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs. Inside his mouth, a blazing red sphere of energy was gathering. Doc Gak fired the beam of energy from his mouth, completely enveloping Ho Hwan's body. Drops of a murky white liquid dripped down from between his sharp fangs. He let out a sinister, satisfied smile. Purple liquid gushed from his shoulder as Ho Hwan, holding a piece of Doc Gak's severed arm in his mouth, asked with a mocking tone, "Are you looking for this?" Doc Gak stood in silence, seeing the part of his own body held firmly in his opponent's mouth. A hand with claws intertwined, symbolizing the union of spirit and flesh. Ho Hwan's massive, razor-sharp claws were now fully revealed. His face appeared, full of fierce power. His eyes blazed, the corners of his mouth still stained with purple blood. He stood tall in a majestic pose and roared, "Now this is worthy of the title Demon King. Now we can have a fight worthy of my return after 100 years. At that moment, Manhwa raised a folding fan and a small dagger, exclaiming, "As expected of the monster who can match him." She appeared, her sharp profile and focused gaze accompanied by an unfinished sentence. But then, she looked towards Jang Pyo, revealing a change in her will. "This time, I won't let my will break and avoid the fight like I did back then." Doc Gak's footsteps advanced to the building's rooftop, finishing his thought with heavy words. "Because I made a promise." Huey Sung, his expression cold and focused, lightly traced a cut on his lip with his finger, voicing his own resolve. "I'm not channeling this evil god with a half-hearted attitude." Ho Hwan's feet also touched down on the ground. Ho Huan and Dak Gak stood facing each other, linked to Yisung and Hua, who were also facing one another. His eyes grew firm with resolve. I will defeat you. Nakhua's face was smudged, her lips a vibrant red. Her eyes filled with resentment as she continued the vow. Standing at the summit. It's come to this. Ho Huan executed an extremely powerful strike, smashing down from above. Dak Gak struggled to hold his ground as he was forced down toward the earth. A brilliant and violent explosion of purple light erupted from the impact, sending a colossal pillar of purple energy shooting straight into the city's night sky. Teha quietly observed the explosion, muttering in awe. Has there ever been a battle where killing intents clashed so violently? His expression was cold as he held a glass of wine, thinking to himself, but why? He watched as Dak Gak's face was being crushed by Ho Huan's massive body, and he made a clear assessment. The divine status of a slaughter-class shaman is far superior. That's a fact that was proven right from the start of the fight. As Ho Huan and Dak Gak clashed in a fierce struggle in midair, he continued his thoughts. The dark energy supplied to the god is also greater on the slaughter-class shaman's side. So how can this battle still be so evenly matched? His hand was still holding the glass of reddish-gold wine, his eyes showing clear surprise before widening in shock as he exclaimed, could it be that the reason Nakhua's Dak Gak can go head-to-head with a demonic Ho Huan of higher divine status is because the very nature of slaughter is a curse? At that moment, Nakhua's face was streaked with tears as she thought, my relatives, the ones who share my bloodline, all cut ties with me because I chose to be a shaman. Jang Pyo was the first family I built for myself after that. She recalled, remembering a time when she looked professional and confident in a business suit, her arms crossed, a picture of her career, a life lived by cursing others. Jang Pyo smiled gently in the mirror as she stood behind him. He was the one who made me think that maybe not everything was so terrible. She walked down the street with Jang Pyo, her expression calm and serene as she told herself, that kid, he isn't my everything. She brought a cigarette to her lips, her eyes closing with a weary expression. Jang Pyo lit it for her. She continued her previous train of thought, admitting, but my everything wouldn't be complete without that kid. The person who had once taken care of her was now just a corpse lying in a pool of blood. Her voice rang out with an accusation. You took him from me. And so, her eyes blazed red with rage and dark magic as she uttered a venomous oath. I will curse you for the rest of your life. In the battle, Dak Gak faced the sharp claws of Ho Huan that were tearing at him. A powerful swing of his arm created streaks of white light that ripped through the air. Hua's will to curse has surpassed Yi Sung's. And with that alone, Dak Gak is closing the gap with the demonic Ho Huan. Teha noted, with a sharp gaze. He thought to himself, even if I were to confront Hua and push the slaughter back. His gaze lowered, deep in thought as he realized a certain truth. The one beside her would also sacrifice himself to create this situation. His hand still gripped the wine glass tightly. As the glass fell to the floor and shattered into pieces, he realized the deeper reason for this act. It truly wounds my pride. He stood on the rooftop under the night sky. I secretly felt a sense of relief, because thankfully, I didn't have to deal with such a nuisance. You, don't turn your back. He casually put his hands in his pockets and ordered a woman who was bowing respectfully. I must go to the shrine to pray. His eyes lit up with excitement as he spoke. It's been a while since I've been this stimulated. The talent of a genius versus the all-out battle of a commoner. That fight lasted all night. And finally, when dawn broke and the stars lost their light, the match was decided. Two fearsome faces just stood there, facing each other. Dak Gak gritted his teeth in agony. He stammered, trying to speak, as Ho Huan calmly said, I apologize for insulting you by calling you inferior. As he spoke, he clenched his fist. This was a battle that made finding the vessel after 100 years feel worthwhile. At that moment, Nakhwa stood with her legs apart, panting heavily. She trembled as she took each step. Nakhwa clutched her chest, gasping for breath. She stood before the motionless Cheon Ki Chang. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise, Nakhwa said heavily, as tears fell from her eyes. But then, she hugged him tightly. I didn't lose in a humiliating way. And that was the confrontation between Nakhwa and Cheon Ki Chang. Suddenly, Cheon Ki Chang hugged Nakhwa tightly. He was exhausted and breathing rapidly. That confrontation would be remembered as a legendary battle in Liu Yao, because it was a fight so fierce that the Great Slaughter ritual had to be used. A hand clutching a talisman and some strands of hair suddenly shoved them all into its mouth. Seeing this, Nakhwa narrowed her eyes, because it was a battle to decide who was the strongest in the world. On the other side, Ho Huan and Dak Gak were facing off fiercely. Cheon Ki Chang stared tensely at his opponent, Manhwa glared back, refusing to yield, as thoughts flashed through her mind. No, Liu Yao doesn't care about such processes. Milo and Justin were bewildered, as if they had just witnessed something unbelievable. That saying echoed in Liu Yao again. What matters is the result. Immediately after, everyone was in a state of utter panic, clutching their heads, and that result was laid bare for all to see when the market opened. The nosediving stock prices left everyone in a state of confusion. A stunned man said, "Everything is plummeting all at once." The person next to him was also extremely worried. Weren't Han Sang and Jason Sion the only stocks we needed to be careful with today? Why is everything crashing? The sudden drop in stock prices is a major concern. Mi-do and Justin were intently watching the news about the stock prices. He turned and asked, "What's going on? Team leader Mi, is this related to our showdown?" Mi-do calmly replied. The immense evil auras that Ho Huan and Doc Gak emitted collided with each other. She remembered the scene of Ho Huan and Doc Gak facing off. Mi-do gently began to analyze the situation. The power that was about to be unleashed affected the stocks held by the companies, causing them all to melt away. Because the stocks suddenly collapsed for no apparent reason, retail investors began panic selling across the entire market. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey!" At that moment, Justin turned around suspiciously. "Just what kind of fight did you have?" Cheon Ki Chang. The two of them were startled. Cheon Ki Chang groggily sat up, clutching his head, and forced himself to speak. "Hang Vian. What happened to the Hans Jason stock we were supposed to boost?" Mi-do quickly walked over. "So professional, very professional," she said in a teasing tone. "You just woke up from exhaustion, and the first thing you ask about is the result of the match." Then Mi-do handed her phone to him to see. On the screen, the text read that the stock price had increased slightly. He coolly remarked, "The increase is smaller than I thought." Mi-do continued her report. "The other side also desperately tried to block our ritual." She stammered, "The effect being a bit weaker is probably an understandable result. Besides, what's really important is..." Suddenly, Mi-do gently touched his hair. "You've now become the undisputed #1 in our world. You worked hard this time." Hearing that, Cheon Ki Chang squeezed his eyes shut, while Mi-do beamed. "You did work hard, that's for sure. But I have to say, this style of performing the slaughter ritual that damages your body needs to change." She slyly pinched Cheon Ki Chang's cheek and joked, "Why do you have to end up in the hospital every time you perform a slaughter ritual? At this rate, you might as well just buy a VIP room." Justin Lee chimed in. "Really buy it? Maybe we can get a long-term lease." But Mi-do ignored him and stated firmly, "I was just saying. The director was just saying. A person carrying a fruit basket arrived. Delivery. Is this Mr. Ki Chang's room?" Cheon Ki Chang asked curiously. "Yes. But what delivery?" The delivery person answered immediately. "But I don't know if all of it will fit in here. Besides me, there are many other drivers waiting outside." Hearing this, he stared at the delivery person in shock. Not long after, the hospital room was filled with gifts. Most of them were expensive items. Seeing this, Justin Lee and Ki-eun were astonished. Mi-do walked over to inspect them. It seems the rumor has already spread throughout the industry. She picked up a gift and said, "That you defeated Manhwa." The gift came with a card, wishing you a speedy recovery, the king of the slaughter ritual, and the new top player in the industry. Tesu sat there and gave detailed instructions. "As soon as that shaman is discharged from the hospital, arrange a meeting immediately. Tell him if he moves from Golden Summit D1 to our side, we'll give him a cash bonus." Chairman Chi Si. At Mana Tem, Chu Chu Huan nervously assessed, "This market has been dominated by Oh Hong and Ung for too long. It's time for a new wind to blow." Director of Lu Sung Venture, Chu Chu Huan. Zhang Shi also voiced his opinion. "Let's maintain a good relationship with Golden Samot D1. But for now, let's be careful not to make an enemy of Oh Hong." He pushed up his glasses slightly. "I have a feeling that soon, both sides will enter an all-out war, and the entire Liu Yao will be shaken." Not understanding, Director Wang Zhangxi of Yonggam Investment asked, "What are you planning to do?" Chairman O of Pandion. Oh Hang calmly walked over. "Just leave it be." Oh Hang was bewildered. "What's the reason?" He closed his eyes tightly and replied, "Because it will increase our value. A hunting rifle only sells if there's a wild boar running rampant on the mountain." Taeha carefully calculated his moves to increase Oh Hong's value. "A place that operates with blessing shamans needs a slaughter shaman to stir things up." He spoke menacingly. "If that wild boar tries to destroy our fields, then," Taeha affirmed, "then I'll personally shoot it dead." Oh Hang sneered. "That brain of yours is wasted on just clapping. Why don't you take over and try managing it yourself?" Taeha also gave a polite laugh. If a professional manager's salary is 50 billion a year, I'll consider it. A dim light appeared. Na Hua, lying in bed, slowly opened her eyes. She looked around in fear. I'm alive? How? Na Hua struggled to sit up. She trembled, clutching her arm. Her limbs were still intact. Na Hua's eyes were lifeless. That was clearly a killing intent, so sharp it felt like it would pierce me on contact. Suddenly, someone came in and announced that the doctor said it was just a minor hemorrhage and a slight lack of blood. Yu Yi lowered her head and said, "The reason it ended like this is probably because the unicorn fought until it vanished, destroying a sufficient amount of the demon Ho Hoen's corpse. The unicorn fought until it perished, so it eliminated enough of the demon Ho Hoen's corpse. I think." Na Hua asked worriedly, "Has Zhang Bibom already left?" But she didn't answer, her expression filled with fear. Na Hua trembled, tears streaming down her face, and continued, "It wasn't because the unicorn fought well, it's because that child fought in my place. What on earth am I supposed to do now?" At this thought, she clutched her head in despair. Yu Yi, also in tears, tried to comfort her. "Even if you're not in Luyo, even if it's hard, you must live a brilliant life." Hua lay on the bed, trembling uncontrollably. That, perhaps, was the curse Zhang Bibiom had left for her. Meanwhile, more and more fruit baskets were being sent to the hospital room. At this time, many people had come to visit Cheon Ki Chang, and he was enthusiastically peeling fruit. Choi Tae-ho was also cheerfully enjoying the fruit. Everyone was eating together. Choi Tae-ho turned to leave, saying, "Well, I'm about to head out." The others also sighed that they couldn't eat another bite. "Your mouth is full of tropical fruit. You really ate a lot." Cheon Ki Chang pointed to the boxes of gifts. "Everyone, just take something home with you. If you're tired of fruit, there's also premium chocolate." Hearing this, Choi Tae-ho rushed over to rummage through the boxes. He then picked up 2 fruit baskets. "I have to bring these home for my daughter. I'll make sure she eats well." Cheon Ki Chang cheerfully added, "Make sure to send her my regards." But Tae-ho waved him off. "Your regards? What am I supposed to say? That you're laid up in a hospital bed? Just take care of yourself. Stop getting hospitalized every time you perform a ritual." He laughed sheepishly. "Yeah, I know. I've already been chewed out enough by team leader me." But right after, Cheon Ki Chang seemed to remember something. He asked, "Isn't Han Ra Hong with you today?" Choi Tae-ho immediately explained, "I contacted her on my way here. She said she'd come alone tonight, that she had something personal she wanted to talk about." Hearing that, Cheon Ki Chang was puzzled. Something personal? Just then, someone walked in. It was Yu Ga-eun. She stammered, I'm planning on." He listened intently as Yu Ga-eun continued, "I'm saying I'm resigning from my position as your assistant." Cheon Ki Chang was stunned, his mouth agape. He thought to himself, "Did I do something wrong? Is it about the pay? If it's about splitting the money, I thought I was being as fair as possible." He blamed himself. Or, did I make a mistake during the extermination ritual? Maybe I was too pushy, forcing her to do things my way. Yu Ga-eun closed her eyes tightly. "I know what you're thinking. You're trying to remember what you did wrong to me." She quickly clarified, "But it's not that. It's because I'm not competent enough." These words shocked Cheon Ki Chang even more. She disappointedly explained everything. "Back when we faced the Kim Nang-bo family in the extermination ritual, I actually thought I had a definite role to play. But then, Du Ga-eun sadly recalled the extermination ritual against Ho Hoen and blamed herself. Other than opening the ritual, I couldn't help with anything. When Choi Tae-ho, Ah-chan, and you were all critically injured, I just stood by in the parking lot, only concerned with my own safety." She recalled how she could only stand there, watching quietly. "After you were afflicted by the Sangoon, when you got sick, I was useless then too. But even then, I still told myself." Du Ga-eun had been pushing herself relentlessly. "Since I'm an assistant, it's natural for my spiritual power to be weaker than the lead shamans. I'm just a contingency for the worst-case scenario. Just opening the ritual is enough to fulfill my role." Her trembling hand touched the incense burner. "That's right." Yu Ga-eun stared, her voice shaking. "And from now on, I just need to work hard to catch up. There's nothing to be ashamed of if I start working to close the distance now." Then she forced herself to concentrate. "For now, I just need to prepare the ritual meticulously." But then, Yu Ga-eun realized with despair, "But no, that's not a gap I can ever catch up to." 2 beams of light covering Ho Hoen and the unicorn suddenly erupted in a massive explosion of light. Du Ga-eun's eyes went wide. She composed herself and said resolutely, "And I don't have the courage to perform a great exorcism to protect the shaman I support, unlike someone else." Du Ga-eun said to Cheon Ki Chang, full of self-loathing. A useless coward like me is unworthy of being the assistant to a great shaman like you. With that said, she turned to leave. Yu Ga-eun reached into her jacket and pulled out a letter. Though it was just a formality, she handed it to Cheon Ki Chang. This is my resignation letter. She quickly placed it on his bed. And, as for all the money I've received so far, minus the funds used to build the shrine, I will return all of it through Mido. Yu Ga-eun continued, because compared to what I've done, I've received far too much. She gave a soft smile. Thank you for everything, Cheon Ki Chang. With that, she turned decisively to leave, but Cheon Ki Chang grabbed her by the hand. He finally spoke up, trying to stop her. What do you think you're doing? You think you can just say your piece and then declare you're quitting? Cheon Ki Chang retorted. Oh, so you're quitting because you feel you lack the skills, right? His eyes flashed. In that case, I can't let you go. Because I'm the one who's still lacking. Yu Ga-eun asked in confusion. Lacking? You? You're a born genius. Cheon Ki Chang suddenly shot to his feet to argue back. All right, fine. Say I'm a genius. So what if I'm a genius? Am I supposed to do everything alone? Set up the arrays, perform the rituals, and handle everything all by myself? I don't have enough experience to walk this path alone yet. He gripped her hand firmly. I need someone to fill that void. But Yu Ga-eun immediately pushed him away, her mind made up. Then find a more skilled assistant who's worthy of you. That's precisely why I said I'm quitting. Overcome with insecurity, she cried out. I don't want to hold you back. I already feel guilty for profiting so much. I don't want to drag you down any longer. Tears welled up in Ga-eun's eyes. I'm serious. She couldn't help but think of her other comrades. At first, I was only in this for the money. But now, you guys mean more to me than that. And it just makes me feel guilty. With that, Ga-eun walked straight out. That's why I'm leaving. Cheon Ki Chang thought back to how he used to be a kid who entered this world with nothing and knowing nothing. His voice grew angry as he stressed, the very fact that you've come this far with me means you have nothing to feel guilty about, so just see it through with me to the end. Cheon Ki Chang desperately tried to persuade her. On the contrary, if you leave, that will become a burden on me. And then I could really lose an extermination ritual, all because of you. Hearing this, Ga-eun stopped in her tracks. She spoke up again, her words carrying a hidden meaning. My adoptive father, who was also my master, once told me, a blessing shaman is ruined by selfishness, while a combat shaman is ruined by sentiment. You will be ruined by your sentiment, Cheon Ki Chang. Then she decided. What I said about quitting, I take it back. Instead, Yu Ga-eun suggested, let me take a leave of absence. Hearing this, Cheon Ki Chang was confused. A leave of absence? Yu Ga-eun said gravely, I need time to determine for myself if I still have the right to support you. Later, she went to a quiet place by herself. Ga-eun looked up, her expression cold, and then walked straight inside. Ga-eun stopped in front of a desk, her hand reaching for the door. She squeezed her eyes shut. I'm here to see Master Jiam-un. Na-eun, standing beside her, scowled. How shameless. She grimaced. Leaving on her own terms whenever she pleased. Na-eun scoffed. Now that she needs something, she comes, crawling back, and she thinks she'll get a warm welcome, but a voice called out from inside. Come in, come in. Ga-eun quickly ran into the room. Jiam-un was lying motionless, not saying a word. Seeing him like that, her eyes filled with worry. She bowed low in greeting. I have come to pay my respects, master. He struggled to speak. Child, what brings you to me? Ga-eun answered frankly. I want to become stronger. Master, she voiced her desire. Just like you in your youth, I want to become the strongest shaman. Jiam-un turned and gently said, Look into my eyes, child. I can see that you've found a reason to grow stronger. He painstakingly raised his hand and pointed at Ga-eun. However, if I indulge your spoiled behavior again, the other disciples won't let it slide. He felt a glimmer of joy in his heart. But, it's been a long time. It's good to see you. Jiam-un lifted his trembling hands. My child. Seeing him like this, Ga-eun's resolve broke, and tears streamed down her face. She rushed forward to embrace Jiam-un. He smiled gently and stroked her head. I will become your strength. A shaman knelt on a ceremonial mat inside a closed room. Ritual items were carefully arranged, and talismans were plastered all over the surrounding partitions. He slowly placed his hand on Ga-eun's shoulder, as if transferring some kind of power into her. Ga-eun squeezed her eyes shut, her brow furrowed slightly, and the hands resting on her lap clenched into tight fists. Trying to endure the pain, the shaman was completely focused. This was Nganga, the fourth disciple of the great god of the spirit world. His face was grave and focused as he channeled the divine energy into her. A moment later, Ga slowly opened his eyes, carefully looking straight ahead. The energies swirling around them gradually dissipated, returning the space to normal. He remained seated in silence. Suddenly, Ga clicked his tongue, expressing his annoyance. With a head as empty as yours, you can forget about becoming stronger. Hearing this, Duga-un whipped her head around in alarm, stammering, What do you mean?" Her face filled with panic at his words. But back when she was under her master's tutelage, she was considered to have some talent. Nanga asked her seriously, "What do you think talent is?" Duga-un looked him directly in the eyes and answered earnestly, "It's something you're born with." He calmly confirmed her words. "Correct, it's something you're born with," Ganga began to explain. "Talent is like the materials you're randomly given in art class to create a project. Not everyone gets the same things, but depending on how you use them, you can still create a project that gets a high grade. A work of art like a meticulously arranged wooden deer, a creative mosaic of the Mona Lisa made from scraps of paper, or even an outdoor stone statue, each must be sculpted with a unique approach." He reminded her, "And as you yourself have said before, the materials you received weren't bad at all. As a child, you received many gifts, Duga-un. If you had known how to use them properly," Nganga explained gently, "even without being a genius or a prodigy, you could have become a truly capable shaman." Then, suddenly, his eyes blazed red, his brow furrowing in anger. However, Nganga's tone turned harsh, his gentle explanation gone. "You wasted most of them creating garbage." The two sat facing each other as he continued to interrogate her. "Why did you do it? What were you possibly thinking, accepting a Western evil god?" Duga-un remained silent for a long time after hearing his words. A moment later, with sorrow in her eyes, she answered Nganga's question. "Because I wanted to be special." Duga-un recalled images from her childhood. "Because I didn't have any exceptional talent." She remembered sitting inside a magic circle, her eyes wide as she stared intently at the book before her. As a little girl, Ga-un had pored over every single word. "I thought if I just served a normal god, I could never be special." Ganga brought a hand to his forehead in disappointment. "The greater the distance between a god and its vessel, the less power you can draw upon," he explained. "The distance between you and that, Pixo, or whatever his name is nearly infinite. It's so vast that he can't even hear your prayers clearly, and he certainly can't lend you any significant power." Nganga's hands clenched tightly, and he gritted his teeth in anger. "That impulsive, youthful desire to be special has completely tangled your divine connection. You foolish disciple." Ga-un looked up, her expression pleading for help. "Is there a way? Is there really no other way?" Ganga squeezed his eyes shut, as if to express his helplessness. "As I've already told you, you've exhausted all your materials. So, accepting a new, proper god is no longer feasible. There is no way." At his words, tears began to stream continuously down her face. The tears flowed like a river as Ga-un cried out in regret. Just like a small child needing protection, he slowly composed himself and spoke to her. "This is why I told you that you have to start off on the right foot. This is why I said you must accept a god that is compatible with you. Do you think all other shamans are idiots? Is that why they choose gods that are suited to them as vessels?" Nganga chided her, his voice a bit softer now. "I knew this would happen. From the moment Master started indulging you, he was always so strict with the rest of us." From the other room, Jayam-un's clear voice called out, "Brother, don't make the child cry. What do you mean there's no way? Of course there is." Nganga turned to look at his master and replied, "If you insist, there's a way." Nganga calmly stated the method he was referring to. "She just has to enter the Makguan." Duga-un's face lit up as she asked, "The Makguan? Is that some kind of hideout?" "Senior brother," he said nervously. "So, the master finally intends to make this spoiled brat grow up." In a corner of the garden stood a small wooden house, the Makguan. It was a small building on the far edge of Jiam-un's compound, holding something mysterious within. That outbuilding was an artificially created void. It cost hundreds of millions to build a place where nothing exists, where no sound can escape, and where even the light is controlled. Everyone walked to the entrance of the Makguan, standing at the door and peering inside for a moment. Nganga began to speak about the place. This was built for shamans who have issues with their divine connection, or who encounter obstacles when communicating with their gods. Praying in a place completely severed from the mortal realm greatly increases the chance of one's prayers reaching the divine. Ga-un was a little confused. If it's simply a matter of praying in a quiet room, doesn't this seem a bit excessive? He glanced at her with a look of pity. Have you ever been in a state of complete and total isolation? He then continued his explanation. When every sound from the outside world is completely blocked, the only things you can hear in that deafening silence are the sounds of your own breathing and your own heartbeat. Model A, sound emanates from within my own body, one that most people can't withstand. These sounds create a uniquely unpleasant harmony, causing nausea and dizziness. Du-ga-eun's eyes narrowed with tension. And in complete darkness, the eyes would have to work at full capacity. In the dark, the pupils would remain fully dilated. Things I never imagined would appear in my pupils, wriggling white lines or speckled static, would manifest like hallucinations. That's also enough to drive a person mad. He pointed inside the room. There are only 3 types of people who enter that room and manage to come out: those who give up and those who lose their minds. But Du-ga-eun affirmed one more thing. The wicked are growing stronger. She walked steadily toward the door, step by step. Shaman reminded her, "If you don't open the door from the inside, it will be 3 days before I can enter to check on you." The door slowly closed, but he continued to warn her about the despair. That is the weapon of ordinary mages. Du-ga-eun's face also grew tense as she tried to listen carefully to his warnings. Seek, cling, and beg. Her eyes, peering through the crack in the door, were both anxious and strong, ready for what was to come. Jiam-eun's voice still echoed from outside, "Until you feel utterly wretched and despicable." The room was gradually plunged into darkness. Du-ga-eun stood alone in that blackness. She had no idea how much time had passed. Without light, the concept of time vanished. Du-ga-eun's hands were soaked in pain. Without sound, the space became infinite. She bit her lip hard in fear. Infinite time and infinite space make a finite being like me feel even smaller. Her tiny figure was swallowed by the darkness. Du-ga-eun sat down, clasping her hands in prayer. The only thing I could do, the only thing I had to do, was cling to a god. She opened her mouth, exhausted. But, aside from the day I first received the god, had he ever answered my prayers? Darkness enveloped Du-ga-eun's small body. Isn't this all just a lie? Or, perhaps, that God has been treating my despair as a form of entertainment. Her body began to react differently. Even the feeling of anxiety made the sound of her own heartbeat pound relentlessly in her ears. Red streams began to trickle from her ears. She felt like she was about to go insane, and her eyes weren't right either. No, maybe I was already insane the moment I chose to walk in here. Du-ga-eun's hand clenched her clothes. But I have to go mad. She balled her hand into a fist. Yo-oh is a den of madmen. Du-ga-eun repeatedly slapped her own leg. I have to go mad just to keep up. Each slap grew stronger and faster. Only by going mad do I earn the right. She remembered her master's words: seek, cling, and beg, until you feel utterly wretched and despicable. Du-ga-eun clasped her hands together forcefully. She screamed in anger. Even if I go mad, I will not give up. Her voice rang out, powerful and resolute. Until you answer, I will not leave this place, Du-ga-eun pleaded. Just once. Please answer this empty prayer of mine. Her eyes widened as she stared forward. One who craves things beyond her station, one who desires the unattainable, one who refuses to accept her own inadequacies, one who rejects simple peace. Before Du-ga-eun's eyes, the image of an alluring, demonic god appeared, holding out a hand toward her. Come to me. Du-ga-eun stood up and moved forward. Why was she doing this? She shut her eyes tight and ran, her body moving instinctively. Du-ga-eun's hand reached out. Somehow, I found myself hugging him tightly. She embraced Mempholian, feeling as if she had been reunited with a lover she had missed with all her heart. Tears streamed down Du-ga-eun's face as she let out heartbreaking sobs. He spoke to the lost lamb. What has caused you so much pain? Du-ga-eun clenched her fist and punched Mempholian's body. I already accepted you as my god. Her eyes were filled with rage. And yet, you evil god, you abandoned me until now. Then, Du-ga-eun's arm fell limply to her side, exhausted. She looked up at him, her tear-filled eyes overflowing with sadness. I'm so pathetic. Even though you are this kind of god, I still can't help but cling to you. Mempholian tilted his head down, staring intently at her as he asked, Then what do you want? Du-ga-eun shot up, her expression turning ice-cold. Power, she stated again. The power to chase after the footsteps of a brilliant genius. Du-ga-eun gritted her teeth with determination. With resolve, she lifted her feet and stepped forward without any hesitation. She ran forward as fast as she could. Give me the strength to stomp my way forward. Mempholian pointed a finger and replied, Granted. His sharp nail drew a line on her hand, creating a cut. Mempholian declared, I am your shepherd, and you are my only livestock in this country. The image on Duga-un's hand was his face. I, Mempholian, will henceforth listen to your prayers. He carefully instructed her, do not be anxious, because your shepherd is far away, my little lamb, Mempholian said with immense pride. I stand at the top of the garden, watching over everything. The door creaked open with a jarring sound. Everyone waiting outside had tense expressions. Jamun let out a sigh of relief. Nganga also felt relieved seeing her, but was also a little surprised. Duga-un took trembling steps toward the people waiting for her. He slowly inquired, so, did you meet the god you wished to see? She cradled her injured arm. I didn't just meet him. Then she raised the hand bearing the insignia for everyone to see. I even touched him. He stared at her hand, his eyes wide with shock. A divine mark. The mark carved into Duga-un's hand moments ago was clearly visible. Everyone recognized it. Moreover, the sinister energy and divine power flowing through her body had become a level more condensed. Langa exclaimed in awe. You passed. Master Jiam-un let out a breath. How fortunate. As soon as he said it, he slumped over naturally. Duga-un's eyes widened in panic as she ran toward him, shouting, Master! Duga-un placed a hand under her master's nose to check his breathing. Another woman calmed her down. He's just asleep. For the 2 days you were in the Chamber of Silence, he sat here waiting. The exhaustion probably hit him all at once. That's why he fell asleep. Duga-un knelt down and looked up at Jiamun, pensive and silent. She took her master's hand with both of hers, her eyes filled with sorrow. Duga-un remembered the time when he had taken her small hand. Jiam-un had held her hand while patting the little child's head. Become strong. Back then, Duga-un had listened while pouting and crying. The path of an exorcist mage is a lonely one, and this just makes it lonelier. He had told her not to cry then, to save her tears. Duga-un let go of her master's hand. She stood up, looking at him with deep sadness. Nganga walked over and advised her, do well. No matter where you go or what you do, don't bring shame to our master. Duga-un looked up at him, her gaze becoming resolute. I will. From now on, that is how I will live, senior brother. She clasped her hands before her eyes, bowing to everyone. Thank you. Before her stood her master, and her senior brothers and sisters. Her short vacation was over. The door opened, and she stepped back into a thoroughly modern room. Everyone around turned to look at her the moment she walked in. Duga-un tilted her head, looking at everyone with a bright smile. They all shot up from their seats and rushed to embrace her. Duga-un was both overjoyed and surprised to be swept up in their arms. Cheon Ki Chang welcomed her happily, saying she had finally returned. Duga-un smiled back and waved a greeting. Mido stood watching with her arms crossed, thinking to herself that her worrying had been for nothing. And in the second half of that year, Modole Motia achieved its best performance ever. During a meeting, the performance figures for the first half of the year were displayed on the screen. Everyone celebrated enthusiastically, all of them laughing, eating, and drinking together. When they saw Mido standing seriously in a corner with her arms crossed, everyone turned to her, and they all started pouring beer on her head as a way to pull her into the celebration. She and her senior looked at each other lovingly. No one in Luilo would dare to easily go against the position held by Golden Sella. A clicking sound echoed in the office. If any company dared to defy them, they could be crushed with just a single ritual. Inside the den, Duga-un clasped her hands and bowed solemnly. Her brows furrowed as the mark on her hand glowed with powerful energy, her burning passion creating a resounding melody. Meanwhile, Nizyung made bells chime with every flick of her wrist, like a great wave building up. Entering the room, the resonant sound continued to echo. She and the others walked in with faces full of confidence, ushering in a new, unstoppable era. Outside, under a clear blue sky, the Financial Supervisory Service building stood imposing. Hongxi reported, the Minister of Economy and Finance has arrived. He is currently having tea in the director's office. The director spoke up, asking, Secretary Hong, has a minister-level official ever requested a meeting with someone from the Exorcism Bureau before? Hongxi answered honestly. It's quite normal for the Minister of Finance to meet with the Director of the Financial Supervisory Service, but to summon someone from the Exorcism Bureau, this is probably the first time. The director thought pensively. That's right. The activities of the sorcerers in Luilo, and the government establishing an agency to control them. It wasn't a comfortable matter for the upper class. The sound of footsteps echoed along with her train of thought. So they've always pretended we don't exist, that they don't see us, and now they suddenly summon me? The director lowered her head wearily. I have a bad feeling about this. Her subordinate reassured her, don't worry too much. It might just be a courtesy visit at the start of his term. The two of them quickly made their way to the meeting room. The director approached the table where someone was already waiting. A man gestured and introduced her. The person you've summoned is the head of the Exorcism Bureau, under the Financial Supervisory Service, and the director of the Financial Supervisory Service, Kim Jong-wook. She bowed her head respectfully. The other man was the Minister of Economy and Finance, Hyo-soo. He quickly said, "The Bureau Mi-do is a busy woman, so it would be polite to get straight to the point. The president wants to more than double the growth of the Korean stock market during his term." As the data appeared, he continued, "This way, the public will shift their attention away from the legend of undefeated real estate and become interested in stock investments. From there, we can naturally solve the current administration's biggest task, curbing housing prices." The director questioned him. "I understand the policy direction of the president and the minister, but I don't see what this has to do with our exorcism bureau." Hyo-soo immediately replied, "Recently, the president heard about the exorcist sorcerers." The director listened with a mix of surprise and seriousness. "Not only that, there's also information that a special interest group exists in Luilo, making money by using banishment rituals to lower stock prices, which goes against our government's policy direction." He gently placed his teacup on the table. "The president has made his opinion clear. He wishes for the sorcerers who perform banishment rituals to disappear from Luilo." Hearing this, the director looked around worriedly and probed, "I'm not sure if I've understood you correctly, Mr. Minister." She spoke plainly. "So, you mean to say you only want to eliminate the sorcerers who perform banishment rituals from the Luilo market?" He gave a forced smile. "I don't see how that statement could be misunderstood." The other director replied, "You've understood correctly, Bureau Mi-do." She lowered her head. "It seems you've called me here to order the Exorcism Bureau to suppress the sorcerers who perform banishment rituals. But we are an organization that maintains the balance among the sorcerers in Luilo, while also preventing malevolent energy from harming humans." Then, the director's expression turned dangerous. "We are not an organization that supports some sorcerers while eliminating others. We cannot do that." She explained knowingly. "According to institutional law, there is no way to suppress them. Moreover, such an action goes against the founding purpose of the Exorcism Bureau." But someone cut in. Jong-mo waved his hand. "Bureau Mi-do, why are you speaking so harshly?" The director then spoke up. "The minister hasn't finished speaking yet. Perhaps he has prepared another plan that doesn't require such extreme measures?" He responded awkwardly. "My apologies, Mr. Minister. I belong to an agency that values neutrality." Song Ga-yeon continued. "The neutrality of your agency, or the prosperity of our nation, which is more important?" He asked seriously. "The freedom of the market, or the happiness of the people, which is more valuable?" Song Ga-yeon's expression suddenly grew tense. "The fair opportunity for speculators who bet on stock prices falling, is that more valuable than the opportunity for investors who have faith in Korea's future to make money?" He gently lifted his teacup. "I believe," he said with a smile, "that is how the president would answer." Suddenly, his voice turned cold. "Bureau Mi-do, I didn't call you here to tell you what to do," he continued with his cryptic words. "I called you here to tell you not to do anything." Song Ga-yeon emphasized, "Do nothing at all. From now on, no matter how Luilo changes, just stand by and watch. That is how you can show your patriotism." The director left the room with a displeased expression. She gave an annoyed order. "Find out Minister Hyo's upcoming schedule." Hong-si reached into her pocket, took out her phone, and looked intently. She quickly reported, "I heard he has a meeting with investment firms in Luilo." The director asked which companies would be attending. Hong-si quickly explained that it was a luncheon, centered around 5 stars, along with Stockmaster Mibonachi, for a total of 12 investment firms. Hearing that last name, the director narrowed her eyes. That name. Could it be? A while later, everyone was present at the banquet table. Someone was anxiously tapping their fingers on the table. Immediately, someone stood up cheerfully and began to speak. "I'm so glad the meal was to everyone's satisfaction. Well then, before we conclude, shall we have one last toast?" He raised his glass, smiling, to the revival of the stock market and to becoming a global financial hub, when suddenly, everyone turned to look in another direction, annoyed. Immediately after, everyone raised their glasses except for one person who didn't. Oh Sung sat calmly, taking a napkin to wipe his mouth despite all the stares, then immediately tossed it aside. At that moment, Song Gen's annoyance was plain to see. "Chairman Ju Oh-hong, is there something you wish to say?" But Oh-sung didn't respond, ignoring everyone's discomfort. A moment later, he finally spoke. "Compared to what you're entrusting us with, the support you're offering is far too little. Mr. Minister," Oh-sung stated his point clearly, "for high-ranking people like yourself, it's just a matter of getting through a 5-year term. Whether you succeed or fail, it ends for you. But for business people like us, we're betting everything, Oh Sung said with conviction. Everything we've built up, and our entire future. Seon cut him off. Get to the point. He shot up from his seat, slamming his hand on the table. Since we're already risking our lives, let's add a few conditions. Oh Sung was serious. First, the stocks that the government plans to nurture and invest in, disclose them in advance to the companies present here. Just hearing him say that made Song Jen scowl. Second, just provide sufficient capital from the national treasury. Oh Sung seemed pleased and smiled faintly. As long as you meet these two conditions, our 5 stars will contribute to the nation. Just then, Taeha also spoke up. With that level of support, driving all the blighting ritual shamans out of Lo isn't a difficult task. Seon crossed his arms and glanced over. With unlimited funds and the one god Taoist, the divine gun of this era. It's not difficult. It's an absolute certainty that we have to wipe them all out. He thought for a moment, then turned away. Songgen was tense, calculating. We can't just drive them out. We also have to destroy the companies that use them. Then, he made an assertion that startled Taeha. One god Taoist Song predicted, it won't be long before we see a frenzied market led by the nation, and those blighting ritual shamans will begin their final struggle. All 5 fingers of the 5 stars were summoned. One beautiful morning, in front of an old house on a crystal-clear lake, a voice spoke. Yes, understood. The plants were well tended and blooming. Yes, of course, Mill said while pruning a leaf. I hope to see the one god Taoist again soon. She was beautiful and composed, the second seat of the financial 5 stars, the blue-skinned shaman, Mei Rin. Over on this side, several bare-chested men were lost in sleep. If I'm called, of course I have to go. Bong Ho was excited. See you tomorrow morning. Hua Do Rang, the sleazy-looking guy. It's been a while since we got a summons. The third seat of the financial 5 stars, the cool, fat, Nam Yang Gi shaman. Bong Ho turned slightly. Zhang Bong Yunong is back in the game. Then the man laughed maniacally. The time for heroes has come. Bring more wine and the swarm of bees. Hung Hae picked up his flip phone. Then he sat at the seance table, immediately putting on his headphones. Namo Myoho Renge Kyo. The fourth seat of the financial 5 stars, the wire walker Nam Ang Hae. On the other side, Ki-gon was fixing something, looking completely absorbed in her work. A plume of smoke rose from the object Ki-gon was fixing. She watched it intently. A good chance to erase the title of Kim Jong Bodhisattva's replacement. Looks like it's another all-nighter. The 5th seat of the financial 5 stars, the shaman Yi Ti-gon. Now, all 4 of them were present. Taeha gently raised a finger to give a command. A subordinate quickly handed a file to Bong Ho and Mei Rin. Then, he explained seriously, this is the list of stock tickers that we will be performing blessing rituals on from now on. All 4 of them read it intently. Also, the tickers marked in purple are ones where blighting shamans are involved. On the paper, there were carefully marked lines of text. We ask that you pay special attention when performing the blessing rituals. Mill suddenly exclaimed, there are so many. She then stated her opinion. Until now, to avoid wasting spiritual power, I recall that the 5 fingers weren't directly involved, unless it was a major case directly related to the company's profits. What's the reason for this sudden shift in direction towards such a strong offense? One god Taoist Taeha answered immediately. The state will step in to drive up the stock prices and support the blessing shamans. He analyzed. An unprecedented grand ritual. No, for us, this is the best hunting season. Taeha made a demand. Don't hold anything back. Show them all the claws you've been hiding for so long. Suddenly, Bong Ho burst out laughing. An idea flashed through their minds. A rumor that the Minister of Finance had met with the investment firms that use blessing shamans and promised them enormous support. Someone opened their phone to check a message. A message also popped up on a computer screen. Simultaneously, a massive tax investigation is targeting companies that use blighting shamans. At that moment, several people were walking solemnly, carrying blue boxes. AMO Securities, National Tax Service. A thought emerged. Stock prices were fluctuating wildly in a single direction. The CTI index surpassed its previous high. These were clues that revealed the nation's will. Everyone was paying close attention to today's news program. Breaking news. Kospi doubles. Stock market investment to replace real estate investment. No one had any intention of going against this directive. Investment firms began to liquidate their blighting shamans and replace them with blessing shamans. Inside, a few people were cleaning up. A man holding a box of leftover belongings handed it to a sad-looking girl. Ritten spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. For now, our situation is not too bad. The amount of money you've earned up to now, Cheon Ki Chang, is even greater. We also use that money to buy products that track the market index. He smiled faintly. There's no need to worry about the team being disbanded or me losing my position. But Cheon Ki Chang and Mi-do sighed in frustration. Despite his words, Riton glanced away. In a market led by others, he said seriously, simply picking up the scraps isn't a pleasant feeling. A thought flashed by. The nation's expectations and promises, coupled with a frenzy that only looked at the upward trend. Mi-do thought in silence. For the blighting shamans and the businesses that used them, it had become a chaotic era. Then, she asked herself, a chaotic era? In times of chaos and war, who do people turn to? Oh, right. They look for a king who can save them. Suddenly, Leo opened the door and walked in. He came to announce, all three of you, please come out to the lobby. Leo's next words shocked all three of them. The blighting shamans and the investment company representatives have shown up. They say they want to meet the king of blight. They've come seeking the king who can save them. Outside, the room was silent. While inside, everyone was gathered at the dining table. Li Xin spoke up. What other way is there? We have no moves left. From Yuksong Investment, the exorcism ritual shaman, Mr. Li Xin of the Cursing Ghost Division. The old man worried. If we just sit here like this, we'll die a slow death. But if we charge in, the 5 stars and the one godchild are waiting on the other side. Loy, from the asset management company, nodded as a shaman performed a ritual. The man who brought the evil items suddenly got angry and yelled, no matter what happens, we have to go. At the very least, we have to perform a sword dance. I'm so mad I could burst. I can't live like this. The freelance shaman performing the ritual, Li Xin, who was an apostate monk, started cursing foolishly. Your reaction is exactly what Li Teha wants, he said calmly. Getting so angry you can't stand it and then blowing yourselves up together. A shaman from Dongbi Investment Company, who was fated to be a ferocious beast, immediately refuted it. Well, at the very least, you should come up with a proper solution. Stop sitting there acting all gloomy. Park Cheon exploded, pointing directly at the old man. If you don't have a solution, why are you taking it out on me? Li Xin interrupted, frustrated. Enough. That's enough. This is giving me a headache. The old man thought to himself. If only Manhwa were here right now. Li Xin lowered his head wearily. This gathering of official slaughter shamans in Ri-yun had never been this chaotic. He remembered the majestic image of Manhwa, with her special aura and sharp mind. She always found a way to survive. The old man gripped his staff, trembling. He never realized how painful it would be to lack a leader. Then, Li Xin said in a cold voice, what if we use the king of executioners? Hearing this, Duke and Park Cheon were stunned. Over on this side, everyone was also arguing fiercely. Duke raised his voice. The king of executioners? Park Cheon also roared. Old man, weren't you the one who said, after what happened with Manhwa and Zhang Pyo, we were never to mention that guy's name again? Forget his power. Just out of loyalty to those two alone, he asked in confusion. We also declared that we don't recognize him as the representative of the slaughter shamans. Li Xin flew into a rage and lashed out. You insolent brat. I'm not so old that I've gone senile. I still don't recognize him as the leader of the slaughter shamans. Then, the old man's voice softened. But the situation is urgent. Li Xin recalled the image of a shaman leaving. The number of slaughter shamans who had left Ryuhyun had already surpassed double digits. The image of the fallen also appeared, and the number being hunted by the 5 stars was even greater. The old man grimly affirmed, to survive, we must do anything, even sell our souls to a demon. Li Xin continued. And this isn't betraying Manhwa. The cold faces of Taeha and Justin Lee also appeared, inciting him to confront Lee Taeha. The old man imagined the scene of his enemy being defeated. If he gets hunted down, we can consider it revenge for Manhwa. If he wins, we create a path for the slaughter shamans to survive. It can be seen as for the greater good. Li Xin stroked his chin, pleased. That's a brilliant move. He immediately shot to his feet. Then there's no need to hesitate. Let's go find him right now. Li Xin glanced over, urging them to meet the king of executioners. Meanwhile, Justin Lee, Mi-do, and Da-hyun were waiting for the elevator to go down to the lobby. Cheon Ki Chang was tense. If they're here to see me. But Mi-do cut in immediately. They're probably here to ask for help. After all, you're the current representative of the slaughter shamans in Ryuhyun. She looked visibly annoyed. That may be. But this is a bit much, Mi-do said contemptuously. Before their livelihoods were on the line, they wouldn't even say hello. They were nowhere to be seen, and now they show up, barging into someone else's company headquarters like this. Justin Lee said wearily, business is business. He reassured them, Let's just hear what they have to say. Who knows? Maybe they've prepared a sweet offer, Dahyun said seriously. The old man from the Startup Development Investment Fund is here. He's a pretty well-known figure. Hearing that, Mi-do wondered. Maybe it's because he's not in his shaman robes. She thought for a moment, and then guessed. For a shaman who causes his opponents to die suddenly, he looks too much like a high schooler. He's definitely going to be looked down on. With that, Mi-do put her hand in her pocket, and then reached out towards Justin. He asked in surprise, "What is it?" But Mi-do told him to stand still. This is an emergency fix. A moment later, she looked up and said, "Done." Justin Lee's hair had been neatly tied up, making him blush with embarrassment. Mi-do immediately advised, "I'll be by your side to support you, but don't be scared of that bunch of slaughter shamans out there." Dahyun, standing nearby, stared intently. "It actually suits you quite well." Mi-do gave him detailed instructions. "No matter what anyone says, we are the ones in the superior position." Mi-do grabbed Justin Lee's shoulder, "And you are the king." Right after that, the four of them strode forward. They gradually approached the other group. Justin Lee stared intently, feeling tense. "These are the slaughter shamans of Ryuyan." His eyes darted to Li Xin. "And that one is the king of the slaughter shamans." Justin Lee was stunned, unable to understand. "I can't sense any malice, madness, or any kind of aura from him at all. Looks like I'll have to test him." Justin Lee glanced over and exclaimed, "Smallpox demon." He stood frozen, observing Li Xin. Justin Lee's face unconsciously darkened. "This world is full of all kinds of lunatics." Ho Huan appeared and said, "How dare you flaunt an evil god in front of me?" He asked in surprise, "Smallpox demon?" But Li Xin denied it. "If not, then what in the world is that?" At that moment, Ho Huan stood still, observing the situation. Not long after, he let out a loud roar. The old man quickly used his staff to cover his face. Then, Li Xin slowly opened his eyes. A red light glowed beneath his feet. He moved his lips, about to say something, but Justin Lee waved his hand, signaling him to stop. He calmly warned, "You all know I don't have good control over him, so don't provoke him." Ho Huan seemed annoyed. "Give the order, you damn brat." The stripes on Li Xin's neck suddenly vanished. Abruptly, the old man knelt on the ground and asked, "What is the god's true name?" Cheon Ki Chang spoke up instead. "Ho Huan, the tiger plague demon." Li Xin bowed his head in deep thought. An ancient evil god, a mix of the god of plagues and the god of death. Considering what happened to Manhwa, this was inevitable. "It seems I must humble myself." Immediately, he kowtowed deeply. Li Xin, servant of the demon of smallpox, greets the king of executioners. Seeing this, everyone was astonished. Duke was aghast and reached out. "Mr. Li Xin, do you have no pride? How can you kneel the moment you meet him?" Park Cheon was also horrified. "Old man, do you really have to go this far?" While still bowing, Li Xin replied, "I must, because he is the only one who can save the slaughter shamans and their clients in Ryuyan." Justin Lee hurriedly helped the old man up. "First, please stand up. You're putting me in a difficult position," Mi-do said slyly, "testing someone without their permission. And now you're pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy." This old man is even more cunning than before. She put her hands on her hips authoritatively. "If you were going to bow, you should have done it properly from the start." Everyone froze. Ju Huan winced upon hearing that but said nothing. A moment later, he stepped forward and spoke. "That was a terrible first impression. I apologize." Ju Huan proactively offered his business card. "I am the chairman of the Startup Development Investment Fund." Justin Lee took it. "Chairman Ju Huan, I remember you," he asked. "We met at the forum, didn't we?" Then, Ju Huan happily shook his hand. "The success of Guijuk and the discovery of a shaman bearing the title King of Executioners. My sincere congratulations," he said politely. "I also sent a gift to your hospital room. I wonder if you remember." Hearing this, Wei Chang realized he was one of the people who had sent a get-well gift. Ju Hoan apologized once more. "We are sorry for the disrespect shown by the shaman from our company." He emphasized, to the King of Slaughter and director Justin Lee Jian, "I propose that everyone here must join forces." Mi-do maintained her haughty expression. "Isn't this a bit much? You're the ones who want to join hands with us. We have no reason to join hands with you." He didn't back down, questioning her. "Then let me ask you, in a Huilo that currently reeks of the stench of crimson blood, how do you plan to survive?" Ju Hoan remembered the two remaining factions, the 5 Stars and their lackeys, those who are even receiving policy information from the government of the Eden Taoist, the one who has begun hunting and killing the Suri shamans, along with the wish-granting shamans who follow him. Then he asked bluntly, "How do you plan to deal with them?" Mido immediately retorted. If we don't deal with them, we don't. It's that simple. We'll just hide the King of Slaughter until this madness ends and wait for an opportunity. But he continued to press her. Do you know when this madness will end? And when this cycle is over, what if the 5 stars and the investment firms following them take over Huilo? Hearing these words, Justin Lee and Cheon Ki Chang were involuntarily shocked. Ju Hoan tried to persuade them, it's already difficult to deal with them now. If the 5 stars have the government's backing and expand their power, monopolizing all the top shamans, do you still think you can profit from the King of Slaughter then? If you want to fight, it has to be now. He immediately affirmed, it can only be now. A voice cut in as Taeha stepped forward. So, everyone's gathered here to plot and scheme. He moved forward, radiating bloodlust. Working so hard this late at night. You shamans are so diligent, Mido exclaimed in shock. Taeha. Cheon Ki Chang watched his back. Taeha. A worried look slowly appeared in her eyes. Wei Chang remembered a time before, when Mido came to him with a thick stack of papers. She gently placed them on the table. Then Mido instructed, this is a list of stocks that you can make a lot of money from by shorting them. Look through it, and mark any that you get a feeling about. She said casually, we're partners now. You should be able to make these kinds of decisions on your own. Cheon Ki Chang picked up a stack and read it, unable to hide his surprise. He immediately pointed at the paper. I've noticed a few tickers highlighted in yellow. What does this symbol mean, team leader? She calmly put a cigarette to her lips. Those are the ones that are death to touch. Hearing this, Cheon Ki Chang was surprised. Huh? Mido then explained. The Eden Taoist, Taeha. Those are the stocks he's suspected of being involved with. He listened intently. Cheon Ki Chang asked worriedly. After we brought Lahong back, I thought our morale was pretty good. In a situation like this, do you still think we don't have a chance to win? She firmly asserted that was the case. At that moment, his eyes showed a clear determination. Mido then recounted, before I found you, I trained a shaman named Cheo Chi. She recalled every moment. If you're a genius, then Chi was on another level. Someone like that was defeated in his very first debut match in Liu Hio. The image of Cheon Ki Chang, covered in wounds, appeared. All because of that monster named Li Tae-ha. Witnessing this scene, Mido was in a complete panic, screaming non-stop. She recalled in fear. He's not some kind of sharp weapon, or a warrior who uses weapons. Tae-ha moved forward. His robes dyed a single shade of red. His entire face was now flushed bright red. He is war itself. A calamity. Cheon Ki Chang, watching from behind, realized this was the Tae-ha she had been talking about. He seemed so angry that veins bulged on his neck, but Mido saw through him and spoke up to stop him. Don't do it. Don't bet your life on youthful recklessness, Cheon Ki Chang. I can't lose someone a second time. She grabbed Justin Lee's hand. Director, I'm begging you, don't shake hands with that man. If you upset Tae-ha, Cheon Ki Chang will die. He turned and agreed. I have to listen to team leader Mi's words. Tae-ha looked around and ordered, everyone, just continue what you were doing. Why are you all looking around? Justin Lee gave a forced smile, barging into someone else's company and then rushing them. Chu Huan, I'm sorry, but about the proposal you made. Suddenly, one of Ju Huan's eyes narrowed. Seeing his savage smile, Justin Lee was shocked. What's with that smile? In that moment, everyone present had forgotten that the man standing before them was also a monster who had weathered every storm and climbed to the position of director at a very young age. A moment later, Ju Huan smiled. Of course you'd feel pressured, discussing an alliance with us right in front of the Eden Taoist. But since things have come to this, I don't think there's any need to hide it anymore. Mido angrily clenched her fists. What the hell is this madman saying? He extended his hand towards the Eden Taoist, Tae-ha, as Ju Huan suddenly continued. We've grown sick of the playing fields led by you and the 5 stars. We despise this game you manipulate, where hedge funds are led around by the nose. Therefore, we intend to launch an exciting rebellion to overthrow that system. Li Xin, observing from a distance, thought to himself, the reason he joined their side is because of that cunning mind and immeasurable depth. The old man turned his eyes towards Ki-un. With this, the King of Slaughter will be forced to fight on our side. For Golden Xia, this is a secret move that cannot be taken back. Mido realized the danger and frowned. We've been trapped. Even if he retracts his words now, Li Tae-ha won't believe him because the circumstances and the content all line up perfectly. At this moment, Tae-ha finally spoke. I heard that the remaining Saleh shamans in Huilo were gathered here, so I dropped by. He turned to look at Cheon Ki Chang. So, it really is true? Tae-ha said sternly. Come in. He clenched his fist with all his might, and Tae-ha immediately turned away. I have no intention of threatening you with words, nor do I intend to warn you. Let's just settle this with our skills. Then he nodded. It seems I should leave so you can continue your little discussion. As soon as he finished speaking, Taeha walked away without another word. Immediately after, a hand grabbed Ju Hoan's collar tightly. Mi-do was furious, trembling with rage. What the hell do you think you were doing? If you want to die, go die alone. What was the point of barging in here and pulling that stunt? He replied calmly. Such a meaningless conversation. Let's just drop it. The cash from the investment firms present here, the number of shamans we can mobilize, and our connections in the political and financial worlds. Ju Hoan glanced back. I will offer it all to the King of Slaughter. Park Cheon leaned close to Li Shin's ear. Wait a minute. Didn't we come here just to make the King of Slaughter fight the Eden Taoist? By getting involved, aren't we putting our own lives in danger too? Old man Li Shin replied nonchalantly. I don't understand. The contractor's calculations were too fast to keep up with. He silently laid out his analysis. The only thing is, if they didn't do it this way, neither the King of Sudden Death nor Taeha could have been dragged into this fight. Of that he was certain. Frankly, this is better, he said loudly. Looking at everyone's faces today, I'd rather side with the King of Sudden Death than Taoist Ijin. Ju Wan immediately proposed a 5-5 split, but Sao Jin offered a different number, 7-3. Still not satisfied, he kept pushing, demanding 6-4. Seo Jin narrowed his eyes and countered with 6.8 to 3.2, but Ju Huan haggled for 6.5 to 3.5. And then, finally, they shook hands, sealing the Mi-do-hae deal. He ran to the director, but Seo Jin cut him off, saying, The trigger's already been pulled. Right now, we should focus on getting as much as we possibly can. Doan bowed, asking for favor. Your Majesty, King of Sudden Death. And with that, the group turned and left. Over here, Taeha was sitting with Oh Hang. He raised his wine glass. What a complete mess. Is it always this twisted? Taeha then made a proposal, asking the chairman to design the game himself, a game big enough and painful enough to gather them all up and take care of them in one fell swoop. Oh Hang asked in surprise, You mean, a game that can bring all 5 fingers into play? Taeha confirmed and explained, That's right. They won't just go all out, they'll risk their lives for it. If we hold back now, it would be disrespectful to our colleagues. Oh Hang chuckled lightly. With such a decisive way of doing things, even if I am being played, I can't bring myself to hate you. Then he continued, There's one more thing. The person who tipped you off that Shaman Sun's forces were moving in large numbers. Shaman Sun is gathering his forces at Golden Seal Moat. I suspect they plan to conspire with the King of Sudden Death with the help of a telecom executive. I checked the call history of his work phone and found a call with Ju Huan's secretary. Oh Hang analyzed, It's possible Ju Huan intentionally called you here to drag in both Golden Seal Moat and the King of Sudden Death. Taeha replied calmly, As you always stress, Chairman, the process doesn't matter. What's important is that the King of Sudden Death has now stepped onto the battlefield. He pictured the scene of taking down Cheon Ki Chang. He will definitely fall by my hand. But then Taeha had a change of heart. No, perhaps that too is just part of the process. Oh Hang added, The result is that the 5 stars will be rebuilt. He swirled the wine in his glass. That is the true result. The two of them, seemingly in perfect understanding, cheerfully clinked their glasses. Meanwhile, Mi-do was sitting alone. She thoughtfully took a drag from her cigarette when suddenly, a voice cried out, Sister! Mi-do remembered running away, completely helpless. A desperate cry for help. An ambulance! Call an ambulance! Hurry, you idiots! She had rushed over to support Cheon Ki Chang, who was badly injured. But as she took his arm, it was suddenly torn from his body. Mi-do was petrified. She stood watching the horrific scene from a distance. Sister, save me! I don't want to die! Mi-do watched, terrified and helpless, as Cheon Ki Chang cried out in agony, Save me! The memory made her tremble uncontrollably with fear. Mi-do then stubbed out her cigarette. She immediately put her phone to her ear. Mr. Cheon Woo gone. Mi-do ordered urgently, Get the car ready. I have to go see Ji-hae.